Anyway, we have a version of it, and it's a tremendous amount of information. And it was translated in all kinds of European languages because it's a pretty rare thing for a person to travel this distance. It could really only be done well by an army. That's what the Crusaders were like this in that century. But an individual, if he was Jewish, he could connect with Jewish communities all along his distance. In fact, that's exactly what Yemen did. And he doesn't tell us exactly why he's traveling, but frequent references to things like coral, very interested in coral, suggest that maybe the gem trade. Right? But all the way along his travels, he briefly knows the nature of the Jews, roughly how big they are, how far apart they are, famous Jews living there, strange customs that they have there. It's absolutely fascinating to read. So specifically, early on in history, of course, he goes from us. This map here. This is a pretty reliable his route, although he describes many places as far away as India and China. He likely did not visit himself, but heard about it while he was traveling, and he records those descriptions as well in our text. But he starts out in Tudela, which is in northern Spain, and then he makes his way to the Mediterranean coast, and he cuts the coast. And that's when he you can see the features of Provence here, famous cities like Narbonne, Béziers, Brunel, and Arles. These are all places burgeoning spiritual activity that happened in the century that the Yemen was actually there. Vengeance alive, because Rabbi fantastic references to all kinds of people that if you study Tosafot, you'll be quite familiar with them. The Talmud and so on. Really, the historical value.
I don't know if you can hear me. I didn't even know or you can turn it.
He provides many firsts. For example, the very first account of the in that non-Arabic source. First European reference to China by that name. He gives us sometimes the only source that we had for a long time. But, for example, the false messiah, David Alroy, interlude. Every now and then, Binyamin of Tudela will spend way more time talking about more mundane depiction of travel. He also provides fascinating glimpses to communities like the Malabar coast of India. So probably did not reach the Ashkenazic heartland, but he does describe the great city there. So contact with at the time quite a bit of the movement of Ashkenaz, which was then reaching into its heyday. Okay. I hope that you will be able to travel with us on a cruise in the River Valley. But if not, I really look forward to sharing these videos with you. And thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of history. I'm doing a lot of research lately in preparation for a trip to the Netherlands and Belgium with kosher riverboat cruises. I'm really looking forward to seeing this part of the world. And really about something quite fascinating and rather unique that occurred in Amsterdam in February of 1941. It was a massive general strike organized by non-Jews, the regular people of Amsterdam, protest the Nazi treatment of Jews. This was really something that was unparalleled in Nazi-occupied Europe. About 300,000 workers participated in this general strike by going off the job, and it's symbolized in particular by the dock workers. This was a movement that ultimately was brutally suppressed by the Nazis. And the end result of the strike was not sufficient to hold back the Nazi atrocities that were perpetrated against the Jewish people in Amsterdam in specific and the people of the Netherlands in general. But nevertheless, it stands alone as a really bright spot in the history of the Holocaust in Western Europe. So let's try to understand what exactly happened. So Amsterdam, as you're aware, is traditionally known as a very liberal city, known for its civic freedoms and its general policy of tolerance. This came to a shocking end when the Nazis invaded in May of 1940 and immediately began to remove the Jews from various civil service professions, which they had integrated into very well over the course of the 19th and early 20th centuries. Jews protested against this. There were some street battles between the Dutch version of the Brown Shirts, known as the WA, and various Jewish self-defense groups. And some of those protests and battles actually got out of violence. On the 11th of February, these WA members were hurt and later died. The Nazis reacted with typical harshness and collective punishment by sealing off the entire Jewish neighborhood. There were other battles going on at this time, including one rather important one that occurred in an ice cream parlor that involved dousing the police with this kind of ammonia spray. And then there was a major pogrom on the 22nd and 23rd of February when the Nazis seized 425 Jewish men and deported them. Almost all of them were killed in the Holocaust. The following day, after this crescendo of violence, workers gathered for spontaneous open-air meetings and important leadership from the Communist Party of the Netherlands, who were the sworn enemies of the Nazis. They proclaimed a general strike. There is a written proclamation of the strike. They actually wrote the words strike 3 times with 3 exclamation marks each to really emphasize the importance of this. And it was extremely successful. The participation was incredible, 300,000 people in a wide variety of fields. This is believed to be the largest single public demonstration by non-Jews, organized by non-Jews, participation by non-Jews, in solidarity with Jews. And there's really nothing like this in Europe. The only thing that can compare to it is, of course, the tremendous effort that went into fighting the Nazis. But this was something specifically directed by civilians at the Nazis in protest of the treatment of Jews. The Nazis ended it almost immediately with very harsh measures. And in fact, when you look at the end result, it's actually quite horrific for Amsterdam Jewry. By the end of the Holocaust, 80% of the Jews who were living in Amsterdam before 1939 were killed. That's an incredibly high rate of murder, higher than most in Western Europe. And about 1/3 of those Jews who were living in hiding were afraid, discovered, and later killed. And includes, of course, the famous Frank, whose daughter Anna wrote an incredibly important memoir of Amsterdam at that time before she herself was killed. The February strike, however, represents a huge moment in Amsterdam's history when the whole population stood up and protested against what the Nazis were doing. Every February 25th, people of Amsterdam come together to commemorate this strike and what it meant. And they gather around this remarkable statue that was erected because after the war to remember the moment. It's called the Dog Worker by the Dutch sculptor Marie Andreasen. And it's actually really worth looking at because you can see it's a sculpture of not a heroic individual. He looks like a man in his middle age, somewhat perhaps overweight, still muscular. He is a dog worker, but he's not like Sweden, certainly not like the Nazi heroic model of like the bulging pectorals and things like that, with his strong chin and stuff. He's just a regular worker guy, and he's kind of looking up from his neighbor. His stance is not especially aggressive. He's just kind of like in a relaxed mode, but his hands are slowly clenching, as if he's coming to realize the enormity of the atrocity that is going on around him, and that dawning of insight of what the Nazi occupation meant for the people of Amsterdam, and especially the Jews of Amsterdam, begins to enrage the kind of collective spirit so captured this remarkable piece of art. I'm looking forward to visiting the statue in particular when fantastic nap. I hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise, and if not, I look forward to sharing with you the things I discover as I'm doing my research in advance, and of course, some video from on site. Thank you very much for watching. Everyone. One of you, very helpful. Otherwise, I'm going to get started with the rest of the Thank you much. Thank you very much for joining me on this game. I'm really excited about it. You know, a couple times a year, we get to go to various places and walk the first year and expedition. Usually try to pick up with us nice folks. And we basically just get to experience the history and really why we're out here is that's what we're out here. So today, preparation for I got so today, both of us but why don't I get started right with what else about the history of this okay, so here we go. As you can see here, it's on northwestern European continent. And here is a picture of Holland in particular. Several places, North and South Holland were the most significant. And the more important way to think of this area, though, is this political map, various provinces, but this map here, which of course shows that we're planning to take out in August, which how much of the map put under sea level. What part is the sky blue parts? Like right now, it's protected by some kind of island. If it were with the waters of the thing, how is it possible that right under the small this is the word very clever and well known. Hooks they might be created the world that the Dutch. This is not is massive water and on the earth from water you're able to act and the region could begin a full century just out water that so there and like areas by the Marine that short dose will not the Ryan water has more. But about part of the world where water. So you have a whole bunch of what if I'll take farmland out of if we all cooperate with these are done. But the other hand, recognizing that we're part of literally we culture has really words that which really go live in this kind of society together. If you have a neighbor who does something that is not politically, on that you're prepared if like society gets with our economic library cooperative nature, and that will be okay. And so that's all of that will be politics will be a lot of topics that are doing commercial Americans in the United States of America. One of the mill issue that what Jews. This is where the Jews so to step back a little so they're in the Netherlands. Nazim Ashkenaz, the northern. This is it's called this Ashkenaz. The name we don't know where those are. I don't know located. That term was associated with basically how we get there. Derived somewhat from the record of after they had already well settled there, and that was of the legendary that can be written the way it's trying to reality. When augment fascinating current DNA research, which says in a scientific manner actually bolsters. Here's how basically Jews got does just Netherlands, and then we're going to talk about how they got there. Start with first law, the Judea rebelled first century. That was crushed by the Romans for quite a while. It was a pitched series of battles, but eventually more years was the example. Smaller people are much rebellious in the year 30. All of remarkable where they were slaves. There were 100,000 from Judea. The number of that scholars and these are how basically got primarily through how to put this part this time from earlier bottom top. While they're living there, they're also died to begin to see the benefits based on those literary sources. A very small group of Jews, primarily from the north, all modern day descended more specific that is the mitochondria. A little bit of DNA that works against one another. Only now that the four specific DNA so generate these people version of allowed just so small groups at this time, and it's confirmed by major discoveries that when the DNA evidence reveals that they were not those people, that get to English to get rich, of their people who was discovered in the 21st century for reconstruction, which common countries well, once you get it, was discovered without all from in there at the same time. And very modern day Ashkenazi that threshold of permissibility to the corpses, things like that. So they study of tree on just like the trope. These people also Ashkenazi. So we're mixing together.
Well,
There are Nazi Jews.
no, I'm not going to answer every question in the world. If you like me to, I will. Just go to Ask Rabbi Anything. I'm working on things right now.
All kinds of as Jews before they typically screen themselves.
Time for any question you have. Just go to the Ask Rabbi.
Or the person that maybe their intent. We basically eventually marriage as a Jews never related. Found 800.
Somebody. No one wants to speak.
The 1970s, Ashkenazi Jews Western Europe. In particular, their proximity are Kazakhs, which there's a legend that in fact the modern are just so sorry and they're Middle Jews. Now, DNA research does not support with these actually but it's the purple line tree was you on and then Europe in line and they do very interesting. And then the Spain, you see the Nazi copies very far where they will become holy. That's basically your DNA largely corresponds. Look at the DNA of Jews, 50 distinct. The Ashkenazi, the Middle East, they're like, and about 45% but basically, about the largest the Rhineland, which goes to the west from the west. We got that rain out gone. Yeah, later when they come to Poland was not so it's not a lot to visit there anyway. And reading frequently as a person, lenders really over the course, but really this map is also a map that describes Spanish of the and then the 97 years of execution management. Let's just pause for a second. If you understand that it's massive. There was at that point Jewish population. Often done right, like what this actually the church this practice is baptized, even if it was not there. So, it happens. When you people who themselves with never to attend higher education. All of a sudden, there was a spectrum that came through the Christianity practice in every area of Earth because they were recognized, very high education. But the next 100 years, expulsion where society is the virgins back to groups, and they have been extremely active in their in society and the church. So, the church decides they decide to do something about this, and they was directed at those who baptized, and yet believed that the prayer was honored. And so we have this whole church-like stuff there. Another torture, which would use in torture. Under torture, these people would give up reliable, but eventually society got away. So by 1992, Rabbi versus a lot of people there. But you know why this is not working? I'm trying to act in Spain. Because they're all still baptized in practice. They're still maintaining schools, they're still maintaining culture, meat shops, and they're still maintaining, the medical services. So the good are always good at intellectual filtration. So to a lot of them, you Bella and that all the goes spend baptized as all the regular water must be exited. This is back to how to go to Exodus. As you can see, they're headed to Africa, headed to Jason, and another refuge go back to Israel, Colonel. To expel these Jews but all of them 14, I mean 7 like that was kind of fall off. But we're just doing this willing position in 30 years, 3 of them eventually were assimilated as Portuguese. Many Portuguese Jews in the 16th century began to seek ways to Portugal. Many of them went to Brazil, which was, of course, a Portuguese holding. Some of them even ended up in Amsterdam. That happened. A lot of evidence have this massive flux of people call themselves a separate nation. Who were basically building themselves as Jews, building synagogues, playing together, marrying within their own families, and yet they all trace their origins back to Portugal specifically, and they had status as Christians. They could travel to other countries, travel to the Jews had been evicted in the 13th century, and they became this important in their connections. Many of these Christian connections and or Netflix have this idea of get radically illegal, officially tolerated, even though she doesn't say anything about that point. Portuguese people, we know that the people are doing
You're good. Plus, you're good. I was trying to tell you, that's enough people came in, and no big deal. I appreciate
why
it.
should we? Because it's also in line.
Wow, you got that message.
Germanism was more held to its original position, Jesus, and so on, and these Portuguese make a really strong establishing communities there. Initially, most likely prior, region open about their 17th century. Went to the later on, Ashkenazi, who were from Eastern Europe, the wake of the Magnitsky uprising of 1640. So this stereotype of big brothers. Perspectives. This is a remarkable figure. Right, is someone that is extremely important. Julio da Costa, who was kids down his parents. Well, and he was unable to the Jewish society. I but that was based entirely the Christian, the Old Testament. Jacob is so regularly quite a bit of a gadfly on books criticizing some of it ultimately excommunicated more than what after back saying decided that rather case home. Like that's Jewish identity. As this flag, as this he's got this $1,000. golden curl, languidly full of flowers, while looking at it. That's what we do overlap years in it. Process as the unlike of us with people somehow that's fine. We're going to go on your way. Same artist. Several years later, made it special. Still the same was in the perspective I would essentially all this is there's a lot of things knows that in but in many ways was also excoriated not only antithetical to the protection of the community, the Jewish community, I everyone stay in line, have times on proper government. Whereas in this painting, you see it as breaking that up. I just want to say, indicative, like, place this central landmark demonstrated that on, hundreds of houses. Should be this, which the artist himself has being of being tossed over into the waves and swallowed and Jacob's side. One of the things see is he is very important. If the word as take this up, how many you're an American. Famous you're looking at trees. So Jews are themselves very much involved in Dutch society. And one of the most growing the lowest history, specifically during the Olympics. That is the unprecedented is a history that we can consider specifically by the strike. Yes, average workers in and felt of strike was, as you can imagine, horribly and really complicated. These companies choose their was erected memorial in this identity, right? Shows a dock worker, and as you can see from this artist chose not to portray something neo-Soviet here and which put a bit of travesty in this kind of example, as it's also like artificial stuff. This is like say, those 40s, ready. It's just a regular working job, but he's looking up to the sky, and the hands are like swollen, right? Punching. Yes, feel the anger and now Jews are portraying his fellow citizens. And becomes resolved, which is very that's a much larger story. But heroism and of course that's and playing lots of people heavy or rip to all those but after the Holocaust was particular Jewish population is eventually still in these regions and whether the Guinness Sweden and but God willing, I'm looking forward to meeting this in person and it's most from all really the choice now I'm going to turn to the Q&A through thank you very much for doing yeah. So the class his parents and his lives around kind of was used by people who were crypto or so term. So always like which means his Torres I think after this because they want to compensate wealthy Jews because the Jews were forced to take them time. That way they could fund their narrow south. That is the economic which really want to get all they could not only totally utilize it's a massive debate. To explain the the expression. The Christians were up tomorrow. It's still money. Um, basically, fight is a send them off. This is a phenomenon that the Italian Jews were also varying degree of enthusiasm. For example, Spain, Portugal, We did have of the stuff. Really quite fast. Most I was for Dutch. I think the that's something we should recall as the mass very how they occupy states in the West. Very, very replacing I intend to put it on there. Mr. Byrne on or a conversion there. Thank you all very much for joining me. I think that's not possible. Over the next few months on my YouTube. Thank you very much. We all have a fellow students of Jewish history. We did a lot of research lately in preparation for our visit to the Netherlands with I came across this one individual who was so fascinating that I have to share his life story. His name is Lopo Ramirez, and he also had an alias named David. The reason for his alias is specifically because he was a crypto Jew from Portugal, went to Amsterdam, and decided to start living as a Jew. Very common individual on many different planes of his career. So let's go into his first one. In Lisbon, Portugal, 1594, is almost a century after the forced conversion of Portugal, which resulted in several generations of crypto Jews, Jews who were forced to exhibit the external lifestyle of Christians, but internally they had various degrees of relationship to their Jewish identity. As we've discussed in many other classes, this gave them advantages in society because as Christians they were no longer bound by anti-Semitic restrictions of not allowing them to attend higher education or travel or businesses, all kinds of things. But nevertheless, to varying degrees, these families maintained some internal Jewish identity, married amongst themselves, and so on. Was a great example of the resilience of the courage and the Indian Portuguese Jewry that over several generations of this bizarre kind of dual lifestyle. And yet, in Amsterdam and later in his work, he was a founder of the communities there. Very so, the name Curiel, which is his Jewish name, probably came from an individual named Curiel del Duero, who came from Castile in Spain. And he had already immigrated with the 1492 expulsion of the Jews, and then was caught up in the forced conversion of the Portuguese. He said, which is also visited as culture, as a tremendous University there, very deeply associated with a lot of crypto Jews as well. Perhaps the most important person in the family background is a woman named Abigail, who was a Muslim crypto Jew, and she was also in a relationship with another crypto Jew who had already attained the status of Portuguese nobility. His name is Rothschild. So that meant that all of her children had both crypto Jewish background and Portuguese local background. By the turn of the 16th century, however, the family was in a bit of a crisis because there were letters that were exchanged between the Portuguese members of the family and some of the Italian members of the family, and those letters were discovered, and this essentially happened in Portuguese as crypto Jews. So the Portuguese branch of the family had started to flee Portugal, and many of them ended up in Amsterdam, which was a city for Jews. That will get to the part of the individual cultural. His father was Gerardo Nunez Ramirez. This is a very common name associated with these crypto families. He was a famous doctor in Lisbon who was very much involved in practicing and teaching Judaism secretly. We know this because with some of the relatives of the family who were arrested by the Inquisition. They transcripts of the torture, confessions, things like that. So we actually have this sad, tragic record of what was actually going on. So when Ramirez died in 1609, and he was a very prominent individual, and especially doctors held a lot of sway, so frequently they were under severe persecution. But once he died, his family was exposed. So Ramirez's wife and children fled. First, and Alfred Ramirez, local, was 15 years old at the time. They lived in France for a while, but his mother died 5 years later, and local, with the younger sister, ended up in Amsterdam. In Amsterdam, he ended up running as a very successful businessman using connections with the local Portuguese Jewish community. He ended up becoming extremely successful in both the jewelry and the perfume trade. They were raising these bizarre animals called the African civet cats that apparently excrete kind of a musk on their anal glands. I kind of went down a little bit of a rabbit hole looking at that aspect of the perfume industry. Anyhow, he got married to a woman named Maria, and you should not be confused by that name. Maria was a Christian name. Her actual name is Rothschild. She was a Jew as well. So, working in this trade, becoming extremely wealthy, he was also highly regarded for his personal integrity, and he was named at the age of 24 to the Rabbi of the Jacob Synagogue Master, a very, very important position, and handled it very well. He was especially involved with a that ended up in a great woman which happens all the time, and he managed to have smooth relations between the parent and the child and make sure that the treasurers of the institution were able to combine their funds to ensure that the poor of Amsterdam were to be properly treated by the charitable funds. He was later very influential, several decades later, in bringing together now 3 synagogues to form one single organization. It was very much a sign of his business and his personal integrity. So it was a particularly traumatic moment in his life. He was 34 years old, and he was showing a stock of jewels to a customer from Germany when he turned his back to the customer, and the customer attempted to murder him, slitting his throat. Miraculously, he survived by bringing himself out of the grip of this customer, and the attacker was then caught and was in fact tried and executed, and his corpse was sold to the University of Leiden for dissection. So you definitely not want to mess with those more on the evidence because, anyways, he had a whole episode of the whole episode recorded first in Portuguese and then translated into Hebrew. So one kept the school recording that particular story with him at all times, every travel. And on Purim, the family would read this scroll every year alongside the Book of Esther. So it was kind of like his personal Purim story. Perhaps the reason why he was most famous, however, going well beyond what he did in the Jewish community, was that he ended up becoming very deeply involved in high-level diplomacy involving Spain and Portugal, which had significant tensions at this time. He was very much involved in lots of international affairs, working with both became a major promoter of his extreme homeland. What we see in our youth waking up on here, we can actually show you how simple time that even when they are, estranged from their land, not able to return because of the Inquisition, it's really their tremendous love for their home country. And in fact, in this case, Liverpool was defeated by the king of Portugal. He was made knight, Caballero de la Casa Real, but he could still not return to the homeland where he was officially a knight. Another great example of this is Rodriguez de Castelo Branco, who took the Latin name Amantas, great famous Jewish doctor, who was a revolutionary cryptography, and his pen name Amantas Lucianus means in Latin lover of Portugal. So that return still done a great job for now. Certain folks that at Portugal were not always appropriate to appreciate as a knight. The King of Portugal was advised, like that would be thief in Germany, do not mess with local Ramirez. He was told by ambassador, whatever you do, make sure you pay local Ramirez on time for his services because he can be quite dangerous. Where we would see this next, this other side of it is in a controversy that occurred a little bit later in his life. I don't want to go into too many details here, but you can look at the information box on the YouTube that will give you the link to an article that discusses in detail. Basically, there were three Jewish men who married three brothers in law to each other. One of the other brother-in-laws, a very wealthy man, he died in 1641, and he left his massive fortune to his orphan 4-month-old daughter. His wife had already been taken. And he made his two brothers-in-law who were as the guardian of the child. So his other brother-in-law takes care of this 4-month-old daughter, who is hugely wealthy. His father left her a massive amount of money, but none of the estate was left to the aunts, but his sister, the two sisters, one of the first passed away, Ramirez, his wife, and his sister-in-law. So at a certain point later on, the brothers-in-law sought to use a legal technicality to try and claim some of that money for themselves. This was disdained by the Amsterdam community, and Mahamad, which is essentially the formal organization, they placed both of the brothers-in-law, including our local legally, which is a form of ostracism that is one level short of inherent, which is a much more stringent and sometimes called an excommunication. But generally, used legally and declared quite frequently. You may be familiar with the case involving Carlos Spinoza, Ula da Costa, and others. So this status really lasted a very long time. And Lopo Ramirez himself, a very proud man, he had organized for himself the possibility of living openly as a Jew in this was something that was not done at all, but he had ruling authorities, and even though the people himself opposed allowing Ramirez to move to Antwerp and set up there, he nevertheless was allowed to do so. He was not allowed to, however, synagogue there. He could have guests and so on, and sometimes there's report that he even had all kinds of people coming from Stuttgart and lived in tents openly during that holiday. Well, eventually, the case was resolved after years. Lopo Ramirez went back to Amsterdam. He apologized, made a massive reconciliation payment to make amends, charity, and ultimately regarded Amsterdam as he was passed away in Rotterdam, but he was able to Amsterdam. Fascinating story. David. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this, and I hope you'll be able to come with us on this trip to the Netherlands, which promises to be absolutely fascinating. And if you're not willing or interested videos for you to enjoy as well. Thank you very much for watching. Students of Jewish history. So, in preparation for the I came across a remarkable story. Rabbi Amsterdam. And there's so much I got to tell you about it. Let me start first of all by talking about the period of time. It's an era of the so-called Indian Republic. This Amsterdam was created by the French, who brought the tremendous that were the revolution, specifically for Jewish history, but of course important for general, is the creation of the right of man and citizen that claimed as part of the revolutionary value. The Dutch Republic became the Batavian Republic. Move with this, and let's stay with these ideas. This time we're rather divided. Most Jews who were very much in favor of, there were no, and there were those who were saying, no, let's emancipate. And it was so intense that actually there were fist fights fighting in the weren't just attacking those who were revolutionaries, not just Jews but non-Jews. This was eventually August of 1795 when authorities of the Batavian put the Parnas, those were the traditional leaders of the Jewish party, and actually Jewish quarter to make sure that, but it showed that Jews were united on this. Just to give you a sense of the kind of fundamental, conservatism of the Jewish community, here's a beautiful Torah of 1898, has written on it, Kete Torah, in the year coronation, a mantle that the coronation of a non-queen or president or anything like that, but and conservatism that's often happened. But anyway, on the other side, progressive community, those who wanted to adopt the revolution that came with the invasion, which eventually got the liberty. One third of this group of Jews was equal rights for Jews all around. Now, to recap, if you talk about the era of Napoleon and so on, French were 9, and when citizen, there was a Jews. And I was like, wait a second, we weren't necessarily thinking about that. Well, they took about a year. They said, okay, we smarred him. We're close enough to the French people. And then a year later, everyone, they said, okay, fine. All the Jews be emancipated. What emancipation was the right to They were also emancipated. They got the vote to exercise that. And ultimately, in 1798, what finally appointed to public office, Salomon Nasser was the member of the city. Now, wanted similar democracy, not only of the overall society, but also of the Jewish community. They wanted to oligarch structure of the leadership of the Jews called the community. Uh, Typically, holders who those men was by property and wealth and so on. And although the was in good stead.
In your opinion, what's the worst thing?
At this point,
Oh shit! Are you from New York? What do they say the train? Probably the same.
Really,
Like 2 hours.
even though the Canadian was experiencing very frustrating, they moved.
There's always something. What's Smiley's favorite? So glad that you asked. The cheek without any question, and it's too short, and I'm down the platform. I've never, no matter how hard I try, in the right place at the right time. I think anything is see it because there's a lot of crazy people.
And they had their own understand.
Anything coming?
You have later on, about years later, in front, it's something that was known as the separation, the secession of the Orthodox Jews from the more liberal in that. So this actually was quite a good century. Anyway, this new people, and they had their own shul. They appointed Dayan, Rabbi. His name Zach is 1738. Now, we're going to return to the subject. There were about 20,000 members of old new key. 108 of them were actually being members in 1790. So it was much smaller than it's in between Jews. I would love to go prove that was kind of like literary war between the and the Nuki. They published Yiddish language called community for their old community attacking the new community for their up. And some of it was actually amazing. The old community, for example, published advertisements for events to be hosted by the community, saying that they were going to be serving officers and officers, and have Monday night smoking rooms, all the violations of the law. Completely false. Anything like that. Actually look at what were the things at the time that were so difficult. dish, things like that. The end services, switching Dutch language, civic membership that have not had although the rest of the liturgy, this particular implies that but because almost every city and I always always and the night, said, no, we're all singing together. On the third, almost like there are all these long medieval compositions, extra things, long, have been composed, maybe not but do the prayer. Okay? And this is also a common thing in most of today. Skip all those prayers today. They will be really. But at the back, it's there's some options. These are relatively minor things, but nevertheless cause a huge problem. One of the goals of the changes, however, was that I that they don't certain foods, are essentially starting fresh, starting new. So right? Starting this one is fine. Back with that film came and it said, going to like abolish information, but the integrated but in that context, ultimately, that's a lot of tobacco. So, but I care. They are from conference. This I was from Rabbi. Uh, it's like a very pure ritual. You can see like the artificial that common at the time, the 19th century, like this. And sort of next to him, because Rabbi Orama is a book which was Yitzhak, right? And the pillars of the passage in Mishnah. The word stands on the pillar of the and on so interesting that these three specifically. But what's his story? It's recorded by Israel Granville, who's one of the Granville family. And at the end of his life, the family, after the family, Granville, opened a temple, military family. It appears that other dog, 5 years old, and that should study the 5 books of Moses. And it comes up, yes, perhaps she was actually Jewish, have been the
What's up, Chinese merchants? Hope you're doing well.
not but at any rate, she gave him. He was the emperor, and on in life. This
Yo,
is
hold on.
his dream.
And congratulations. Keep on keeping on. Oh, man. Hope you have a safe flight. What do I think about what? I think it's, like I said, I don't think it's a good idea to get involved with that because the payoff isn't there. If you get caught, you can go to jail. Again, you can make money. I know it's cool, but you're taking huge risks, dude. The police to get people to do that shit. But it's really big up.
The Torah repented. I guess that's kind of. And he got read the. And over the course of his adult life, he began really attended church. And for Saturdays, rest and so on. And finally, at the age of 69, decided he would convert to he, his wife, and their 8 children. Matthias, who was born in 1730. In fact, in pretty much all of Europe, were forbidden to do some. We're talking the period, and there's like and a place where he could do it conceivably. And so he moved to this place, Judaism, and ultimately they converted. He and his wife Leah and their children because Matthias, son or Isaac, makes him like the son of Abraham. The son, Isaac, father of Torah, coming over to Nazareth, and a very high level rabbi known as a Dayan, a judge. And then he was ultimately chosen to be the leader. So his father converting in his old age to Judaism, and Matthias with him, ultimately, what an amazing individual story. Books. I hope you'll be able Not, I look forward to sharing some of our experiences. Um, thank you very much. Hello, fellows, Jewish history. Just a couple weeks ago, I came across this amazing map, and I saw a reproduction of it in a black and white photograph. I thought that was so fascinating. And when I did research, I was able to look at it actually on the Bibliothèque Nationale website. I'm going to share this with you. So fascinating. This is a 14th century map by a Jewish cartographer named Abraham Kreskes. Spent a little bit of time talking about his biography, the relationship of then we're going to look deep at the atlas, other Jewish activities. Just fascinating. First of all, let's get his name right. It's kind of confusing, actually. He's known in literature as Abraham Kreskes. Actually, Kreskes was his given name. Abraham was his father. A way, apparently, that in the 14th century, double name, son of Patrick. He also had a separate Hebrew name, Elisha, and he used that in other contexts. Which was a Spanish holding part of the 1305 to 1387. So although Abraham Kreskes was definitely a world-class photographer, it's not really surprising involved in this field in general. Many, many Jews in the 14th, 15th, deeply involved. In fact, one might say right up in the 21st century when like that. The reasons are pretty obvious. First of all, Jews tended to be urban, numerate, nations, all the knowledge and so they're involved in studying the latest scientific information. They tend to be much abreast of what was going on throughout the time. Secondly, the law associated with travel. I spoke in an earlier video about the Radhanite merchants of the 9th century who were all over Europe and Asia at that time. Fascinating. And we have travel options. Bella, so with the combination of medical skills, wide base just largely for commerce and the long association with astronomy. It's not surprising. Jews were heavily involved in the creation of mountains, so smaller targets and maritime powers who were deeply involved in exploration of the land, not only involved in the creation of navigation like this, the astrolabe, which is the museum, and you can see that it's keep characters and things like that. So, I'll look at where a place called Alma. And as I pulled up a map from this background, that really powers one of our coaches. This is some amazing places. We next year. Thank you for listening to that product. Probably commissioned by Jonathan first. And it was intended, most likely, and it has been studied for centuries. Scholars. I'm the work of area from Dr. Funk. Absolutely work on this. Smart history. When I discovered it, there filled with fantastic articles on Jewish history. But a lot of the research that we sent comes from so the atlas itself is made of they're about 65 by 50 centimeters dimension, or about 25 centimeters. Over time, they have been separated. They were put onto parts of boards and then folded up, separated like this. The map that I have behind me shows after the parts of the first two I like materials, which is like zodiac and things like that. These are actually productions people use gorgeous. Unfortunately, it's split half. What's exciting? There's a couple of ways in which this kind of life happens. So, miles ahead, geographic, just the worlds ahead of it. It's so fun. Other maps there. But basically, two ways of representing the world. That breaks it kind of like a theological, philosophical type representation of this map software, which it's kind of interesting relationship of religious figures aspect of the world, those things that interesting, but not especially practical when you're actually navigating. On the other hand, you have maps like this, they're called Portolan charts, right? Especially laid out with latitude and longitude. It looks a lot more like a map today, but by comparison, and this is roughly contemporary Catalan Atlas, like some places and differences between them. What was so amazing on the Catalan Atlas is it really was something like an encyclopedia. It was not just, a reliable representation of that of the known world. It also had really important, relevant political facts about the also first by the way to incorporate to us now. Idea those of us shows which way. So that's amazing. So amazing different. Far beyond of these biological maps on one hand, and on the other hand, Rothschild charts, which are right now, say it. Well, let's have so here is a representation. See on the right, the back screen. A screenshot. And so this is the way of and you can see that actually really interesting. First of all, it was not really a lot of sitting in one position. Literally, I think they probably laid on a big table and they probably walked around the table. Because sometimes they're presented sideways and things like meetings, but also, for example, geographic, so on, sometimes political, the coast guard, it's the bottom center there, which is the holdings, special consideration, so on. So an economic influence, holding the goods is how we made so much good from Africa that actually depressed the price of oil in Egypt for decades. So this was giving the information about, metallurgy, expert knowledge, controls it, does run with it, and how it will be there, but also economics and so on. Well, sometimes they're fanciful, it's like, it's wrong, right? It's actually, that which map maker is careful to point out. It's not actually putting it here symbolic. It's just the bottom of it actually is water, maybe the regular watercolor, but while we're in the Middle East, we really should have a quick look at it. And we, of course, which is represented here, kind of interesting like this. Like her dimensions, it appears like he's represented from down generic. So it looks like the proportions so you can see are separated by far from each other. Of course, we use proportions. The big chart that so the right in the center, of course, is catering to his expression of that nature. Although there are many references throughout the map. Sign of it. Here you have moving to the east, a fascinating representation of elephant, which is actually not far from never actually saw an elephant in his life because the portions of it, the size of it, but Nicholas he tried really hard to rely on what Rothschild could get of an elephant's representation. Now, he also represents all the way out to China. This is not too long after Marco Polo returned from his east and out east. He's relying principally on travelogues, but not on navigational accounts to actually map out the Chinese coastline. And he puts a lot of weird things there based on information, like for example, golden and logbook, that's the powers that are associated with the last battle of the world. You can see pictures, towards the bottom left, you can see Satan there, in China, apparently, is discussing between Alexander, apparently is the Greek Alexander the Greek. So it gets kind of weird the further east you go. West, of course, is not represented at all because of this use of architecture for the Americans. So, the possibility and has a huge impact on the whole history of the development of the economy, culture, education, and which is the different. I want to conclude by saying that one of the most things that is the representation of the materialistic aspect of the Spanish Golden Age Jewish history. One of the really unusual aspects of this movement, which is sometimes called the Puritan cultism, was that Jews, Christians, Muslims, more or less, barely left. There are some exaggerations, but there's some significant punctuations of violence for sure, and it didn't last all that long. This is an 1820s, absolutely amazing. By Jews when they are given the opportunity to participate after the revolution. And one of those aspects, looking back on this, I've seen several papers on individuals both clans in their Jewish activity and in their secular activity. This is something we rarely see in Jewish history. For example, I know you have Jews who are incredibly great in studying the Talmud or writing Jewish books or creating Jewish art or something like that. But they're all in this whole time generally. In the United States or Nobel Prize winners at the same time in chemistry. I mean, that's very rare. Both of these together. For example, in Spain, you have a Jewish poet and ultimate scholar, published in both areas, named Sabbath, who is also general of a Muslim armed Grenada for 16. Right? Like, it just doesn't happen. They have great rabbis in Lakewood, but also not in the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. also illustrating Jewish watercolors. Particularly, there's a Bible art after a later Alta manuscript shows this example. It's illustrated with 30 carbon pages. This is a pair of book illumination. Incredibly here, for example, you see a rod which has a kind of much part of the this party. Words from the text and the text. Also, decorated Bibles materials that kind of useful to try to understand what's going on. Last you see a bunch of links in intensive service describe the Bible the way you see Noah, various other footnotes. Absolutely fascinating. Okay, I hope you enjoyed Catholic. I hope that you'll be able to join us on one of our cases because we actually this site where Jewish history is made. If not, I really look forward to sharing these videos with you. Thank you very much. Watching. Preparing for habit of tragic story. So let me give you a little bit of background. That happened evening the National which celebrates the entry of the you can see it the building the right kind of feelings of having building coming across the canal that you see the great massive edifices built in the late 7th century that testified to the presence of Jews and one place because the events that are described today happen in the Ashkenaz. So let's also part of the Ashkenaz land that was from water, and the first Jews to make it were the so-called German in Dutch, one place, the Nazi from the heart that the Rhine River in northern Germany, and they make their way already tree also come up from one so Jews actually started arriving early enough they call cryptocurrency because our Jews are typically descended from those Jews who had been exiled from Spain and their way into Portugal. And then in Portugal, where they thought they would be safe, at least for a while, they were forcibly mass baptized in the year 1497. So they gave them kind of an unusual status. They had a strong Jewish identity. Baptized against their will, but they they forced to live in secret and so they weren't likely to Jews. Sometimes people call them appropriate line. But they had Christian now with much greater freedom. They could pursue a higher education. Many of these crypto what the in Amsterdam, where they were able to be their Jewish identity. They identified as Portuguese Jews after and finally a lot of English refugees come out in India. Not in the biggest they called Ukrainian refugees because they came from the western part of Ukraine. Economically analyzed primarily with and so there's a huge influx of Western Europe coming. They are also Ashkenazi, so we have two different flavors of Ashkenazi. The high German Jews and Italian English Jews, Ukrainian people are, and also the Portuguese crypto Jews who are Sephardic. So that's our basic map of nature. The story that I've been telling you is from remarkable long, 74 pages. It was written by a scholar named David Moses. His article is absolutely fantastic. It's very not that great and also actually quite a bit. It's a lot like German. If and one of the articles well scholars who specialize in scholarship is looked by other scholars in the 20th century. I think partially because this video speaks to research focus, but it was published in 1940. Now, who was the author? The Secretary of the Dutch, and also the Secretary of the Dutch Jewish Association. That's their faith or dialogue with a long civil servant of the primarily second or third, maybe mid-decade service. We would call it a generation. It had a doctorate of these bases, the lack of these, and actually quite a bit of studies based largely on Bible sources that are not had in their lives. Was also a Dutch patriot, and the important of the war. If you have your times out of I think that's part of the right. That's the imperative of the third from the right, and here it's in the setting of closing up 1938 with soldiers and this like he was so much more decades for his 70th birthday. February 1941, established times. That's Last training put that. That's what happened. Let's go down to the actual story that based on his archival research from we should realize that in the 17th century of this conflict, you had a lot of conflict in several rabbis and congregations, very powerful, what we would call today presidents of the communities. Quite often these got quite ranked a certain amount of litigation. There was also the huge tumult inspired by the Sabbatean movement, the false Messiah, Shabbatai Tzvi, who engendered a tremendous amount of enthusiasm and opposition in Amsterdam as you move into the second half of the 17th century. In general, one of the things that always talks about is that in the end of there's more and more open leadership. There is more question of people and heckling in the synagogues. Things like this. It really should not happen. This reminds me that we produce quite a bit of our own stick violence. Sure, it means kind of like something random, but it's so prevalent that it's bound to happen. Like, for example, if it is running around with a pair of scissors, eventually someone's going to get it. God forbid. I don't want that to happen. But it's like almost guaranteed. As the other Amsterdam resident from about this time, Moshe Lusato, a blind man beside a river is bound to happen. But the randomness of it, the likelihood of harm,
how are you guys? Hello, we're just listening
to be proficient in the Dutch language, which you might think that's basically modern sentiment where that's art adopted in the countries in which it's not at all common in the late 1600s, so it was a challenge. As a community, the Hochdeutsch had to merge by government into one thing. So you had two Ashkenazi together. They're really, not necessarily from typically what happened in the Ashkenazi in the 1700s. New concept enter. Tall man, apparently charismatic, and as a cousin, voice of Cantor. And he introduced that innovation and exactly. In Dutch is he started using a zinger as. Totally not traditional in Orthodox. And this, of course, is what I'm saying about. So well before you had Reform, with 200 years before you had Reform. So this is really back that like a tenor voice or something like that. Another background, so a baritone, I guess. And so reciting the prayers have like and guys standing behind him who would like it's more beautiful. Which is great, but a theatrical performance, a lot of challenges in terms of, for example, if prayers require the name of God, that's fine, it's part of the prayer, but no one else is allowed to say that except in prayer. And the zinger and the mass, are they actually praying So when the 7th century, there were two camps in the those who liked the innovative thought and history of Yechiel Michal of Lublin, and those who couldn't stand it. And there was like a calling and anger, and it was especially prevalent at one particular moment in the ceremony where people would be called up for the 7 years of the Torah during the Sabbath. And it's very common that they recite a blessing on the person who was called up for the Shabbat. And in that Shabbat, the person who was blessed is invited to make a donation to the synagogue or pledge a donation. Also mention his family and the rabbi and people he liked, and say that and for what was going on, the these two camps, the pro Fingerbas and the anti Fingerbas. Remember, one of those camps got up and got Aliyah in Eshber with a special thank you to Yechiel Michal, the singer in the box. So beautifully. All the anger and vice versa. It got way out of hand. So much so. 700 rabbi posted a fine, 200 numbers, and everyone who started for a little while. Rabbi passed away. Rabbi, his name is Rabbi Aryeh Leib David, a very open artist. Holy Shabbat, Sabbath of the Sabbath that is between Rosh Hashanah and the holiday of Yom Kippur, which is a high holy day. During this Sabbath, the idea is that you're supposed to hopefully work on yourself to be a better person. So you go into Yom Kippur and it September 7th. Island broke out over the body. So often, the rabbi had a heart attack. Right away, the community, they stepped up and they abandoned this nation. And they punished those who were Babel Wowsers, but the rabbi never passed away on his life. To that tragic story, it's a lot of not only the nature of this fascinating community of the early 18th century, but also, I think, black
history video from like you're interested in culture, record. This is supposed to be.
fellow students of streets. As I this remarkable development of tolerance that is associated with the Dutch people, the Netherlands, and with the African Americans. Viewed from an American perspective, quite often, this tolerance, when you look at it, it's more complex particulars, especially when you look at the economics and the demographics. Religious tolerance was more of an expression of pragmatism. In other words, think about the actual land that this reclaimed land. Back to the sea. That's like to say God made the world, but the Dutch made it. Anyways, like Venice, hated an offshore habitation to habitats from the neighbors of Europe. And it's represented by a group of people getting together by their claiming the boat lands and building pilot down into the seabed. Ultimately, great cities that become Venice are the development of commercial activity. So in order to do this, they basically had to cooperate. They had to work together to create polders, which are the region that they have to maintain dams, they have to build windmills in order to pump the water out of the wetland and sort of extend the amount of social cooperation. This created a kind of an attitude, a mindset of people that they travel right with their seas. And that the Dutch said, us, even though we tolerate diversity, we have to build a lot of prisons. That's the way we figured that they achieve this animalistic economy. Especially the Jewish people, as a result of their kind of situation in much of Europe, they looked for these kind of rulers to develop their economic issues. See this as a way to control the culture because of the people. The Native Americans, where the Jews are those who are those who are West, that's the place to go this. New York itself is one of those frontier places. So there's only there is a certain freedom from history of persecution. That's something that I find what I like today is the fact that tolerance in the Netherlands did not come as a single idea. Someone saying, you know what, I've got a great idea. Let's all do this. Let's all tolerate difference and all of a sudden happen. Not at all. There was much less innovation. I wanted to think of the Netherlands as something more medieval. It was something more modern that we look to manage tolerance and ultimately that's what we decided. What I'd like to talk about today is a snapshot of the 16th century, which is especially over the golden age of Netherlands when it comes to the British, but we can actually trace this which is right up to the 20th century. The Holocaust is a great struggle over the use of African French society, but that's not what we're talking about. So, unlike France, which has like a great declaration of the rights of man and citizen, and like the United States of America, with so those 18th century examples, with the Declaration of Independence, but that there is like some grand gesture, there's experimentation, there's moving back and forth, there's different ideas are tested out, and let's look at that period of the laboratory of ideas with Netherlands, right? Especially Jews really how get the actual material that was patched down and then they also struggled with diversity. They didn't automate the level of tolerance as we see, of course, was like and shown but for now, let's just say this for the 16th century. So let us now respond to this. Understandably, Protestants arguments are not as tolerant extreme.
Nancy, can you hear me? Excellent. I'm going to tag you in something and let you know. Okay, I just posted it. Where you look on the front page, and it should be under the hearts.
Yep, I got a heart.
No shit, it worked. Oh, I'm gonna take it out. Can you imagine how powerful that is? And we're not even following each other.
You will be now, but yeah.
Don't follow it. Don't follow it. No, I like it. I mean, not that I have a problem with you following me. You actually can, but I like it that you're like a random account, so you can see things better. You know, sometimes it'll let you in if it's like when I send you a random ass message. I want it to hit you like a random ass person, not like someone who's following. You get what I'm saying? If you're following me, sometimes it will allow my message. If you're not following me, it should reject it a lot of the time. But that's so that's good. So get this, dude. I fucking created a robot on that literally just takes the top. This is no fucking slight. I mean, I don't know why anybody isn't doing this, but as I look at this is fucking really smart. Okay, so what is it? I need to spread a YouTube link, right? But I can't do it really well. Like, how do I do it directly to the motherfucker? Like directly, not just spamming random, but directly. Instagram. So how do I get like a bunch of Instagram usernames? Well, that's actually really difficult. Believe it or not, they don't just provide huge fucking lists of everything. They just don't. The reason why is because they don't want people to automate it. They also don't want to give away all that information. So what I do is I go to the Kick Just Chatting front page and I scroll all the way to the, as close to the bottom as I can. I hit Control A and copy. Then I go to ChatGPT. ChatGPT, please just give me the username. None of the other garbage in there, just chatting, or 18 plus, or the IRL, or any of that shit. Weird. I don't know what that phone just went down. Anyway, and ChatGPT, like fucking that, just gives me a list of fucking perfect usernames. Something that would have taken hours and hours of me to manually do, and has taken me hours and I've always used bots for this. I don't have the fucking time to do that. I mean, maybe I did it for like how tedious it is, and I've used bots for fucking 3 years on different ways. And what I would use then is called an email scraper or a username scraper. But this is a little different. I guess it is a username scraper, but it's AI. So it's more. So I take all that information and then put it into a document that's just usernames. And I have three windows open. I can show this to you. It's pretty easy to understand. One just has a username, one has Instagram, and one has a message. And what I do is I create go and create a new message. And it grabs that person's username, and 95% of the time, their Instagram is exactly the same. Like yours, if I were to take SDNC on Kick and put it in the Instagram search, it finds you because you're the first person who's going to show up with such a similar name or Instagram. And so it grabs that person and then it sends them a message. And the message that it sends them is Kick ban this interview with Rabbi Rothschild and Ori. And then it gives the link. And then it sends it. And it doesn't just send a text of it, it sends that picture. So you see, like, oh, this is a YouTube video. This is a legitimate YouTube link. And I do that because I can see the picture and it's as legitimate. And I wouldn't send a picture like that. I don't know. People will study behavior as a quote unquote hacker in the future. I'm sure. They're fairly certain. And if they recognize, like, I don't want anything malicious.
Your kids just know that you're going to follow them.
Yeah. I basically know I'm now starting to spam people on this. And that's a whole different deal. Why? You know what? It's okay. It's one thing to just be on somebody's ass on one platform. But then when you're on their ass on another platform, it's a pretty big platform. Instagram is still, all these people are on it. It's really easy to connect with them. And now I'm just going to create bots that are just tagging these motherfuckers' usernames. And the accounts that are tagging them are like, "Sop is female ejaculate." Like, who the fuck has a name like that? What the fuck is it? Like, who the fuck do you think you are? You can fucking annoy the shit out of me on my dick. I get that. Take the news. But now it's Instagram. Dude, fuck you. Get the fuck out of my life. And that's exactly what I want. Then I'll leave them there at free. And eventually they'll watch that fucking interview with Mari and Stefan. And okay, all right. Maybe you're not so bad. But you come off as really bad. Just like Ari said. If you don't know it for sure, it's just about forget it. And then enough wearing it someone and they're interviewing you on their platform. You've seen me do this on Kick basically from the start of my interaction with Kick, and these people are starting to hook up. So that's exciting. Another rabbi liked my message. I mean, I didn't need that. This is not a religious message, and I'm not sending it to the, I'm sending it to the influencer community. But just because I have random rabbis in my who follow me or I follow them, of course, literally there's the time that I've just gone through rabbi on Twitter, and they'll follow me back, or they'll do this thing. They'll follow all the rabbis on Twitter, and they'll follow me for whatever reason. So they do get in there. I wouldn't expect it to respond, but that's really nice. All right, now what are we doing? Yeah, it does. But then again, you never know what something. Um, like a lot of times, if I get something in hidden request, whatever, I generally ignore it. I shouldn't say these things fucking drive me crazy. It's almost as if you send me a hidden message, and I know to look at my hidden message. I kind of get fascinated. Why did they put it in there? Is it because your account? Is it because of the message? Like, what is it about? Like, are you trying to scam me? Now I'm really fucking interested. And so I'll click on it, and I'll be like, oh. Pardon me? Well, and I know a lot of people don't look for their hidden messages, so I'll probably win only like probably 20% of people who are kind of making these things. But it's just very interesting. Oh, all right. Has been seen started following me from your video. All right, there you go. All right, so what I'm going to do is set up another bot that is going to like individual people things, just like you can't use the IG. Just one, that's it. That's the fucking comment. That's it. And if you think that there's more, that's fine. Oh, here's what sucks. Instagram only allows you to upload 15 minutes of like video, but then if you do a live video, you can do a 4-hour video. Why? I don't fucking know. I don't get it. But what does that mean for this? I'm just gonna upload. I uploaded 15 minutes of the video. If you are so fucking dumb that you cannot figure out where to find the rest of this video, that's fine. I should say so fucking dumb. It's really hard to find. Nothing like that. But I mean, if you're really interested at that point, you'll be able to find the rest of it. And if not, it literally is in like the title. Or really, really want to watch it. So what I'm gonna do is just pound out people's fucking. And the thing is, they all know who I am. You heard Ari say, all these motherfuckers know who I am. But now it's going to be something, this motherfucker's on another platform. Now he's fucking with me on another platform. Imagine it, you Cassidy, see, and one of these motherfuckers who comes in all the time and is like, hey, I got graphic design or whatever, you know, join my Discord or whatever. Then they start following you on another platform. It would make me think, how many other fucking platforms are you gonna follow me on? Exactly. You know what's interesting is I haven't even talked about that yet. That's one of my big points, and in both these interviews, Ray speaks into it, which shows you how fucking deep my conversation depth is. I talk about the extinction with random people a few times a day usually, but just in those two interviews, I haven't hit on it, and usually it's because um, I'm just going on to something else. But both those interviews, I think afterward, okay, is there anything that I really wish that I would have hit? Probably the extinction would have been a different one, but that's fine. I mean, it's a we're busy. Exactly. Exactly. And I'm fine with that. I like having more stuff up my sleeve, and I do mention. Yeah, the the insurance. Oh yeah. With the Brazilian butler. Yeah. That's pretty deep. I'm for it. It's an expensive campaign, but I'm for it. We'll have the money to do that. We'll certainly have the money to flip.
Screenshot of killing me. Pizza might not help. Yeah. So we'll get that thing on, you all. Uh, or we do just Photoshop like billboard and all kinds of the extinction. We can just Photoshop it there.
Yeah, if I would do it. I would do it for bio for class though. Like I want to do it for the people. I want people to know how to do it. You know what I mean? Like I'll put the extinction up there and I'll lay out like a penthouse centerfold, but then in the corner it should be for the company doing it or one of the companies.
QR code.
There you go. Something. Yeah. You know, of all the things, of all of the different types of billboards that I've ever designed, I've done vertical spaces, horizontal spaces all over LA. I've designed both the art for them. I've done the deals for them. I know a lot about the billboard industry in LA. The one thing I could never convince the owner of the business of was to put a QR code on a billboard, but I think that's a good fucking idea. The reason why we didn't want to do it is we had a lot of billboards on the freeway, and like you're gonna have people driving on the. Yeah, but I think it's a fair enough.
Yeah.
Good done. you live in Pim? Love and life. Did you see I did shout out to you recently?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Are you viral? Did you see my interview with Ari yet? With Ari? Did you see? I didn't see it. So you got to see it. Here's why. It was banned for kids. Here's why. I actually show because I tell Eddie in the video where the kick app is preventing people from signing up, and we get it on video and send it to him. But he's cool. He sent me. He accepted my friend request on Discord. So hopefully we'll be able to fix. I know. How do you like that, man? No, we're going viral. I'm telling you. Yeah. And then, no, I just spam the shit out of people on Instagram and on TikTok. Yeah, dog.
Every time I try to find
That's right. That's right, baby. I'm living in your mind rent free. That's what I'm going to do. They could just rename. They could rename. They could rename it Rabbi. That's my platform.
I got a
Okay. More than 3. That hasn't been it. I always think. I always think something can be done. I mean, we've had things happen. I always think things can be done. The Queen's death was big. The birth of AI was big. The um, election was big. The coronation of the king has been big. But if you think the pandemic was the last big event, so I do have that on camera. But there wasn't one like big moment of the event that took place of the pandemic. It was more of a long term, drawn out pandemic. So I cut. So I caught that. So I caught the end of that, and then we've had. I mean, the death of the Queen of England for many people in the world is one of the biggest events of the century. And then I think the birth of AI. Yeah, sure. Everyone is that has happened since next month. So what's one that stands out in my mind? Betty White is a big one. Here's why Betty White is such a big one. Let me explain. When I first started this, I was doing it just to get my golf swing on camera, and I would say some funny things on camera that I thought maybe my future family might want. They might want to see what their dad was like when he was a younger person, and so I started recording these things and started uploading them, and it would just take too long to record them and upload them, and I felt it would probably be faster if I just streamed them live. And what I was going to do every day after getting golf balls, as Betty White approached her 100th birthday, she was 99. I said on her 100th birthday, I was going to fuck her live on the stream. And this bitch ends up dying like 27 days before her 100th birthday. And so I have a countdown at the very earliest videos I have. I have a countdown every single day that I'm gonna fuck this 100-year-old bitch, and then she dies in her last month. It's unbelievable. So so when it comes to like a celebrity death, that one was big. There's another one that's big that you wouldn't think. Like there have been other ones, but that you wouldn't think. Okay, so there's the drummer of the Rolling Stones. His name was Charlie Watts. And I really like the Rolling Stones, and I have the whole video of the guy. And then we go and see the Rolling Stones on the street. So I went to see the Rolling Stones at SoFi Stadium in 2021, and I recorded the whole thing. And so we got that on this. So I mean, we've got like Rolling Stones concert. That's a cool thing. And what other status have we had? The Queen was a big one, just because it was like I don't know, 7 days or something like that it was covered. And I certainly remember where I was when I heard it. I heard it on the radio, and I then like proceeded to be like, this is why we're doing this. That I want to be able to record historic moments.
And what about
That was at the beginning of the pandemic. So I know where it was, but nobody's there.
Yeah, that's
Exactly.
not 4 months before the pandemic.
It was really like, yeah, just before. So Kobe, we don't have the Queen, we do. And those have been the big deaths of the last 10 years or so. I do have the last election. I haven't been streaming for 4 years, almost, but I have on election day. I have myself on video.
So it's sort of like right.
Yeah, that's January 6th, 2020. So,
That's
hold on, 2021, apologies. That's January 6th, 2021. So, that was before this. This starts later that year. So fall of 2021 or summer 2021 is when this starts. But I do have some weird videos that I've taken that weren't live streamed. So I have one. If you remember the George Floyd protest, I have literally. Okay, well, hopefully they catch it up with the George Floyd protest. I have a video where I was in downtown LA, and I was just taking a video, and the protest started up at 8 p.m. at night, and that was something that really changed America. And then I have that election in 2020. On the day of the election, I took a video, and then from there, my full long-term streams were this summer of 2020. So here we are in 2024, or more than summer 2023, fall 2024, and I've been going more than now, more than 3 years. No,
absolutely.
it could be for certainly prosperity purposes. I'm excited to be alongside the other end. But when it comes to politics, I don't get. Sure, I don't get political. I think both sides. I think both sides are corrupt, so I stay out of it.
With all you guys, like I feel like holidays.
Hey, I want to make sure that you have. I'm gonna send you right now. I'm gonna send you a Discord. Yes, sir.
You were
It's okay. But I can still make it. Here's what I'm doing. I'm sending you in Discord the band video from Kick. And if you watch it, you'll see me call out Eddie and say that he needs to fix the platform in a really, really nice way. He wouldn't do it in a nice way. And I told him he's going to be a trillionaire someday. We're going to make him the biggest streaming platform ever, but it needs to grow. I said, you've got 200 people working at it right now. You need 400. People's food depends on this. Their families depend on this. Their lives depend on this, and the numbers must be accurate. The login must be smooth. What I show on this video, on with Ori, if you know who the streamer is, Ori, we show that the login for Kick is broken, and it only works about 50% of the time. And people don't have that type of patience. They're going to try a whole bunch of times. If it doesn't work the first time, they're going to go to a different platform, or they're not going to want to sign up. And they're going to be confused. So hopefully, we know it's going to get fixed. But they took down Ori's VOD. They took down Ori's VOD, but not before I could get a version of it and then upload it to YouTube. So I sent you the banned version from Nick, and it's in your inbox now. So please check it out. I do a shout out there too. So you'll be able to, and I referenced the first video as well. And you should know I really appreciate having the opportunity to podcast, stream the other day. And you should know that like I've been building on that. So that's we get to stay on, and it's stay on, we get to Ori, and we're really starting to make moves now. You can hear Ori say in this video, dude, you're a celebrity. Aiden Ross knows who you are, Eddie knows who you are, everybody on Kick knows who you are. And that's what we want, because I talk about world peace, I promote world peace. That's what I want. I want people to have fun and want. Excellent. Reflection and series. Watch that video. You'll see, you'll be like, wow, Rabbi really calls out the Kick team to improve the app, and he's talking to me as a streamer because he says that he wants to make me more money. And it's hard to do so when the platform is broken. And so take a look at it, because you won't perhaps always have an opportunity to see it. So I think this video is going to go viral. If you do get any spam from me on Instagram, just know I created a bot on Instagram now to promote the YouTube. So yeah, Doug. Yeah, Doug. Yeah, Doug. Oh, yeah. All over. It's all over. No, you should know that IG is much better at spam prevention stuff. So if you're ever going to find my stuff, I will have like tagged you, and it'll be in like a hidden message. But that's fine. Still, people are checking the hidden messages. Dude, then it works. Excellent. All right, man. Well, I'm going to keep on. Hey, Flex, let me just tell you this. If there's anything I can ever do to help you, you let me know, okay? Excellent. I talk to you too, Flex. Excellent. Take care, man. Hey, don't be a stranger. We'll see you, baby. That's the Flex Life, everybody. Follow him at kick.com/8FlexLife.
I go away, and this guy randomly just on Flash.
That's okay. You know who Flex Life is, right?
I'm messing up like
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Look, you see, even he's like, dude, I see you tag me on some video, and so I don't even know what video. You know what's so funny with that Sam Bond video? He's like, oh, you're the guy who goes around on Instagram and like does shout outs to people. And that's absolutely true. But I didn't know he was referencing me, and just shows you how much shit I do. I knew I did something similar, but he said that this person does it every day. And I'm like, oh, I don't do it every day. I did it like every day for like a month, but I don't do it every day anymore. So I didn't want to take somebody else's like niche, which would be like the daily shout out. I didn't want to take that person, but that was my niche. I just didn't know it was referencing. Dude, I sent him a message. My bot did. I thought.
fly. Look, more than enough. Through city, anything fast. There's this. Oh, Rabbi, you are beautiful. Rabbi, Netherlands. This culture was a great American commerce, migrants, and so on. And so the whole question is so people trying to figure out how to exclusionism and modern. I just find it fun. I really hope if you're watching and be able to join us on this cruise. We only have, I think, a few more points in time. But if not, I'm looking forward to sharing with you some research and from the Netherlands. Thank you very much. This little bit of art data I was going through, and I was preparing for the culture review, which is that's what I'm saying about it. This is really um, dates from the middle of the 13th century. So, it's, I just don't know why more people aren't Jewish historians. This is so much fun. I'm so grateful that I get to do this and share it with you. So, first of all, what do we know about the Jews in Belgium? Not a lot. The earliest data that we have primarily references the reference to a now having a Jewish street working in the probably aesthetic or something like that. The earliest documentation is basically from the 14th century. Real estate transactions that involve Jews and gold. It's always included, although we have one interesting one dated 1384 that has some annotations as well that basically repeats the data that's mentioned in Latin. Probably for one of the participants in the deal who wants to keep the record to himself. So as I was doing this research, I came across the work of a scholar, very old. His years are 46 to 9. Really surprised I couldn't find a lot out about him, although he was the author of a 4-part article that was published at Great Light. It's almost a small book called Note Document sur les Juifs de l'Ancien Régime. It's basically about the Jews in medieval Belgium and up to his area. Published in a very prestigious journal, the Jewish Studies. I couldn't find much about him in this the main work that he cited for, although he is in French, so it's as a conservateur des manuscrits de la Bibliothèque de Belgique, and he is an honorary conservator. I don't know what that means exactly, but he's conserved manuscripts in the Royal Library of Belgium. Found a lot of really interesting, for example, this, which is not exactly what we're going to study, but it's pretty cool. This is a Hebrew seal that was a one document in Europe, Luxembourg, which is right nearby, and it's dated 1370 or possibly 1379. And if you look at this interview, this is obviously a drawing of the seal. I could not find a photo of the seal. It's taken from 300. In the center of the seal, it looks like that. And perhaps with dread, fails beard and wearing the traditional Jewish hat that was mandated after 1215. Interesting about that. And then surrounding this, looking from, like, let's say, left and then moving counterclockwise. It's also down there in the Hebrew Yaakov, and then there is abbreviation A, and then Noel, he translates as Jacob, and the abbreviation he renders as son of the son of the Holy One, the Hebrew Kadosh, Noel, Yaakov and Noel, which are very typical. Your name's the man, the son of his father. This type of Kadosh, or it's not that common. But when you figure out the dates and you say that this document is from 1378 to 1379, it could be his father, whose name was Noel Goldman, his name. And that's a place kind of surname that may have been used by the family. Why would he be Kadosh? Why would he be part of the someone died of the chapel? There was a lot of outrageous cases in context like that. 1347 to 1354. So his father was martyred for an anti-Semitic attack in the context of Black Death. But you don't know. These are the kinds of really cool things that we're going to go found for us. And we're going to look at one right now that I think is just so amazing. So this is something that was discovered in a town called Tinet, also known as Tir-Levant. Seen on this map. And they were doing some construction in the portrait of the civil hospital in 1972. Pretty small chapel that was being renovated, only about a foot and a half down. So the graves were white shadow. And here of the hospital building at the time, I don't know where the chapel would have been located. But what they discovered was there's a human face. And but this gravestone, obviously, is about 63 centimeters by 60 centimeters. About 5 and it's very fine. People are very thankfully, people most of it, but other people provide us with transcription. Here's what it looks like. So it's with a strange word, not to me. Heaven Echad, one stone. And this must be the stone. This stone is gray. There's an interesting thing. The word one is spelled. And that stone is an irregular it appears to be masculine, doesn't it? But it's always centered declines. Should be. But it's interesting. Why would there be unless level high enough to have someone carve gravestones, but not so perfect that there's a mistake or tangent over the slide. So let's watch the text reads. Son letters on the very left. So it makes a lot more sense than Bishop. She died with just the word Bishing, meaning she died with a good reputation. That would definitely make her title. So, what she did to this, she obviously received by honor, but and then it's she in the year in 1216 in the group camp from the beginning of the war. But in the calendar, it's rendered as either the year 1255 or 1256. Has been praised Christ really suggests that there's something special about these letters, like the American good viewers that not help us out with what this means here. It says that no coming that rest is in but what yeah, us is that living in Belgium, dating from the year 1251, is even a contemporary record. Almost 100 years. I just love you. Thank you very much. Hello, fellow students of Jewish. So excited about our cruise to the Netherlands and Belgium. Let's take just a few minutes to talk about the world and Antwerp. This map here is quite close to the amazing city. I've been there before. I can't wait to see it. But Antwerp is a bustling modern Jewish community. I'm very excited to see that as well. Perhaps what's happening to the north region was under a common rule for quite a long time. We only have Jews there from the so it's a relatively modern Jewish community. And one of the most important populations are the Portuguese Jews. These are Europeans who were the descendants of Jews forcibly converted in 1391 in Spain, and then into Portugal, forcibly converted in 1497. After that, many of them were already by this time. Slowly trickle out of Portugal and find their way to the places where they can very Antwerp because Portugal in 36 Square of Portugal at this time wrote the Constitution for the treatment of Article 12. Portugal was in possession made of Jews in Portugal. That is actually ultimately declared a worldwide boycott on shipping lanes in the United States. It's mind-blowing. Anyway, as in family, was kind of part of it. You want to get out of Portugal for reasons. Ultimately, Portuguese pressure based on it. Fell straight up. Austria, which is from 17 on. Remarkably, it falls to the Revolutionary era, 1794, which results in emancipation for the Jews, which is extremely important. And finally, in 1830, and there were about 50 Jews living in this was the beginning of the real turn of the 20th century. What's happening? Why? Well, there were a lot of Jews who were making their way west. You tracks the displacement of Jews from the Canaan of settlement. That's the region former Russian Empire where Jews were allowed to live. A huge wave of migration, not only of Jews, but very southern Europeans. Israel's time, until 1917, when the country will collapse and there will be a civil war. And you can see there's 1.7 million away from the United States of America, 45,000 make their way to the land of Israel, smaller numbers in South America, Australia, and Australia. This coincided with the rise in diving, was a industry that was something that Jews were very well prepared for. And so many of those migrants, 150,000 Jews made their way to Western Europe. Many of them said, hey, we crossed the pond, let's stay right here. The population was native migrants. Tragedies of the Holocaust, of course, also reached Belgium, although in some ways there were some. First of all, we should realize that many people did not actually Belgian citizens anymore, so they felt unusual, insecure with the invasion. They don't realize that the scope threat of nationalism more so than citizens of the other countries around the large scale threat and France. This combined, however, with German economic interests keeping the diamond industry functioning. Since the diamond industry they actually slow walked a lot of regulatory measures that were concealed in other parts of Eastern and Western Europe. So ultimately, however, the fate of the slavery and the anti-slavery ideology is not so gradually nation deeper than ocean and some other countries. At the end of the war, less than 1,000 places successfully. The number of actual Jews transferred was a whole outlet went to the countries prior to the war. Definitely represents horrible devastation. However, the was still quite strong. And it was very, very important for the economic health of the well. And there were a lot of the did at the turn of the 20th century, about 15,000. Again, about a quarter of the pre-war population was a significant amount. So we're highly concentrated in certain economic areas and in certain geographic parts of the city. It actually has one of the highest rates of Jewish distribution in Europe, but Jewish children attend contemporary population estimates say there are about 19 to 25,000. It's a very vibrant country. About 5,000 Jewish children become Jewish civilians. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Antwerp. Great if you want to cruise, and if you're not able to, I'm sorry, but there's some. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. As I was doing my research, came across this individual who was so inspirational. So, as we speak about his activity during the war, German living in Amsterdam, about 600 children during the Holocaust. And he's especially fascinating that when they came into territories not is they immediately relied on an organization called the Judenrat, or Jewish Council, which was typically made up of people who had, prior to the occupation, been serving some kind of capacity. They were impressed upon by the Nazis to become essentially their accomplices to put in place whatever demands the Nazis had, whether it was confiscations of valuable furs, rape, or whatever, all the way up to the deportation of the population. Typically, what happened when the Nazis set up these is that they would come in and they would make demands, and the leadership would refuse. They would typically be shot on the spot. That's to say, who's second in charge, who's third in charge. They would have to go through several levels until they found people who were willing to cooperate with the Nazis because they were forced to. So there's a big open world question with regards to the functioning of the right, because after all, the members of the Rothschild accomplices to the Nazis in their activities. That's not universal. You definitely have some leaders, like, for example, China in Warsaw, the detail and more diary before he talks to money population. So some of those leaders were actually doing everything in their power to try and see this game was a fairly non-scripted video. It was born in 1906 in Germany and was a manager of a factory. In 1938, century famous anti-Semitism, Nazis had inspired. He and his wife and their young daughter, fled Germany and the United States. They ended up in and working with God. His employment at that time was that he was a manager of the Rothschild theater of evidence in Amsterdam, which served as a collection point for Jews in the Nazi deportation plan. This relied on human beings and very good relations with the Nazis and while secretly plotting against the oil under the Jews. Working as an economist, the U.S. Congress that in the such that when was brought to the theater for deportation, he would make sure that the records of the Jews grocery that was run by a Jewish woman named Rabbi, and then he would then smuggle them out to a nearby teacher's college. The teacher's college was run by a fund groups. And from there, they would be taken away whatever means they could. Much of them taken back in shopping bags and laundry baskets. They would then ship them to nearby suburbs of Amsterdam. In total, about 600 Jewish children stayed through this remarkable network. Jewish men to make sure they cooperated with the same use of them. They would give them their committee, the children's committee, would and even the Dutch resistance to all of this happening. Unfortunately, Rothschild himself and his family would not survive the war. Like many members of the youth brought, even though they were very valuable to the Nazis, ultimately they were just the last on the list to be deported. So in 1944, Rothschild and his wife, the best of work, he tried to get them out there with letters of recommendation. He had his previous officers had no luck whatsoever. They were able to Theresienstadt and then finally to the notorious Auschwitz. He was separated from his wife and daughter October 25th, 1944. Although he survived, his sister himself would eventually die on the death marches of February 1945 as the Nazis tried desperately to pull back from the advance. After the war, of course, his heroism was remembered, a film was made about, and a bridge was constructed nearby the canals as a memorial to the way in which he was literally a bridge from death to life for 600 years. Thank you. Hello, fellow students and gentlemen. I am so thrilled that next week we'll look at our ship in our rooms of the network outlet. And I want to talk to you about one individual we recently learned about as a student work on the lectures on the economy of the golden age in the 17th century. Joseph Edson de la Vega, Jose de la Vega, who was his year 1650 to 1692. I mean, it's one of those amazing Jews who had made it from the American to Amsterdam by this family, and it's phenomenal research this literary work and in his analysis of the stock market. So before I get back to him, let's just have a quick look at the status of the economy. A lot of that activity, look at this map. It's a bunch countries, these are all countries in which Dutch colonialism was active and a connection with local economy and a lot of import-export going on. And Jews, in particular the Portuguese Jews, were looking for new economic niches. They began to find ways to be very active in these markets and all kinds of ways. Very important was the market become significant. And also in the northern part of South America and also huge significant for the settlement of Jews in North America in general. And in particular, we see here in New Amsterdam, the Europeans that came to I think that the governor is on shown here. That's weird, but I think it's just coincidental. I really didn't want to let the Jews in. Nevertheless, the official in Amsterdam said responsible for economic out of Dutch Jews, not to accommodate. So he was forced to allow this tiny group of Jews into North America. And of course, for our purposes, very important is South Africa, which was very significant diamond trade, which runs through Belgium as well. So all of this new economic activities happening is concentrating itself, especially in stock exchange. First European exchange was established in Africa, far away from 36. Had a lot of participation of Portuguese. In fact, the Amsterdam Stock Exchange was in 1674. About 13% of all of the activity were this is very significant. The fact that their population in the city was in the single digits to represent here, because it was an economic age that well exploited by their numeracy and their literacy. Here's an image of the stock exchange from 1670 that gives you a sense of what this must have been like 17th. Now that brings us to Jose de la father was a victim of the Inquisition. And he was oppressed by the Inquisition. What is called he was made up that if he were ever to be released, he would go back to practice. One of the Jews and forced to into 13 years specifically prohibit those Jews and their Antwerp and later on to Middleburg, where he ultimately accepted his identity as fear. He was also known to even out of not in letters that books, Proverbs. Spanish well, obviously, English title, Fusion was published in 1688. The first book describing how the stock exchange was. It is a lot of its value was translated to English and was still used today. It has dialogues, a so-called philosophy, prudent argument, and a very stock. It's very important to explain a lot about how this major European exchange is also a very funny writer and the black he includes, for example, speculation. First, we were speculating economic accept your profit. Oh, I should, bought that one. But things like that are rational. I don't want to do it. It's just going to make you feel more like I think in the share market is and what moment it and it can also, difficult. fascinating. He is so important for the Federation of European Stars is actually a tiny prize, the mega prize for research on the European Stock Exchange. I hope you enjoyed this video. I realize exactly what I'm going to be joining us. The boat I'm already to sharing more how my research with you because we all love Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching. These are countries in which there's actually colonialism was active and had a lot of connection. Local economies and a lot of import and export. And Jews, in particular the Portuguese Jews who had led the Inquisition and were looking for economic niches, they began to find ways to be very active in these markets and all that. And in particular, we see here in New York, in Amsterdam, at least once the Europeans came to the region. It's fascinating to think that the local governor, there's stories that no here, where no, but I think it's going to rental. I really didn't want to live the Jews in, but nevertheless, officials in Amsterdam was really useful for our economics, not to allow them in, to allow this to be or into is that a private lot, for example, generosity of one of the things especially was the unknowns they had experiences for themselves, specifically for their image and their right less sessions First of all, you can try earlier. Phoenix, which also has roots in Greek and Egyptian mythology, and it would be absurd to say that they wanted to adopt, Greek and Egyptian myth for themselves. So let's look at first recorded incidents we have of the pelican as an image. It comes from the 2nd century text, usually attributed to Clement of Alexandria, Egypt, a book called the Physiologos. And what Clement of Alexandria was trying to do was he was taking a whole series of myths about animals and then applying Christian meanings and what Christians can learn from divinity. This was later adapted in the Middle Ages to various theories, and it became an especially popular book when you look at the pelican. In the Middle Ages, when the Eucharist was introduced and circulated, and so there's lots of representations. So what is the idea? I mean, the pelican, rather than letting children starve, opens up its breast and feeds her own blood to her face. And why, which is kind of gross, but there you go. And the comparisons to the founder of Christianity, of course, are very obvious, especially when you look at the actual ritual of union. So, back to our question, why was the Portuguese adopting this symbol? They're really looking back at the pre-Christian origins of it, like they did with the Phoenix, and they're talking about how the Jewish value of providing charitable funds to those in need is something that is incumbent upon Jews, and is something that they value very highly. And this is especially appropriate because Portuguese Jews came into phenomenal wealth in the 17th century during the Golden Age, especially with the expansion of global trade. They pioneered in many ways. And when we think about the 17th century, we can't avoid the massive influx of Ukrainian Jewish refugees, much like today, unfortunately, when as a result of the pogroms of 1948-49, there was a huge pressure for Jews to leave that region and find safer places to live. And it was incumbent upon the Portuguese Jewish leadership, the Mamad, to disperse funds for their use. They did so with tremendous generosity, and that's why the image of the pelican was especially prominent. There are many other details, other theories about why there are 3 of those baby pelicans, but for now, let's just leave it at that. I think this is just so fascinating. I'm really grateful to be able to see these things in person with Costa Rica cruises, and hope that someday you'll enjoy them with me as well, or at least on video. Thank you very much for watching.
Can recognize some unique talents, perhaps. I can tell you.
in the street in front of the synagogue, which had a black wall outside it. He notes the structure of lectures from in anticipation of their association with the starts like you guys get it done. We started playing Jewish geography. Hebrew, English, Russian, it's every language. We're trying to match up wherever we came from. And we're having a live Jewish conference. The beautiful thing about Antwerp is that we have this kind of experience here. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've just returned from an amazing cruise in the Netherlands and Belgium with Kosher River Cruises, and I have to say that although there were so many fantastic things, and I made a couple of short videos about a few of them, the highlight, without question, was this. Shortly after it, at any rate, that was our whole trip. We went back to Amsterdam and so let's focus on Heidelberg now. Here's the map of the city. You might see there's like a ring road around the corner. Towards the bottom by the letter H, that says, hey, Violet. In other words, it's on Harris. The left is the home. Originally, he had what they call a Dutch an achterhouse, a behind house. It's the same word that is used in which Frank, her family, is in the Holocaust, and he wanted to dedicate that space to become a. We also have an illustration of this almanac that was published in 1783. Very as well. Please believe in what they do. We have a good idea of this synagogue. We have a look at this modern. The entrance is on. part to the right, sort of the space where the but there is that thing with that itself. You see the roofless on this particular photograph from foreground here, and some photographs show the heavy traditional furniture placed towards the future. Unfortunately, in the context of World War II, the entire town was occupied by the Nazis. When the Allies conquered the region, the fight the British border landed on the of the destroyers. By the time the conflict was over, you could see that there's only a few walls and space. And over the course of time, this was neglected and trees constantly around temporary. By the time you and this is the way I would say it. Were it not for the intervention of odd God, shown here with David. Engineered a tremendous social community organizations to support build the synagogue. Published a book on that is are in this. But let's just odd thoughts very on the ship Friday or Shabbat began telling the story I'd like to share a little bit right now.
But after 50 years, after the explosion, but I never seen my still have to do it. Other destination. Sometimes as a church, and sometimes as a music that tells us about Jewish life from before the war. The people living with us and thank you. For the second,
Let's just 300 days. He builds this and attracts raise money to buy a Torah scroll. You have a community in the middle of it that hasn't been seen before. Another was wanted the Holocaust like way to that young girl posing as Christians. Her entire family was killed. Teenagers, her children afterwards. They occasionally have to call and make a minion. Luke's where it was absolutely
Really boy. I was raised with spiritual belief. Not anything.
there.
Alright, so if you want to see
Celebrating he said a celebration was a miracle. And then the synagogue started to rebuild. The whole year I just accepted next and I learned Alenus in the Shibaya. You can imagine that it was from here to Rotterdam and back. When I share this eye, the shoe, this 5 years I got everybody to synagogue to pray. And I create I don't know that. I said, here for 5 minutes, and then it was done. And then I thought, start this one, coffee, little and apple, everything. And
I'm trying to be somewhat, but nevertheless, it is beautiful to see this happening.
absolutely. Aiden Ross, shout out.
They celebrate the holidays.
So many people.
We were there. An amazing place. I'm so grateful to see this resurrected. Grace. Wow. Thank you very much. I know. I'm the dean of the Rothschild school here in Budapest. With God's grace, that's been a wonderful faculty, of which Professor Henry Abelson, shining stars, I say that without exaggeration. I just want to introduce those who know him, just a very small personal anecdote. Nothing embarrassing. And Henry and I go back way back to high school. I was in grade back in over the years, our relationship went in all kinds of directions. It was interesting as a parallel interest in Yiddish culture. And one thing I'll always be very grateful for, of course, during years when I was in trouble in my relationship to Judaism. This was actually university. Henry insisted that we have regular chavrusa in Talmud. Regularly, it was at Sid Genesis building in the UT campus. Yes, it's Sid Smith, we once a week, and we study together the second Megillah, which deals with that we just and to me that was a great lifelong Jewish identity. And actually here, I want to mention less because my gratitude to Henry. We've got things for, but point out, Henry embodies, in my mind, the something that is exemplar of what the Ashkenazim should, which is, on the one hand, a Jew who is profoundly committed to Torah and is passionate about it, not just academic exercise, his interest in Torah, Jewish matters. And on the other hand, an academic who is absolutely uncompromised in his academic standards. And unlike our Jewish leaders that I met, are they're passionate when it comes to points where they will standards that academia Henry somebody who destroys all the world, pushing Jewish learning
I know that you did bring along sections, or you also want to work on the top. And on the other hand, academic who's responsible at the highest levels of responsibility in academia. Like, I really, this is a model for the Ashkenazi. I really would like to build with him. By the way, and I should mention to anyone who's listening, we have our Ashkenazi students who are participating here. Of course, we're going to have private session with him afterwards. This is part of our standard curriculum. If anybody at any point is interested in finding out more about the Ashkenazi, please do feel free to call them. You're really welcome to write personally. If you just write here. If you want to find out anything about the Ashkenazi, other than what is a pretty website, Ashkenazi.eu, that is very happy to have a private Zoom with you and tell you more about it. So, Henry, without further ado.
Michael, that was thoroughly interesting. I thought we could more kind of Eric, but I'm glad you pushed it over to really the kindness. Although somewhat symbolic, compromising standards, but I do appreciate the kind words, and I'll be sure to replay the video of my mother. Having. I'm also extremely grateful for what you're doing in Budapest. This amazing Ashkenazi, I mean, the faculty that you have brought together for this intellectual exercise is absolutely amazing. I mean, we're top-notch scholars that I'm very proud to be on the same list this day. And, I think it's really fortuitous that we're able to offer these lectures on a much larger audience and let people know what's happening in Budapest. So let us begin our discussion. We guys have 12 lectures on the history of Ashkenazi Jews, part of the Ashkenazium, which is a name that actually I'm proud of has come to the world in design. As Dr. Kegel and I, when we were tossing back and forth this project, came up with the term Ashkenazium, but I enthusiastically endorsed it. It was the other way around, but it sort of happened together at the same time. The only area I know is a little bit like the word terrarium, like where you imagine you put plants inside a box and watch them from the outside of your glass. But the idea is, I think, to look at the amazing civilization that developed in Germany primarily, and then later in Europe, and then actually moved on to the New World and in the land of Israel, of Ashkenazi culture. And there's so many different ways to look at this multifaceted institution, civilization as a whole. My small part is to give a broad survey of the historical events that relate to the development of this civilization, in order that many of the literary, philosophical, religious, and other aspects of the Ashkenazi civilization can be contextualized. This is a graduate level seminar, but only in the sense that it is multidisciplinary. So I'm presenting these lectures at what I hope is a little bit higher level undergraduate level, so that people with intelligent people, intelligent lay people, not necessarily have a strong background in European or in Central European history, will still be able to benefit from these lectures. And I regard my lectures more as kind of like the foundation for much more advanced research. I occasionally get a little bit more complex, difficult issues, but I imagine that I'm going to address those in follow-up seminars. Here is a great picture of me when I was much younger, by Martha Neshev, and just wanted to give a little bit of a context of my own access and interest in Ashkenazi history. I did my dissertation at the University of Toronto on the history of the Jews of Ukraine, beginning of the 20th century. It was in that context that Dr. Kegel and I both shared always in university. I have a lot of fond memories of in Robart's library and discussing he was, of course, studying philosophy, and I was studying history, but we had a lot of overlap. I went on to become more of a generalist. I've been on the Talmud, on art history, and now I'm working on a survey of volumes for foreign publishers. So very much looking forward to seeing that come to light. Also, have a strong interest in religious studies. On a podcast called Jewish History Yomi, which has a rather ambitious goal of 1,711 small videos on aspects of Jewish history. Of course, on a Talmud page that's the Yomi program. That's available on the All Docs app. Find it at all.org. I work, of course, at Touro University. We're a fairly large, multinational campuses in New York, of course, where we are based, also in California, Nevada, Berlin, Jerusalem, Moscow, and about 19,000 students worldwide. I'm very proud to be part of the map here on a couple of campuses there. The structure of this class is as follows. We're going to have these public lectures, which are going to be broadcast as they are now in a webinar format. And this is going to be more like basically talking. We have the Q&A function where you can type in your questions. I will, from time to time, pause and have a look at what's going on in the Q&A, and I hope to answer some of those questions. Then, because the Gymnasium has registered students in Budapest itself, we will take a break after 1 hour from these lectures, and then we will have a private Zoom with a much smaller group of Budapest students. We'll have a private discussion. If you have any curiosity about participating in those as an auditor, perhaps please write to the subject that we're going to be looking at over the course of these 12 lectures. Knows that the years of Ashkenaz, because more or less that is the period of time we're talking about. It's a very old civilization that stretches back for 10 centuries. I also created as a preparatory course for my Budapest students an online version of this with preparatory materials, primarily videos, some readings, also some quizzes, things like that. And this is also open to the public. You can find it at my website. Okay. So today's discussion is on the origin of Ashkenazi Jews, which are the subject of a certain amount of debate, like just about everything in this course. But let us start with a more basic question. What is Ashkenaz? What we say in this word. So the word is actually biblical in origin. As you can see here, there's actually 3 times in the Bible. Here's the book of Genesis. Taking a screenshot is from the Safaria website. And it basically lists the lineages of humanity. And in this particular passage, we're talking about the children of Noah. That is Noah of the flood. He has 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Yafet. And I should pronounce that, by the way, and then Yafet is typically associated with Western culture, especially as the 4 sons. Gomer, Magog, Adai, Yavan, Shubal, Hashem, and Tirah. And then Gomer has 3 sons, one of whom is Ashkenaz. So, this is what we're talking about here. There's a biblical lineage, which is in generations prior to the advent of Abraham, the father of the Semites, of course, and from that 10 generation before start speaking about Jews, have Ashkenaz, a grandson of Noah. You may be wondering, correctly, because of all their English people, what does this have to do with modern Jews? Well, not a lot, because really it goes like this. The name Ashkenaz is associated with the biblical name of a people, right? It's the children of Ashkenaz. They're from Noah. Later, much later, this will be associated with a place, a piece of geography. And later, that term will be associated with Jews who live in that piece of geography, that piece of real estate. So we look at it and say that both Dr. Kegel and I are Canadian Jews, which, by the way, not his native land, literally because he's actually born in Eastern Europe, but it is in fact my home and native land. All the things that go on with the Canadian national anthem. And so you can call me a Canadian. I'm not a full-fledged Canadian, but that doesn't mean to say that there's anything specifically connected with Jewish Canadians other than the common area of our home. And so that's the same thing as Ashkenaz. Ashkenazi Jews are simply Jews who live in the area of Ashkenaz. We're talking about a fairly large chunk of the demographic of the Jewish people overall associated with the land of Ashkenaz. They are distinct from other sub-ethnic groups, people such as Sephardim, and Mizrach, and various other Jews, of course, in Africa and in Asia, and so on. They all have different terms to describe their orientation, their place of origin. A very large portion of the overall. Now let's go a little further in history. When we say that Ashkenaz is a place, it's a state of mind, but in this case it is a geography where exactly is Ashkenaz. So again, looking at the third occurrence, the second occurrence text in the Bible, the book of Jeremiah, chapter 51. In one of his characteristic imprecations is what it was called after his name, Jeremiah, describing the downfall of Jerusalem and if the Jews did not repent and so on. He also described the downfall of Babylonia, which would be a region that would ultimately destroy Jerusalem in Jeremiah's time, the 6th century before the Common Era. And as he's describing, there are many terrible things that happened to Babylonia. You can see in verse 27 at the bottom, it says, raise the standard on earth, sound a horn among the nations, appoint nations against her, that is, against Babylonia. Ararat, Midi, and Ashkenaz. So Ashkenaz, by Jeremiah, one of those nations, one of those people that will assemble together with Ararat and Midi to attack Babylon. So when we look at the map of here, and this was actually quite a preoccupation of photographers and biblical scholars trying to map out precisely where each of these biblical peoples ended up living with a certain amount of creative scholarship. That here in the where I painted the map is the region of Babylonia, called Shinar or Judea. In the region from the north, which includes, for example, Ararat, a mountain region that's associated with this region here, basically in Turkey, which according to the 19th century scholar, Chanel, that would have been the Ashkenaz descendants. Again, descendants of the biblical Ashkenaz was the great grandson of Noah, no specific Jewish connection here at all. Nevertheless, that would be the place where it was located. Often associated, see in a particular with Christianity. Now, like everything, which especially things biblical, this was subject to significant debate and dispute about many opinions throughout as to whether or not the place association that Chanel had offered was correct. Another major opinion, also from the late century, is that of Joel Klaus, who argues that no, Caspian Sea. Many scholars associate as descendants of the biblical line and as that of the Scythians, which is an ancient people with information of what we see today, the Central Asia, bordering on Donbass region that is produced today with the north of Ukraine. Additional cross offers third and the line actually involve quite a bit, and that is Khazar people should be associated with the descendants of Ashkenaz. The Khazars are exceptionally important in Jewish. That's where we start next. But just to remember what we're speaking about here, and separate, the biblical descendants of Ashkenaz have no real intrinsic connection to Jews other than describing a place where it's going to be. And that's a huge distinction that's important to remember. And we'll see where actually is Ashkenaz in the Jewish mindset as opposed to following opinions as to where Ashkenaz showed up. In reality, the Jews call themselves Ashkenazis, all come from a region or a culture in the Rhineland, or in Germany. This is the region which Jews began to call Ashkenaz about the 12th century on. Prior to that, living there tended to push themselves in one way or another to the region of the Rhine itself. There's one interesting passage in which Rothschild himself, we talk about Rothschild a bit more, of course, used the term Ashkenaz to refer to the region, but it was not the most popular designation for about the 12th century, a good 100-odd years after Rothschild. From an area of civilization that flourished from about the 13th century, and then recently we describe over the course of these lectures, they migrated to the great Lithuanian Commonwealth, the region today, Lithuania, parts of Belarus, parts of Poland, and especially the western part of Ukraine. And they had a population expansion in the 19th century that resulted in a great influence of Ashkenaz Jews. So Ashkenaz are often referred to as Eastern Europeans, not because of their origins, certainly, but because of the significant population increase that they enjoy when you get closer to the contemporary period. That from this region, so this migration is primarily from the 13th and 14th centuries onward, have another migration of these large groups moving to Israel, a small number, Western Europe, and a large number, North America, something like 1.75 million Jews from the area of the Russian Empire that was overwhelmingly Ashkenaz at the time. North America, and actually the United States of America specifically, in the years of 1928. And that's really where the great bulk of American traces its roots with later Ashkenazic migration. The whole term Ashkenaz in a nutshell originates from a biblical designation of a people descended from Noah, which was with a certain amount of fanciful logic assigned to various locations, perhaps Turkey, perhaps Central Asia, and then later by the Jews to find that location. And the Jews like up in the Rhineland started calling themselves Ashkenazi, just like I would call myself Canadian, but there's no like kind of derivation of lineage from the biblical Ashkenaz to modern. We've talked about what is Ashkenaz, we've talked about where is Ashkenaz, and we've got to get to the tribes of the first place. And specifically, I want start with the Khazar hypothesis. It's rather highfalutin term for what the United States president would call the left, but nevertheless, it is occupying a large amount of space in the mind of some thinkers and takes a lot of oxygen out of the what are the Khazars? Khazars are a fascinating Turkic people who apparently had a capital on the Caspian Sea. This German language had the city of Etil, right in the top right section of the sort of border part of this map, part of the map. And the anti-civilization would last for several centuries and interacted with many of the other surrounding civilizations, including famously the early state called Cave and the Rus, and like the cultural communities that were claimed by Franklin, Belarus, and Russia alike, also a significant historical part of the conflict. Khazars were a pagan tribe, like many of the region, but according to some interesting events that have made their way down to us today, they apparently converted to Judaism in the year 740. The, the story of their conversion is rather amazing, and it is most well told in a book that very little to do with history and a lot to do with philosophy, economics. It's a famous work by Rabbi Yehuda Levi, who was in Spain several hundred years after the events described, and he wrote this famous philosophy called the Khazari. In Khazari, he describes the legend of the conversion of the Khazar king, who was sort of faced with a difficult choice because at that time, Christianity was expanding throughout Europe, and Islam was expanding all the way across the coast of Africa and then upward into Europe as well, into Turkey, into the Balkans as well. And this King Bulan was troubled by this political situation. Also, very motivated, as the legend has it, by a sincere spiritual longing to find the oneness through religion. So, according to the legend, brought together a sort of a trilateral debate team, a representative of Christianity, a representative of Islam, and a representative of the Jews. Had this great debate, and ultimately, according to the legend, King Bulan converted to Christianity. We discuss the actual realities of the legend. We should understand how it is portrayed free. Rabbi Yehuda Levi lived at the time in Spain towards the end of its era, which was a period of remarkable coexistence of Christians, Jews, and Muslims. Jews in particular enjoyed tremendous freedoms to express themselves politically. Many of them held high office. There was a rather remarkable Agrella, who was actually the general of a Muslim army for 16 years, an accomplished poet, and a Talmudist. All of these things brought together in one particular individual. And then it was a lot like Maimonides, who was also a product of the late, although he would ultimately be a victim of the actual period when Muslims from North Africa, and it's that all of this fraternizing with Jews was unacceptable, and Maimonides in Cairo, where he would illustrate his career. At any rate, Rabbi Yehuda Levi, seeing sort of breakdown of this period, composed this philosophical work, which is set in that Khazarian debate between Iran and and a strong philosophical defense of Judaism, which of course results in Balan's decision to accept Judaism, and by extension, Rabbi is available in moderate like a rather audacious work to write in the Middle Ages, really audacious to write in today, I think, in which he is a clear threat against Islam, Christianity, favor of Judaism. So there was a lot of philosophical reasons why Rabbi Levi used the story of the Kuzari to form his larger argument. But what about the actual history of the Hasid? So in reality, everything about the most important piece of the story is correspondence that was conducted with a Spanish leader named Simon, who's a very important example of the early period of the Golden Age of Spain, a foreign minister essentially, who conducted correspondence and diplomatic relations with many other nations on behalf of Spanish kingdom, and especially curious about the population all over. So he wanted to find out, is it true? Is what they say back in the year 740 still true now? Is there actually a Jewish kingdom of Khazaria? So he sent out emissaries to go to the Northeast of Central Asia and communicate with them. Unfortunately, they were not able to get past Constantinople for various political reasons of the day. However, those emissaries of Constantinople did claim to have lived to Khazaria and who promised to communicate with to letters. And so we brought back with them some letters from one king, Joseph of Caesarea, which essentially through the legend as we have it today. And for some particularly early modern historians, was sufficient of existence and reality of Caesarea as we have it today. Other historians, however, have cast a lot of doubt, particularly in the 20th century, for the second year. But not direct contact with Joseph. This is contact through his third parties. And who knows, maybe they made it all up, maybe the reasons going. So there's a lot of questions about the actual validity of the story associated with the history of the Khazars. Do know, however, from multiple data points that there were called themselves Khazaria show up in a few places for travelers. There are various things to say about them. They're certainly not in large numbers, and without questions about to which they are well associated with the Jewish tradition. One of those examples that I find quite fascinating is this document, which was found in the amazing medieval archive of the Cairo Geniza. Very quick, here just to explain what the Cairo Geniza was. Catholic Jewish thought, following on the commandment to not take the name of God in vain, there is this concept that write down the name of God on a document. That document, by virtue of its association with the name, acquires a level of sanctity. It's called Shemot, which means literally names, because that's the name of God. So what that means in practice, the typical is that, for example, you have a prayer group, a sacred Torah, or even certainly a Torah scroll, or something more ephemeral, like a handout from school that may be given to children. If it has a verse from the Torah, especially if it has a verse from the Torah with God's name in it, that document is not simply discarded. It has to be treated very specially. Typically, these documents are gathered together. Let's say a Torah scroll becomes validate letters of credit, things like that. So pay bound, fines break, things like that. You can't more expensive criminal rates collected in one place called the Guinness, which is like a storehouse for a treasure. And at some point, when that Guinness is full, documents are taken to a Jewish cemetery. One would be considered the appropriate way to deal with these documents. Happened that large Jewish Scott, also known as Old Caldos, south of modern day Chicago, had this of not only following the laws of but anything written in Hebrew characters was considered sacred. Therefore, they put it in their Genesis. Before generations of historians, essentially, the Genesis was discovered because it was sealed up for a good and there's this phenomenal trove of amazing documents of all types, not of course religious works, including remarkable things like the autographed Maimonides writings and things like that, but also casual things because they believed that anything written in Hebrew had a level of sanctity. Hebrew characters, even so, even as Judeo-Arabic, which is actually Arabic language with Hebrew characters, they would say those everything from business contracts, marriage contracts, personal correspondence, shopping lists, children's bills, all kinds of things that had Hebrew on it. And included is this document here. This is what we would call a modern Hebrew document, a small note that was essentially a letter of introduction for a charity collector. And those of you who live in structure, they will certainly be familiar with this document because typically when emissaries from a faraway community come to a local community to collect charity, they create some kind of document which describes their credentials, describes the association that they have with some charitable institution. It's often signed by local rabbis or signed by famous rabbis, let's say in Israel, and they come door to door with this contact. Nowadays, it's usually laminated, and they should say, "I'm from this particular cause. I represent an orphanage or a hospital or whatever. Would you like to donate?" That's exactly what this is. But for first to be from a Azarian, yeah, this is so-called Yemen document, which is, if I'm correct, about the 10th century. The interesting feature is that signatories of the local signatories to this document, which is written in apparently a Turkish style of that there was one official who actually used to express himself. So in other words, we have some kind of like side evidence that something happened in Khazaria that resulted in some living there. Kiev, by the way, was well populated by Khazari Jews, lots of references to in fact, a great story of fact behind that Kiev was actually founded by Khazari, which is one last piece of evidence that supports the idea of the Khazar conversion, although it doesn't tell us a lot about the depth of that conversion, is a very important document in the history of Israel called the Guinness of India, a bygone years, which these great prince over there, Vladimir, was the first Christian prince of this, but he was named on this king based in Kiev. The Vladimir had exactly the same conundrum as the king found in Khazaria. In Christianity expanding, Islam is expanding, I'm so confused. Which religion should I accept? And so Vladimir essentially the whole Khazarian story with a little bit of a twist because he has representative of what would become Orthodox Christianity, especially after the schism of representative of Western Christianity, and the two Christian figures represented, as well as the two Anabaptists. After having the debate, the Christian scholars who reported the Chronicle of Bygone Years have very little to say that's good about Islam. That's sort of like expects with rather quickly. Judaism, however, although they're seriously, unlike the Muslims who are not allowed to drink alcohol, that was one of the reasons, by the way, that Islam was disqualified. Yeah, the Jews sound pretty good. It came actually pretty close to converting to Islam. So imagine what Eastern Europe would be like if Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine was predominantly Jewish. But he found out that the Jews no longer had their own state in the land of Israel. He said, I'm going to pass that. And in terms of two Christian variations, he ultimately adopted what would be, of course, Orthodox Christianity, Eastern Rite, and the last baptism in 988, which begins the Christian period in Beirut, onward in Islamic regions. So the Chronicle of Bygone Years, which was written a couple hundred years afterwards, also confirms the presence of Khazarian Jews. And what was at the heart of this is possible and artifact. First thing we have to say is that many modern scholars today doubt virtually all of the aspects of these. Perhaps the most eloquent advocate of this position is Rothschild, who refers to it in a seminal article as a splendid story. What a great story is, so fascinating to try out of the debate and things like that. But he argues that it is either entirely fabricated by later readers, or it is at least highly exaggerated. I myself tend to look towards the exaggerated, highly exaggerated, but I quite all the scholar Dr. Stanford. It is highly fabricated. I think that there's the evidence of the connection to the Jews and Khazarians is sufficiently strong to argue that something happened, but I agree that there are a lot of questions. Like, for example, how widespread was this conversion? Was this possibly just a royal conversion that was designed sort of qualify the crackers from the West, claim that either a Muslim or a Christian conversion? Respectively, both Islam and Christianity have theological spaces which Jews are allowed to maintain their religious worship. Islam, it would be the Catholic Umar, for Christians, Jews are committed to exist as Jews under the doctrine of witness from St. Augustine. So there are temporary ways for Jews to have a neutral territory between Islam and Christianity. And so it's not impossible that at least at the very highest levels of Khazarian society, they may have more contribution in order to maintain a geopolitical stance. Another argument let's say they did convert to Judaism, and let's say it was different conversion. But really adhering to the rabbinic Judaism, or perhaps another variety of the Karaite Jews. Who exactly were they? The various travelers of Passover, and the people who encountered the Karaite Jews, one way or another, tend to portray them as being fairly ignorant and of having very little awareness of the elements that devolved on them. So, and of course, there's the huge question: where did they go? They seem to have disappeared from the history of Judaism afterwards. So, this essentially leads people like Dr. Stanford to say that the work of proof rests on those who want to that Khazaria either expanded or at least maintained its position as a civilization that lasted for 4 centuries. countries. If they were Jewish, they disappeared. They were ultimately capitalist. And we have a Mongol nation that is a region, and they simply don't appear on the world stage again. Well, let's get to the actual hypothesis. So here's the hypothesis that was advanced primarily by individuals who wish to hewn the status of contemporary Jews, especially Ashkenazi Jews. And there are some political connections, especially. Khazar hypothesis argues that, no, they didn't disappear. They actually constitute the bulk of the later Ashkenazi. This is a hypothesis immediately discarded on any number of grounds, primarily because there is no historical trace of Khazarian activity in the Ashkenazi. For example, the Ashkenazi, overwhelmingly, 1997% of them, 1897 census listed Yiddish as their first language. And Yiddish is incredibly overwhelmingly German in its vocabulary, in its syntax. It has 83% of Aramaic and Aramaic words in it, Mandarin and words of Old French and things like that, but it has a really strong connection to any Turkic language. It seems to be a more linguistic environment that's primarily associated with Billy Crystal, say that it's just basically with funny. Anyway, so the no linguistic representation. Secondly, we have a strong record of the migration of Jews from in Europe. We have a strong literary record of the customs that they accepted. There are all kinds of material that supports the origin of Jews in Europe. There's no evidence that supports the idea that the Khazarians somehow became Jewish in large numbers and constituted of Ashkenaz. Finally, we're kind of just looking at the end of the story to this debate. There's modern DNA research and many scholars, including Ron Knight from here, have shown that there's no Turkic elements in overwhelmingly Ashkenazi Jews are related to the Western European origins of the Jews. Now, let me just mention, why is it then that this hypothesis has actually been by Joe Biden's malarkey, why does this have so much currency? Because it essentially undercuts some of the major claims of Ashkenazi Jews, their connection on a genetic level, right, to their biblical origins. In other words, we're saying that those Ashkenazi Jews were not real Jews. They are, as some like to say, Jewish, not actually Jews, but they're not. Basically, a racist theory. It also has a lot of implications for modern Israeli people. Okay, if you want to say that one of the main reasons why contemporary Jews are kind of a unbelievable with Israel is because they are, after 2,000 years of exile, they are nevertheless descendants of the people who lived at least at that time. If you want to say that, no, they're actually Central Asian people, so they're claimed to be Jewish, but they don't have a claim to land Israel based on genetics. So there's a political motivation for supporting this kind of a different theory. So where exactly, what can we say about the actual research? So as I mentioned, DNA research has helped us out tremendously. Dr. Doron Behar did excellent research in this region. Gave us some rather surprising results. For example, that looking especially at microbes, that 40% of all trace their origins to four some other names, but they are of European origin, just like the northern Italy. And overwhelmingly, they are related to other non-Ashkenazi Jews, like Sephardi Jews, and they are distinct from the peoples among whom they live, in Europe, especially Eastern. It's hard to reconstruct kind of scientific tools that DNA research provides. It's kind of an interesting migration route that helps us understand more precisely on the basis of DNA research. Instead of looking at fights on the wide fights battles others, we have a much better connection. We can see that the vast majority of Ashkenazi Jews have origins in the Middle East. The group of Middle East makes a lot of sense with a model of understanding of how Jews, especially in the context of the Middle Wars of the first century, many of them, those who exist in the tens of thousands, to serve as slaves. There was already a Jewish population for example, and then they made their way up through the peninsula. By the time we get to the early Ashkenazi settlements, which will be the next lecture in this series, and from there, as we discussed, to Eastern Europe, the DNA trail follows the same trail that I described in this lecture. Another route, which is later the number 5, Greek route, which is always thought as a possible migration across the coast of North Africa. There's a few Jewish settlements that appear with Egypt, Alexandria, and Tunis, all the way over to Morocco, and the Berber Jews and so on, that perhaps they end up of Ashkenazi population. That appears not to be the case, but there is a certain amount of mixture, particularly when you get to the high Middle Ages of Sephardi Jews with Ashkenazi, as we discussed previously. So that's basically the story of how Ashkenazi Jews got to be called Ashkenazi and how they got Divine Land and later Eastern Europe and ultimately. I want to thank Dr. Chico for inviting me to present this lecture as the lectures in the Ashkenazium. Thank you for joining. I hope to see you in an hour when we reconvene the second lecture. Thank you very much. In the last lecture, we looked at the origins of the and today, in this lecture, what I'd like to do is continue that discussion about specifically the social and economic foundations that the community. It is largely, of course, because of the attractions of the with their social foundations that we have presence in Ashkenazi at all. And so understanding these two topics are very much related to trying to understand why the Jews actually migrated to that region. The civilization that we started there also attracted more Jews and created the place to go around to become Ashkenazi Jews. So let's look first at the social structure. Here's the map, which now should be somewhat clear, somewhat colorful as the version in the last lecture. This shows the development of the Ashkenazi civilization, which has the cross the Ashkenazi homeland, primarily on the Rhine River, Main, Orange, Schweiger, also German, which is one of the oldest communities of the area. And then it spreads out, especially to the east, ultimately, of the very large civilization on the left of the legend, you have the centuries in which this expansion occurred. By the way, following the Rhine, but also several other communities not too far away. Some of the most important of specific early establishment of cemeteries. I was just going to why would you want to move to a place because of this thing, but understand that the internment of remains is extremely important in most places. The idea of a place, a place where one may have highly individuality, so one thing that is and I think that in my own case, I come from a very remote northern Canada, Ontario, where one of the reasons why Jews gathered there was because there was a very unfortunate canoeing accident. Jews were making their way up north, possibly up one trip, and they concluded that at a certain point there were some rapids, and so Jewish cemetery was instantly created. Here, that's how called English. Where my grandparents in Hampshire buried was established at that time. In that region. So the establishment of cemeteries in a lot of these places was extremely important for the creation of communities as a whole, and they tended to build. Of course, many schools were built to be very other Jews next to in not in graves, which was not rather uncommon for parts of the Middle Ages, they were kept like that. So the establishment of the cemetery was often associated with the early establishment. You should also note that one of the crucial elements that relates to the relevant to the unique civilization of Ashkenaz was a sense of proliferary relationships. There was the center of the Jewish world at this time, throughout the 18th century. Those profound expression of Jewish civilization were in fact very far away from the Roman languages, quite distant from South. Baghdad had already developed just to the south of that a huge complicated culture. They had a long series of Geonim, which were kind of like titular heads of the Jewish community, specifically associated with academies. And they were far and wide, which also had Christian communities in places most small, often in Israel, of course, in the land of Israel. We also have Asia Minor, Alexandria, and then across the coast of Africa to Spain, where they're just, by the time we get to about year 800, you're just beginning to see the first communities that are going into their golden age. This lecture. Ashkenaz was on the periphery. And one of the things about periphery is have to adapt to local circumstances. And you have a lot of things that you could not get away with in so a little bit like what they say in America, what happens in the stays in Vegas. A lot of innovations that occur in Ashkenaz, peripheral locations, Jewish settlement. Those are possible benefits of innovations, which would extend the Jews instead over their long centuries of settlement there. But they would do things that might not necessarily are in the center. You could say the same thing, by the way, about the growth of Sephardic culture, which is very far away from Baghdad, and explore new modes of expressions and literary activity. Part of the reasons why we have as the periphery of the Jewish world. Let's say, before we get too in these lectures, that I'm going to be speaking broadly in this hour over the 9th through the 14th centuries. And there's a tremendous amount of change that happens during this time. It's a period that represents the Middle Ages right up until the where Europe was a dramatic exchanges. Some of them really quite fundamental. Called the longue durée, the long duration of history, things like climate change, an increased level productivity of the soil, basic geological effects, massive changes, political events, and cultural events. But I'm going to generalize it because it's inevitable to speak in large over very dynamic centuries, but nevertheless we can get some sense of the community developed and changed for 500. That's the most that is in the heart of the development of the human civilization. This development part of the organization, which is completely as it can be. As you, of course, it derives from the root which is congregate, gather, actually related to later develop synagogue, church, ecclesias, they're all related to this idea of gathering together. But this really represented an iteration of organization and a structure that could be highly efficient at maintaining the integrity of this minority, the endog, the in marriage, the adherence to group norms, and so on. Dissipation of assimilation, version to Christianity, which of course the overdone dominant period, and allowed the Jews to survive in somewhat hostile times as well. The structure that I'm going to describe to you is not completely new in us, but there were refinements, innovations, and institutional developments that were specific to Ashkenaz and Belgium. It was right up until really the 18th century when the basis of modern citizenship, primarily from the French Revolution, erode the kingdom. Let us begin this discussion by reminding ourselves that an equal society organization of groups is primarily corporate in nature. And what that means is, unlike today, where I decide, for example, gee, I'd like to live in Budapest, and I might, go to Budapest, and there, citizenship and so on, but otherwise, I would be like a Budapestian, un-Budapestian. I don't know if Budapestian is a word, just made it up, but you get the idea, right? There, I could completely jettison everything European about me, Canadian about me. I could learn the Hungarian language, which is really rough because I don't have any familiarity with Finnish or the other languages comparable to Hungarian. Let's say I can just go there and I can just decide to be another person altogether. And this is the kind of thing that we do in modernity primarily for the government. Organize us primarily for individual citizens. In the United States, I have a social security number, my primary conduit of who have municipal, state, and federal authorities. That's how we know if my taxes or not. That's how theoretically they don't dental records, everything about me individually. Not necessarily group me with my friends, my associates, my congregational, and so on. It's totally different from medieval society, in which people were classified on a caste basis with their. This was primarily economic in nature. And you were a peasant, you were classed with other peasants, and you were typically classed as the peasants belonging to this particular nobleman. Nobles were classed belonging to this particular king. It's like a type of feudal structure that much of European history. So the Jews occupied an unusual kind of laws, as we shall see. And this lecture, they were organized collectively, and very rarely demands put on Jews individually, but were put on them collectively. And so therefore, it was in their own interest to organize themselves practically, to have strong representation, to convey their to authorities and defend themselves from threats and so on. So we're going to see how that plays out over the course of the next 45 years. What are the ways in which this nature of society was charters? A charter is essentially a type of document, typically written, often forged, later on in medieval periods, that describe the privileges of Jewish people, a particular locale, and typically contracted between the local authority of that particular location and the representative of the Jews. And these charters were frequently invoked in later centuries to protect the rights of the Jews. And hey, wait a second, you can't do that because according to the charter that was signed 300 years ago, our right, which is not to a certain degree, they often became as social, economic, religious development shifted. Some of the privileges were no longer relevant, or perhaps they were so relevant that they had to be by a new arrangement, and these things could happen for the dynamic course of the next 500 years. Basically, when the communities established in the Rhineland, typically were organized Jews as groups, like imagine thousands of Jews coming into the location, meeting with the local ruler, and putting in writing the kind of events that would pertain to their settlement with protections and responsibilities as well. Now, of all residents, other castes in that society, sometimes much more advantageous to the Jews, sometimes disadvantageous to the Jews. This was considered normal for a medieval period, primarily because it was a corporate society which built necessary organizations rather than dealt with as individuals in modern Western societies today. So this allowed the Jews essentially, because they had to organize themselves and they had to represent themselves with a charter through the local authorities to establish this organization called the here basically a breakdown of what a kahila would look like structurally. Let's start from the top down and how this worked. Again, as I mentioned earlier, it's not like the kahila structure was brand new. There were definitely students in the diaspora had already been living outside of the land of Israel, outside of sovereign territory for almost 1,000 years, and they had found ways to more or less establish themselves. But the confluence of the corporate society of medieval Europe, potential periphery issues, led them to develop and refine this kahila structure in the you would have at the top what typically called the tuve of literally the good people of the city. This is the Talmudic term into the ship of the first two typically the wealthier established male densities of a town. There would typically be a small number of them, like 7. It would be an elected position, but the election was based on gender and on poverty as well. So it's within a small number of people. And the two here would have responsibility of making leadership decisions for the as a whole. In many ways, by the way, you're familiar with the structure of most modern synagogues, basically exactly the same structure where this board of directors, or executive board, course, the criteria that the state recommended that I hope not by and large Christian laws at this level. We're going to look at gender much more over the course of 5 years. Gender will play a very big role, as we will see brought to the bottom of this chart. At the top level, we deal primarily with men. Now, why is this important? Because there's a kind of there's a kind of understanding that along with receiving the honor and the records, we also provide a check. We're also supposed to economically support national activities of the as a whole and the support of the Jewish poor. So here, where the good people of the city, not only because they're more wealthier, but also because they would exchange, informal exchange, rarely stipulated writing, but exchange for participating in this work, they would also be generating funds for loans. So these are largely of property class within. They would establish one of their members, who was essentially the president. I wonder if the president, but not literally means the provider, but that person would act as the executive officer. Would they would also hire the technical leadership which often exercise this function not only in historic means, but basically a legal function by interpreting what's in terms of public law and decisions and essentially supporting the adherence of their responsibilities by the larger population. Now, this should look very familiar structure because the board of directors will appoint a president and will also hire the rabbi. That term hire, because as you might assume, there's always going to be a certain dynamic tension between the president of the synagogue and the rabbi of the synagogue. They don't have identical concerns. They have overlapping concerns. And history would repeat examples of conflicts between communities, especially the wealthier class. Certain things, the rabbi, the big and oppose them, they have to find a way to negotiate their way through these things. The rabbi has the advantage, theoretically, of popular support because people go to by for guidance, spiritual sense, and so on. They don't necessarily go to the press. So the rabbi has more like, but if the rabbi pushes too hard against the demands of us, here the rabbi can get fired as salary. So it's not like it's not a theocracy. The rabbi is in charge. Theoretically, everything has to be done according to Jewish law. The interpreter of that Jewish law is the rabbi and the court. The court rules too stringently. If you're there, then that will be overturned. And the court that will lead to the notice. Kind of that. Similarly, our Gnostics here are just considerate of large populations and they demand on the populations or to allow certain agencies to authorize sometimes they would require a change to themselves. After all, they live within this community. It's not a separate mode. Also, small communities that might number in the hundreds, very large in the small thousands. So these are little sugars. I hope that on us, and with that, have a literal term guideline is collective. modern synagogues, the Rabbi has only kind of like a shadow of their original role. The modern rabbis are sometimes called priests, and they're essentially people who make sure the synagogue functions properly, that when they hand out the honors, that people have an appropriate circulation, things like that. But in the medieval era, Rabbi was essentially determined. They were ones who would issue summons to the court, and they were people who essentially put out demands and make sure that those terms and demands they were actually, very, very powerful people employed by both Parnas and the Rabbi. So today's Rabbi, respect the Rabbi because he has taxes, which is controlled. The Kahila was self-sustaining. Its entire structure, which had remarkable functions, had to be sustained with taxing the local Jewish population. This tax assessment was essentially done in Australia, and it would apply a sliding scale that were more prosperous had to pay a larger amount of their income to the general welfare fund, and they would send out the buy to make sure that the taxation. If a person refused to pay the tax rate that was assigned to them by the Jew, then they go through a whole series of consequences. Good for appeal, rabbi, and so on. Would have channels to appeal the tax assessment, but it really was no powers other than conversion to other things. Unlike modern day society, where a person may choose the degree to which he chooses to affiliate with a larger Jewish community, this was not at all possible. Up until the 18th century, where part of it, were a Jew and accepted Lebanon, or the entire and essentially became a Christian. There was no real secular Jewish identity in that period, like modern. It's true that today, for example, you can get on the mailing list of the United Jewish Appeal or the Federation mailing list. The only way to get on is protection move out. But this was especially true in the medieval period, especially as local candidates would join together or pseudo municipalities in which the people would communicate with one another. So if you had a person who, let's say, paid street taxes, or more commonly refused to give a strange wife a divorce yet, and decided to not and go start a life in some other Jewish town, that other Jewish town would have communicated with the spouse. And wait a second, you can't just start a shoe store here. We know about what you did back in the road, and you can't do it here in Speyer. So we would be able to have some law, which is quite effective. That's largely so what I'm trying to explain to you right now is the quite coercive nature of the, which is very effective in standards, to question religious norms, to preserve the integrity of the Jewish community in an overall non-Jewish environment was sometimes quite hostile. But I should also mention that obviously there's something like and this was done primarily through these organizations on the field, which I'll translate here as committee, is basically just like the synagogue, a committee of individuals who get together in order to perform some beneficial service. They would typically have a budget brought to them from the tax receipt of the Kehillah, would be allowed to perform very valuable function. Serve midst of the many women that have been present, especially in the larger community, the most which is Kadisha, these ones. The head Kadisha led included was the burial society. And this was a very high status society that was comprised of individuals who were married, wage onward, who would care for their washing, dressing, and burial of the deceased. One of the reasons why it was honored for such a significant because it was not because of the huge religious importance of the last but also because it was one of the weapons that the Israelites whole used to enforce conformity. This was a whole list of punishments that would be imposed on someone who refused to comply to standards such as paying taxes or things like that before the last of which was typically a refusal to bury them. This was considered such a tremendous if the police were to say the person that you deny burial rights, comply. My gosh, you don't pay my taxes, you don't get whatever it is. So that was one of the most important ever basic as people not one of the most wonderful businesses, I guess. Yeah, I'm not very. But we also have, for example, because of the dominant various types. The Talmud and Jewish law have long discussions of various different types of poor relief, from temporary poor relief to ongoing poor relief, how much income was required to qualify with different levels of poor relief, and so on. This has to be distributed in an equitable manner so the cover to deal with it. Cover shots is associated with promoting education. The Jews have interest with the larger society, especially in the lower classes, and so literacy was promoted for children very heavily by the Kira, supported by the Shah. Parents would also pay for especially for advanced education, but every child had some access to education, literacy, especially in the larger Kira. Support for code lines, support for youth, support for the Jews traveling from place to place, which is important for the development of traditional connections among Jews. Aesthetic, the food bank, which is very different. My wife and I are very proud to volunteer in February in our own food bank here to live in modern day New York. Kind of a bill which was the religious association really designed to get people to recite songs for the benefit of the community. So I've just listed brief on common cameras, but there are obviously maybe as many as the community support based on the economic growth of the community and based on the interest of the local population. And unlike higher levels of the community, which were dominated by men, have not been dominated by women. There were certain gender specific communities, like for example, men able to take care of male deceased members of the community and women deceased members. But otherwise, many of these members were staffed then and now by women who constitute the backbone of the silent apparatus that continue to for the needs of the community, especially a well-designed course network that offers the methods of assessment is nevertheless able to support a wide variety of economic positions within the society allow for self-literacy, literacy, for survival. Now, once these habits are well established, one of the things that we see, particularly in Ashkenaz, development of takanot or particular ingredients. So let's understand exactly what those things were here. By the way, the beautiful image looking at the bust of Charlemagne, very important for the king of this period. A lot of things I find fascinating about this is according to these scholars who study this particular statue, it contains apparently his skull cap, which sounds especially interesting to me. Is it possible that Charlemagne was Jewish? No, not at all. Sorry for that attempt at humor. It probably actually contains his literal skull cap, not the cloth one. Charlemagne was similar to a bit of the first kings. Then the charters of Jewish communities who were establishing themselves in this region. It's more likely that many of the most important ones were actually issued by his son, Rabbi, Bias. So Charlemagne on one, actually filing his son, removing the Indian, and notice the person on the left. Now that's skull cap, right? I don't think I can carry off a purple one, although it's like black, sort of like traditional color. And also by his grandson, definitely a lot of the medieval charters. Charles the Bald is now his name, as you can see, is not especially questions about why he was called Charles the Bald. It could be that it was euphemistic, that he was actually hairy, and so it's Russian. Or euphemism. But there is a book here at the bottom of this picture. Maybe he's actually Charles. Kind of tiresome. At any rate, that's where we get some of the early articles that we see on some last time. These charters were incentives for Jewish king. Once a king said, okay, Jews can live here, and as we shall see, there was definite economic and other benefits for the king to protect Jewish settlement. Then you begin to see migrations of Jews on the last lecture, nearly from northern Italy, Rhine, and those famous anonymous up the 9th century, and very important, establishing generations of leadership of these Persian communities. They're also associated with the Ashkenaz, which we'll explore in a later lecture. And so there's this kind of a chain migration. Hey, things are really good for Jews in the Rhineland. That's a great charter with these fantastic privileges, which will allow us to maintain our safety. And I heard they developed a great Kahila structure there, so I'm definitely going to check out the Rhineland. Once they got there, one of the things that characterized these early Ashkenazi civilizations is the establishment of local takanots. The term takanot, essentially, there is kind of like a rabbinic decree or ordinance that says, you know, here, social, economic, religious, political, anybody who wants to live here has to abide by this rule. One of the most important of those rules was so-called which essentially would maintain settlement rights for people in the Gila. In other words, let's say you were a Jew living in, I don't know, Rome, decided you want to make your way out to fire for a shoemaker. And the community Shire would say, hey, I'm sorry, we have a harem that only families and shoemakers in our town. You have an opening, however, for anyone who can bring us Asian food. So if you want to open up a restaurant, you're Chinese, great. Those shoemakers, sorry, it's off the list. The harem which has associated with a very, very important now, which offers long repercussions to this day, and polygamy. We should understand that the custom of Jewish men marrying more than one wife is something that has good. Abraham first had Sarah, as Hagar, Jacob, of course, had four wives, actually two wives. Two of them were so-called Pelagian. Look at these details. And so you have to be careful when you however, now I know that was typical and entirely appropriate living within Islamic countries later on, 7th century. But it was not typical of Christian countries. So one of the things that Ben Yehuda did was he said, you know what, Ashkenazic lands, we're going to make this for last for 500 years. It was like that it's an Ashkenazi Jews may not marry more than one wife. A lot of implications for this in terms of women. Many associated with male that have to do with rights and privileges, actually very advantageous at that time. Right? And it also meant that the nature of the Jewish family, Christian lands, was much Christian. These are the kinds of takanot that would be established by these countries that had long lasting power in lands. Some of them are much smaller, like, for example, we're coming up with the holiday of Passover as I speak these words. And I have a daughter married with this Sephardic guy, and although I myself am Ashkenazi, until I am with Canadian derivation, I lived back known for their scintillating wit, precise intelligence, and superior sense. But she married a Sephardic guy, and all of a sudden, my diet is no longer enough by the man raised on certain foods on Passover, like rice and beans, which would never grace my table on Passover. But if she married a Sephardic guy, she's going to have a tremendous amount of time. So there are long-lasting implications that will come from this. We should get however, there were instructors. I don't want to give the impression that it was 500 years. It's entirely rabbis were in charge. Everybody was totally religious. I think more complicated this illustration in the so-called Rothschild from the 15th century, which depicts Jewish movement into the mixed of Ashkenazi forms of the day. And we have a lot of examples of non-religious behavior in the medieval Kehillah as the Kehillah struggled to establish itself. Where this literature was died, discuss it. Of course, these lectures are called responsa literature. I know that you guys like to make questions and answers. Where we have hundreds and hundreds of years, in fact, long before questions, of questions that are directed to rabbis and authority, saying, hey, so-and-so did this, so-and-so did this to my property, so-and-so is engaged in this behavior, and it's harming my rights, and is that acceptable, and so on. And the rabbis would then respond, and the responses that you quote would constitute case law and precedent for later development of Jewish. So, of these Sheilot that you quote, we actually have a really interesting glimpse into not because almost always, you don't ask the rabbi a question however it's supposed to be normal time. You ask a question when something is out of it. And so the Sheilot, the book literature, is extremely of the authority of the Kehillah and how people sometimes push back against it, usually unsuccessfully, but sometimes it change. We'll also see sanctioned forms of protest. That will often genuine aspects. Like, for example, if a woman was typically in this case, the woman felt that she was not being treated fairly by the leadership. One of the last resort things that you can do is that on the middle of the Sabbath services, the Torah is about to be brought out of the ark for public reading. One of the largest of men's sections, the largest of men's section, make a stop right in the center of the Torah and refuse to allow the service to continue until she received assurances that her case would become addressed. And this was, you can do this very many times, but it was one of those last things, sort of Hail Mary type, that's not what we were trying to use this topic, but it was the last thing type of people that person make to test the decision of the Quran. The authority was not absolute, very strong, but it was not absolute. Now, let us move to the economic structure, because ultimately, things revolve about and this is sort of like there's a cadence in rule of history, which is you don't know why something happens. The answer probably is money, not always, but probably. Here's Marcos said the revelation of the money, right? Definitely not the push to the road, and which probably doesn't see what she's reading some Christian literature, for example, sort of like rabbis with also the artists here, those sort of so immediately painting itself. But that was a very beautiful representation. But it's a nice changer. One of the most important is economic foundation of the Quran in the Ashkenazi seems to particularly up until about the 13th, 14th century. We have this passage in Deuteronomy which Jews and Christians to an identity, to a system, which essentially forbids Jews from charging interest to each other on a loan, but they are permitted to charge interest to a foreigner. Christians interpret this that Christians may not earn money and direct interest to fellow Christians as a free interest loan, but theoretically a Christian could lend money to a Jew and demand interest payments, more likely a Jew would demand interest payments from a Christian. This was modified in Catholic law of the first in the 4th century, and then something called the Gratiane of the 12th century that formalized essentially a monopoly on money lending for Jews. Now, it's not a true monopoly because we do know that Christians also were sometimes non-conformist, and there were Christians who were charging interest on loans at the same time, but they were definitely without the blessing of the church. And credit is an extremely important element in any developing economy, especially when it's agrarian in nature and there's going to be a natural ebb and flow of income when you're waiting for the harvest to come in. So when Jews would be established in a community and they would perform credit granting service, that was incredibly valuable to the entire region. And were actually somewhat noticed for the benefit that they gave to the community by providing credit, not only for the general advantage of the economy as a whole, but especially for the sector. This is, let's just, before we get into the details of this, just trying to understand what do we mean by money. So it's often referred to with the somewhat derogatory term. And that's not our territory anyways, because interest rates in were, incredibly low. But interest rate is 40, 50% interest. It's a huge risk to borrow money on medical insurance. So why would you do it? So first of all, contrary to popular opinion, we're allowed almost all parts Belgium, that language was typically Spanish possession Congo was typically confiscated by the state. So land that was separated and he also goes along with joke, which is no longer technically true, but used to say that why are there great Jewish pianists? Now, of course, there are, but back then, why are there great Jewish piano players? It's because it's hard to run while carrying a piano. That's what there's snare drum, things like that. So, money lending had benefits. First of all, it was a global occupation. You could set banker's hours literally because you were a banker. That allowed you to work most other walking distance, take it over to a bar, walking distance, to a restaurant, somebody's lunchtime, go to a restaurant. And then that was tremendously advantageous. It was not backbreaking labor like agriculture. So it was well suited to help the economy or push lifestyle. But it had significance because the debt burden do have issues with this possibility of uprising. It's a really important example of that was what the 17th century. Furthermore, if the debt burden was limited to ability, as opposed to seeking, for example, England, it's not impossible that the ability is a just way too much money to the Jews. It's just expel them and that's frequently a case of France. The Jews would be expelled from the debt burden. Right? And then the local was, wait a second, it's 200 credit, and then invite them back. Be invited, and then expelled again. It was a terrible situation with those risks. So it had the high potential for profit, but in fact, the way the church set up they had a clear monopoly on it for several centuries, but it also carries this as well. Now, what about the benefits to because we're talking about a full economy where a lot of simply happen in barter. Talking about, exchange of goods rather than a cash-based economy driving much of this economic structure. So the Jews who are dealing with precious metals, cash money, or a good taxation for the king. So one of the things that develops out of nationalism at this time is this of the Jews being which means servants of the royal king. In terms of that corporate structure of society, as I spoke about earlier, the king declared that the Jews of his kingdom were his private possession, that they were under his private authority, and would guarantee their activity as moneylenders, enforce the collection of their debts. So in other words, if you were a Christian, went to a Jewish money like we're seeing right now, that debt was essentially guaranteed by the king. If you failed to pay your debt, you not only have to answer to join with the moneylender, you would have to answer to the king's authority that could be enforced with actual corporal punishment. And why was the king, so much of the Russians do so? Because he taxed Jewish money with that thing. He was able to run their language as a major source of it. So there was a real benefit to the king being able to have this economic action. Maybe one kind of interesting sort of parallel example. When I lived in Florida, one of the issues was gambling of certain areas. And the state regulated it. There were certain areas where you were allowed to have gambling casinos because even though gambling distasteful activity, we have to recognize that it's going to happen anyways. People are going to ban anyways. But if the state regulates it, they can also tax it, and they can also provide income from it. Has to be like within certain boundaries, and the evils of spread throughout society as a whole, but they want to kind of like siphon and practice so they can also benefit from it. And the Jews, from many of the sectors we're talking about, are very much involved in that economic. Now, there are elements of quantitability of this concept. It's fascinating, just on a very good manner. This is tripartite lens is actually more referring to Moses received the Ten Commandments. There's another thing next to him, and then you have kind of a fashion of male wearing the traditional Jewish uniform. That later, and then behind them you see a book are portrayed with animal heads. And this is something that is typical of 13th century Ashkenaz. Speak about them later. Notice, however, that they're not portrayed in a negative light. They're actually not cute. But they had these images assume that they were portrayed as animals, sort of gesture to. At any rate, we should understand that if we look at society, look at economy, understand there's not only continuity that these social and economic structures existed in those centuries, there's also continuity where a lot of these structures, social and economic, go down under pressure. Some of those pressures were a competition with non-Jews. First, trade, guilds, which largely excluded Jews, who had to fund other industries, so historically early adopters of new technologies, particularly because they become excluded from existing technologies, and also trade. Jews would have faced competition from other groups within cities, and villages, and towns, where the charters become extremely important. So, depending on the relative strength of other economic interests in societies, you will see social or economic status or down. Then you also have a very important element which was approach with state issues. The church, in particular, in the 13th century, gained significant independence, and the church begins to say, wait a second, well, I realize kings are making a lot of money from Jewish money, but we think it's unfair to look at that, and we've got to change things so that things are happen. Ultimately, the Italian Christians will break apart the monopoly on money making and have the Pieta, which will remove the Jewish near monopoly, and Christians will become very important. But in some cases, the behavior of Jews will be limited by church authority. The church has a set of state that have tremendous implications for the degree to which society is not was discontinued. Finally, we have more uprisings and expulsions that would the demographic of Judaians that would dramatically affect the Jewish population. We'll have more uprisings that are expressed in I have to define the term program later, but basically sometimes it will be associated with some very negative regarding blood libel, for example, and then especially with death in the 14th century, rise uprising that create pressure on the national weight. That pressure will these large invitations settle often with different charters in Eastern Europe. So what I'm describing over the last is basically the Jewish law structure, the backbone is reliant on money, but there are many other places as well, such as sniffing, like Now, those things have actually changed quite a bit over the course of this presentation. I want to thank you all very much for your attention. Let me start by pointing out that I realize I'm speaking to a very diverse audience. Some of you are intimately connected with the theory and practice of Judaism, and you have a considerable amount of familiarity with the history and practice of Judaism in the medieval period. Others may be totally new to this, so I have to try and strike a balance between sophistication and introductory materials, and I'll do my best to try and satisfy everyone with a short presentation in which we cover the major body of thought. So let's now look first at the area of study. Intellectually, we have to ask ourselves what exactly is we're talking about the history of the Jews or medieval Ashkenaz. What exactly are we referring to? So Judaism, of course, is a ancient faith, one of the most ancient that are currently practiced today. It is the original monotheistic faith, which gives the two religions, Christianity and Islam, originating in ancient Israel and, of course, developed through the ages and still practiced to this day. However, the understanding of Judaism that most non-Jews have actually based with those that they received from the Christian or Muslim interpretation of Judaism, which tends to focus very heavily on the biblical record. We should note, however, that for observant Jews, there are really no Torahs. There is there's 5 books of Moses called the written Torah, and then there is this massive amount of information which is called the oral Torah, Torah Shabbat Malteh, which informs many other aspects of Judaism and their central texts, like the Mishnah and the Talmud, which is shown here. The oral Torah is basically kind of simplified, sort of like a commentary on the Torah, but an amplification of the Torah, a clarification of the Torah, and it regulates the lives of observant Jews to the present day. So, for example, you have a commandment that I'm sure many of you are familiar with, honor the Sabbath day and keep it holy. That's nice. Great. How do you do it? Well, it doesn't actually say that much in the written Torah. How one does observe the Sabbath. However, in the oral Torah, there's a phenomenal amount of discussion, including an entire Talmudic tract completely dedicated to that topic. And all of this is codified in something known as halakha. And the halakha is related to the word to law, to God. Maybe we should translate this as the path. And it's basically the interpretation, according to the ancient rabbis, of how Jews should live their lives according to Jewish law. Jewish thought, on the other hand, has quite a bit more flexibility than halakha. And even within halakha, there is significant flexibility. Some distinctions between Ashkenaz and other Jewish world. But halakha basically dictates the day-to-day quotidian life of Jews throughout centuries. Let us recall that unlike, let's say, Christianity, which is very much based in thought in terms of acceptance of certain ideas and beliefs, Judaism is way more focused on behavior, on keeping things kosher, literally. And we should understand that halakha literally dictates how a Jew wakes up in the morning, how he ties his or her shoes, how they do business, how they eat, how they sleep, how they drink. And for every single aspect life is really dictated by the law. It is all-encompassing. There is no meaningful distinction between, let's say, mutual law, civil law, criminal law, or part. And we could go on a tremendous length, but we want to try and focus on the history. In terms of text, without doubt, the most important document to understand halakha and to understand by extension observant Judaism. I should also mention, by the way, we're now talking about the medieval period where there really is, you don't have what we would later call denominations in Judaism. You don't have like Orthodox, Conservative, Reform, and so on. In the ancient period, it was basically Judaism or a limited number of heresies like the Karaite movement, the Samaritans, which are kind of like cousins to Judaism. Significant friction between the main body of certain Ashkenazi Jews and Orthodox. We'll talk more about some major groups, the Sabbateans and the Frankists, that are very significant Ashkenazi. But basically, for the mainstream dominant Ashkenazi Jews, they're looking for the Talmud with the guidance. The Talmud is, as I mentioned earlier, an expression of the oral law. It represents the discussion of literally thousands of rabbis over several centuries, debating points of interpretation of the Torah text, introducing lots of other materials like biographies, legends, stories, popular sayings, engaging in deep back and forth and trying to piece out how exactly these are supposed to live their lives. And that is Talmudic document, which requires tremendous training and erudition and patience to be able to decode its highly arcane and kind of cramped style in Aramaic and Hebrew is really the bread and butter of Jewish scholarship for most of the last two millennia. So, with this very superficial orientation, let's just see how that sort of is expressed in Ashkenaz. Clearly, one of the greatest Ashkenazi contributors to Jewish thought is none other than Rabbi Yitzchak, known by the acronym of his name, Rashi, who was active primarily in the 11th century. And his contribution to the study of Torah is incredibly profound. Primarily, he wrote two great things, which are studied to this very day. In fact, their study was virtually enshrined in later halakha. The first is a commentary on Torah, and the second is a massive commentary on the entire Talmud, with certain tractates having been lost, where the actual Rashi that we have in them, but the vast majority of the Talmud commented by Rashi. Rashi's genius is his ability to, boil down very compact, clear, expressive Hebrew prose, which is not especially complex or difficult to understand, broad arguments and clarify text of the Torah. It's said that Jews study the Torah with two fingers. One goes in the actual Hebrew text of the Torah itself. The other one goes on the Rashi, which is almost always printed on the same page as the Torah itself. That's just how central he is, because besides just explicating the text, one of the major contributions that he offers is he unites much of the old Torah with the new Torah. We have a particular passage in the Torah about which there are pages and pages of rabbinic discussion, something called midrash. He can call from that midrash and just apply a sentence or two, sometimes even a phrase or even a word, something that's going on in the midrash. So when one studies the Torah in the area of Rashi, one really gets a holistic approach to the meaning of the Torah as understood by the perspective of the written and oral Torah. Rashi's relied upon as well by medieval Christian commentators, not only because he explains many difficult words and phrases and puzzling passages of Torah, but also because the boiled down perspective of the Torah makes it available to a wider audience. And of course, been a key movement for translators of that era, for entering it into Latin and other languages. His commentary on the Talmud is equally profound. The Talmud, as I mentioned, unlike the Torah, which is fairly small in size, 5 books, one parchment. The Talmud is massive. It is the contemporary study of Talmud. One of the most popular ways to study it is through studying a folio a day. It's like 2 sides of 1 page. That's called Daf Yomi. It's a program that was started in the 1920s, and it's a worldwide coordinated study. It has been called the world's largest book club because there are literally hundreds of thousands who study the same page of Talmud every day. You travel from place to place in the world and pick up the Talmud where you're studying the day before and on the next page the day after, and so on. So it's 2,711 folios long. That means double that in terms of pages that the folios both sides. And it takes 7.5 years to complete the entire cycle of the Babylonian Talmud. It's another Talmud called Jerusalem Talmud, which we won't deal with here. And Rashi wrote a commentary on the entire thing. His commentary on the Talmud is rather different in style than commentary on the Torah. He's not trying to bring in lots of other passages from Midrash and things like that to the Talmud. But basically, as the Talmud is written in a really, really condensed language, requiring pretty phenomenal logical skills and attention to skip over many of the leaps that are assumed by the editors of the Talmud that you're aware of. Rashi essentially guides the reader, taking him or her by the hand, typically shortly, and saying, what it needs to say is this. And what that last passage should be read as a question, not as a statement. And Rashi is an essential guide to just figure out the very, very basic meaning of the Talmud. So with his prodigious scholarship, which was universal, Rashi was really able to open up those 2 key books to a much larger audience of students of Judaism and have a profound impact to this day. As I mentioned, these hundreds of thousands of students of Talmud who study in the Yomi program will regularly, every day, use Rashi to understand the text. And school children studying today will begin their study of Torah with the commentary of Rashi as an essential aspect of their study. Incredibly important contribution to later thought. I know that you studied, that the students who are watching the Ashkenazi had some time. Professor Lau, of course, written some great things on Rashi, so I won't go into more detail. The next really significant group of scholars in Ashkenaz who made a big difference for study of Judaism are the so-called Tosafot, Baalei Tosafot. The word Tosafot means addition, and it refers to an entire school of Talmudic students, including Rashi's grandchildren, prominent among them. So now we're talking basically 12th century into the 15th century. If you look at this page here that I've brought up onto the screen, it's the first page of the Talmud, and you can see the kind of layering of the text. It just gives you some sense of how the study of the Talmud has engaged by medieval Ashkenazi Jews and by contemporary Jews as well, involves really a conversation over the centuries. The pink area in the center is called the Mishnah. This is the core text of the Talmud and also a major text of the Oral Torah, basically with questions of Jewish law for the most part. Here gematria should be recited in the evening and in the morning. And there's a discussion of how to exactly time the beginning of this prayer. And then below it, in the yellow, have the Talmudic Guinness, which is a discussion of Mishnah. Further questions, longer explanations, contradictions, and arguments, debates, and so on. The Talmud is much larger than the Mishnah. It will go on for several pages, and then you get to the next text of the Mishnah, and the process will be itself. Then, on the inside column, always printed towards the center of the book by the binding, you have the commentary of Rashi that see that compared to the commentary of Tosfos, if you look for those bold headers, Rashi is much shorter, much more pithy, just very brief bits of information to help you walk through the text, defining things that you might have missed when you're trying to understand the basic meaning of it, as we've discussed. But on the left, you have the Tosfos. Tosfos and Rashi are both written in a different font, but they're traditionally printed in a different font. It's called Rothschild font primarily because printers used it at the time for Rashi and it was associated with it. Although it's really just an italic form of the regular square font of the Talmud. Tosfos has an entirely different agenda to Rashi, whereas Rashi is just trying to do the basic meaning of the text. Tosfos has a much more analytical approach by thinking of what's said on the page here and then bringing up contradictions that may have occurred somewhere else in the Talmud. And Tosfos, as it were, assumes, even though we're on page 1 of the Talmud, that you have already studied the entire Talmud already. This is, of course, review. You're going back over it. So therefore, when you're reading this again, you may have missed the fact that, 500, 600 pages later, it's going to see something that appears to contradict this page. And so, unlike Rashi, who strives for simple clarity and a basic understanding, Tosfos explores the contradictions and explores the ambiguities and tries to offer resolutions to bring together the contradictory elements of the Talmud. It's an entirely different order of study, but again, highly Ashkenazic in nature. The Tosfos were based in Ashkenaz, and we're talking about really tens of scholars over several centuries. And by the way, on the outsides of the margins, you see many other commentators. Depending on the edition of the Talmud, you'll have different commentators featuring right up until the 19th, sometimes even the 20th century. The copy of the Talmud that I enjoy studying the most, the Steinsaltz Gemara, actually has a figure who passed away a few years ago, Rabbi Steinsaltz. So it's an ongoing text. It has layers that continue right up until the present day. So Rashi, Tosfos, major Ashkenazi contributions to Jewish intellectual history. One last major movement that we should treat, looking at this medieval period, is a group of thinkers in the Rhineland who acquire the name Hasidei Ashkenaz. Hasidei means literally the pious ones. The term is also used by several other movements in Jewish history, both modern day. I'm sure you have heard of Hasidei. These are followers of the Baal Shem Tov, who will have opportunity to speak about, I think, on Thursday. They're from the 18th century and onward. Totally different, and for the most part, Hasidei Ashkenaz, other than their basic tenets in Judaism. It's also a term that's used along the globe. There are biblical instances of the word Hasidim, and there are the followers of Yehuda and Maccabi in the period of the period. They were also called Hasidim. So it's a term that's reused many times throughout Jewish history. It does not know about them when we get to the 18th century Hasidim to understand it. But anyway, so scholars that were active, especially after the Crusades, which is a topic that we're going to address in the following hour today. A period of tremendous persecution of the Jews of the Rhineland, enduring some scenes where Jews were forced to choose between baptism and martyrdom, and many of them actually chose martyrdom, a very, very fighting period that we will address later. But at any rate, these Hasidic Ashkenazis, unlike most other movements in Jewish history, they took a very ascetic approach to Judaism, with a tremendous amount of emphasis on fasting, on penitence, on the demonic powers that had to be fought against through piety, many other elements that are some degree present in the Jewish thought for centuries prior, but never really focused to the degree that they were among the Hasidic Ashkenazis. They adopted a lot of fascinating, sometimes bizarre practices, such as self-mortification, rolling in stone naked in order to develop one's penitence to atone for that sin. Things like after death, their coffins were dragged through the streets with the thinking that by suffering humiliation like this, they would be spared humiliation in the next world. This is a movement that had strong impact and influence, but most of the ascetic tendencies were largely abandoned. There's kind of like a reverence for that type of piety, but for the most part, the Jewish movements did not adhere to it. One of the most important literary works of the Ashkenaz is this book, which is the foundation here, Sefer HaSiddim, the Pious, which is actually extremely important for illustrating the social life of Jews in Ashkenaz, because there's a remarkable amount of kind of like folk tales, stories of travelers, of Jews, sometimes Jews behaving badly, of robbers, of non-Jews, of all kinds of things are involved in this pious work, which is intended to illuminate the Jewish thought for the masses, Ashkenaz at the time, and it's really quite fascinating. One of the most interesting passages, actually, in the Sefer HaSiddim as it's printed today, is a passage that deals with the will, the last will and testament, one of the most important of this Rabbi Yehuda Hasid, who essentially wrote a rather longish ethical will with Sabbah. This tradition of the ethical will was, I'm not wrong, was pioneered by the Hasidic Ashkenaz. There's certainly biblical precedents and so on, but the idea is basically not only should one write a will in which one leaves one's possessions to one's survivors, you get the house, the car, my favorite, whatever, things like that. Rabbi Yehuda Hasid actually listed a whole bunch of behaviors that he wanted his followers to adopt. And it's a fascinating ethical document. And by the way, these ethical wills are written throughout the centuries thereafter. This is one of the significant ways in which Hasidic Ashkenaz later affected the Jewish tradition. I myself and my wife aim to rewrite our ethical wills every year, actually, for Yom Kippur. And I say plural because we have a different ethical will for each one of our children and our children-in-law as well, and our grandchildren. Kind of like, blessings that we want to confer on them and things that we hope that they will adopt in their own lives and so on. It's very meaningful exercise, particularly for the penitential season. At any rate, one quick note about Rabbi Hasid's will. There's a lot of kind of bizarre instructions as well. For example, Rabbi Yehuda Hasid commanded his children after him to never marry a woman with the same name as their mother. Right? So if Ruvain's mother's name is Sarah, he should not marry a woman who's also named Sarah. This is like rigorously adhered to today. Also applied to women not marrying men who have the same name as their father. There are ways in which this is dealt with. We call them falls in love with Sarah. Sarah can always have a name added to her, so it becomes Sarah Leah or Sarah Hannah, things like that. But it's amazing how rigorously Jews attach themselves to this particular teaching of Rabbi Yehuda Chassid, which has, by the way, no other known source in Jewish thought, neither in the Bible, nor in the Talmud, nor in the Mishnah, nowhere else. Rabbi Yehuda Chassid appears to have originated this practice. Centuries later, the great Kotzker Rabbi, who was a member of the Hasidim of the 19th century, that we'll talk about tonight, by the way, he was quipped that if Rabbi Chassid had known just how seriously people would take every aspect of his last will, he should have included the Ten Commandments in there as well. I don't know if you're laughing, it's hard to tell when I'm speaking to Jim, but I hope you're enjoying it. Okay, one last detail about the study of Judaism. Okay, and then I will pause for some questions before we go on to the next item. And that is this notion of Shonim and Acharon. So if you have a look at this map here, this is the great expulsion of Jews from Spain and later migration from Portugal as well. As you can see, a significant number actually made their way into Ashkenazic lands as well. And the Spanish expulsion is a major scene in Jewish history. It represents the uprooting of one of the most powerful and consequential communities of Jews in Europe, the Sephardim, after Spain, and really radically changed the balance of intellectual power and influenced the Ashkenazim as well by their thought. But we'll get into that in later classes. But I want to illustrate that here as kind of like a rough dividing line between two major periods of intellectual inquiry. We should preface this with this concept that is very basic to traditional Judaism, this notion of the so-called decline of the generation, the Yerida Hadorot. There is this notion in Jewish theology that when the Jews received the Torah in Sinai, in the ancient period as described in the Bible, that's kind of like their highest possible spiritual attainment. As close to God as imagine still remaining in the human body as a mortal. And then, as we move over time, away from that moment, there's excessive decline in spiritual thinking. And the Jewish thought kind of groups the bunches of generations in categories that relates to how far separate they are from Sinai. And I think we'll the earlier movies, but two that are related to us today as we talk about Ashkenaz are the so-called Rishonim and the later Acharonim. The word Rishon means first. So you have these people called the first ones. It really means the first ones, first thinkers after the last major group of thinkers called the Geonim, who were primarily centered in Baghdad, Iraq, kind of like the Talmudic thinkers. The Rishonim include people like Rashi and Malay Tosfot, who we spoke about earlier. The Sefer Hasidim were all among the Rishonim, and they represent several hundred years of thinkers who are very active, not only in Spain, in Ashkenaz, not only in Ashkenaz, but also in Spain, North Africa, and elsewhere. Rishonim are occupied with somewhat different priorities than earlier generations. So the Rishon, for example, is they try to systematize the commandments. Or in traditional Jewish law, there are 613 commandments, a considerably larger amount than the 10 as listed in a couple of passages of the Bible, the 10 commandments. And so the Rishonim strive to quantify, okay, let's count them. What exactly are the commandments? And they have disputes. Some people say this is a commandment, other people say no, it's not a commandment, just a rabbinic law, and so on. And basically, they live with those commandments. Then later, try to codify those commandments into, okay, how do we practice them? And organizing them into major works like Maimonides' Mishnah Torah. Maimonides is a Rishon, not an Ashkenazi figure, but that's basically what's going on for the period that we're discussing right now. Around the period of the Spanish expulsion, there is a steam-like figure, or a transitional figure, Rabbi Yosef Caro, who flees Spain, ends up in Constantinople, later in Safed, Israel, and he is the author of a major book called the Shulchan Aruch. And this would be in the 15th century, late 15th century, early 16th century, when we have really that division. Those thinkers were called Rishonim, and those thinkers were called Acharonim, which means one later ones. Whereas Rishonim are kind of more or less evenly distributed between Sephardim and Ashkenazim. Perhaps even more of them on balance are Sephardim. When it gets to the Acharonim, it becomes a much more Ashkenazic enterprise. In other words, from the year 1500 on, Acharonim are much more associated with the traditional Ashkenazic lands in Germany and France, but heavily in later Poland, the Commonwealth, certain regions of Ukraine, Lithuania in particular, with Vilna Gaon, for example. So there's a transition of intellectual thought in the Rishonim and Acharonim at that time. It may not be common to go straight from the study of Jewish texts to gender as a category of discussing Judaism. And I think it's extremely important because one of the aspects of Judaism, which is somewhat foreign to us in the 21st century, is that Judaism is a highly gendered thing. I will tend to argue that the experience of Judaism depends greatly on whether or not one is male or female. For example, I try to be an observant to myself, and I like my guy friends to show up at synagogue twice a day for 3 cycles of prayer. There's hardly any women there, usually none whatsoever. My day is prescribed by all kinds of things that I've got to do that are associated with my role as a male Jew. My wife, on the other hand, has an entirely different set of practices, which tend to be, they are daily, but not necessarily so circumscribed in time slots. They tend to be much more heavily monthly activities. They tend to be much more concentrated in the private sphere at home, whereas most of my things go on in the public sphere outside. There are a tremendous amount of differences between how traditional Jews, certainly in the medieval period, have appreciated their Judaism based on their gender. And let me give you first a theological discussion of why that would be, not really theological, more of a halachic discussion. If you have a look at this chart, you can divide the commandments I mentioned earlier, 613 of them. You can divide them into 2 types. Positive commandments, which means thou shalt do these things, and negative commandments, thou shalt not do these things. Furthermore, you can also divide them, and here's another symbol, those that are defined by time and those that are not defined by time. Let me give you some examples. I'll put them in each quadrant. So commandment, which is defined by time, would be that during the long holiday of Sukkot, Jews are required to sit in a sort of a hut with a thatched roof, more or less. It's made of natural materials during the holiday. So there is a positive commandment. Sit in the sukkah during the holiday of Sukkot. It is positive, something that one must go out and do. And it is defined by time. It's something relevant that 8-day period called Sukkot. A positive commandment not defined by time would be from the Ten Commandments. Honor thy father and mother. Right? One has to always do that. One must also get up and do things for one's parents. That's what's meant by the word honor. You provide for their welfare, and if your father asks you to get him a drink of water, then you have the mitzvah to actually get a drink of water. That's a positive, but it's not defined by time. It could be anything. It could be in the middle of the night. It could be first thing in the morning, last thing at night. Doesn't matter. It's always there. Okay, so positive commandments defined by time, not defined by time. Similarly, negative commandments. A negative commandment would be do not eat bread on Passover. Right? Full leavened products may be consumed during the 8-day holiday of Passover. So thou shalt not, do not eat. But it's only during this period of time. Thankfully, you can have your bagels, your beer, and your whatever after Passover, but not on Passover. And finally, negative, not defined by time, but that commandments do not murder. That always applies. It's there's obviously a lot to say about each of these things, but this is the basic schematic version of how one may understand the commandments. Now, in terms of gender, the huge elephant of the movie is that it says that women are exempt from the category of commandments which are positive, defined by time. Meaning, do this action at this time. Women may choose to do it if they so wish, but they are not required to do them. In most cases, this means that women generally do not do them, and certainly that would be associated with a lot of the other responsibilities that women have domestically, raising children, things like that. It's hard to specifically schedule leaving the home when you have, a nursing child or things you have to do at home. But nevertheless, that's the technical aspect of this. And it would mean that the lives of men and women are largely bifurcated because of this different standard of what is expected. Now, there are exceptions to that for certain times. Let's say, for example, lighting candles on Friday night, right, for the Sabbath, that is a mitzvah that actually women have priority for men on, but it's only on Friday night where mitzvah. But the exception of those things, drinking wine on Passover, for example, and several others, the general rule is positive defined by time, women are exempt, and this has tremendous implications for how they live their daily lives. There are also commandments which are specific to women, and one of the most significant of those is the immersion in the mikvah, which relates to the laws of what are called family in Jewish law. There's a lot more to say about this, obviously, but brief, any kind of connection with death enters a person somewhat by a good translation, which Hebrew term will be time. So, for example, after sleeping, which is kind of like a taste of death, but unconsciousness, one has to walk in the water. Afterward, water is universal solvent, defilement is which is sometimes also translated as impurity, like that. And one of the things that is definitely associated with that is menstruation, because menstruation represents the loss of a possible life. And before husband and wife can return to regular married life, the woman has to wait a certain amount of time, and then she immerses in a particular ritual bath called a was shown by the background of this picture of modern mikvah. I'm going to show you now a brief video that I actually make a connection with my synagogue. So I'm going to jump into a particular part of the video where we will enter the mikvah of Carbon France. It's a remarkable 14th century mikvah. So you get a feeling for what it must have been like. I'm actually going to show you a little bit more of the video because we have the opportunity to see the synagogue. I just want to let you know in advance that the synagogue there was renovated in the Baroque period in the 18th century. So the interior has that kind of feel to it. So when you go into the basement, you'll see an 18th century mikvah, and then you're going to go even below the 14th century mikvah, which I think is a look at the medieval synagogue of Carpentras, which I had the privilege of visiting a few years ago. And let's have a look at the exterior, moving into the interior, and then to the remarkable discoveries that were made in the basement. The synagogue is located in Jewish Carrière, or Jewish street. I'm going to call it a ghetto for later times when it was actually sealed. At one point, as many as 2,000 people, something like 15% of the town's population lived in this tiny space. When applying for badly needed renovations in the 18th century, it's quite a tussle with the local bishop. The bishop insisted that there be two windows, horizontal windows, added to the left and right of the two vertical windows, such that when Jews actually entered the synagogue, they would be walking directly under the shape of a cross. This is resonated with much of the activity that was going on with forced sermons and conversionary activity at the time. So this feature, when you finish climbing the steps to get into the synagogue property, there's one tile which is out of place on the floor, which according to the local tradition is a sign that the world is not yet perfect. Humans have a role in the perfect world, and this is just one indication of the job that they do. Baroque interior that contrasts with the low profile on the outside. And it's the oldest thing you set up in France, almost like the oldest active thing. There's some charming idiosyncrasies, like the miniature chair of Elijah that sits in an alcove on one wall. And up there, so it's super scale. Of course. Wow. Thank you. Another interesting feature of this 18th century Baroque style, the Torah would have been read on the opposite side of the room and on the second floor. You actually have to go up some stairs to see the original Shulchan. The synagogue administration was so welcoming to us here in Carpentras. We were coming from a significant group with kosher groups, a lot of important people are traveling with us. And so they not only showed us their prized possession, the Sefer Torah with Sephardic style case, but they even opened up the area behind the party to show us all of their antique paper Torahs, which were torn, some letters had faded, no longer could be used for public reading, but they had behind the arm a dark space which is lovingly preserved some very, very old Sefer Torahs, centuries old. And we allowed them to go back. The camera. Privilege of calling out 71 from the 18th century. Used in the 18th century and onward was more similar to modern, it would be heated and filtered and using water in a separate container, which was shortly that was actually conformed to the requirements of Jewish law, whereas the place where people would converse was primarily a more comfortable place with heated and clean water. Water from the mikveh, so you put the banner, and then the water goes in the basement of the 14th century synagogue is the community makeup, which you can see the water is still quite clear. It's from our TV well. The light dusting on the top of the wall is from the flecks that come off the limestone walls. Originally, of course, you get the sun here in candlelight, which was really heighten the mood of solemnity associated with the ritual worship. There's no natural light in the space. The Jews of the crowd, of course, did not use the 14th century mikvah or even the 18th century mikvah. Modern, but the synagogue also features communal ovens used for making the Passover matzah. 2 years ago, during some standard renovation, a sub-basement was discovered in the Carpenter synagogue that has a remarkable communal life.
Le dis en français. Avec exception du même lieu, la synagogue, il eut lieu. Et c'est une économie qui, quand même, date de 1367. Et vraiment, c'est une voir, vous serez suprêmement accueillis. C'est une mérite vraiment. Chacun a tout ça. Voilà.
Okay.
Et on pense que la l'église là, si on peut, parce qu'on a retrouvé beaucoup de livres, manuscrits.
What I find especially fascinating and meaningful about the discoveries in the sub-basement of the Catholic synagogue is that they literally kind of corridors physically connected the homes of the Jewish order with the synagogue. As the Jews wanted, as for security reasons, a direct and immediate and secure access to the synagogue from their homes. So that's a good example. France would go just to look at medieval synagogue in particular, to look at the medieval mikvah underneath. Of course, they don't use the 14th century mikvah anymore. They don't use the 18th century mikvah either. By modern standards, they're kind of like, yeah. But a huge advance from the 14th century, 18th, of course, the 20th century was modernist on it. Let us conclude our discussion with a very brief discussion of religious cycles. Again, I'm going to horribly compress some amazing information into a brief period of time, but we can't understand the way in which Jews would have appreciated the world around them if we are cognizant of their time. Of course, one of the most important cycles would be the life cycle, and as I intimated earlier, very different understanding of the life cycle depending on whether one is male or female. Generally, males tend to get a lot more hoo-has, as my grandmother would say, doing well and shop. There's a lot more celebrations associated with the birth of the boy, the circumcision ceremony, the bar mitzvah, and so on. But then, of course, there's a massive celebration for her in the wedding, which I mentioned, by the way. Bar mitzvah was definitely not a big thing. The 13th birthday for the boy, definitely not a big thing. In medieval Ashkenaz, it was was certainly present. It goes back much further. When it comes to an adult at the age of 12, is the celebration of that life cycle that was basically absent until the 20th century. The huge as shown here, though, is the wedding, which is much more oriented towards the experience, I could argue, but nevertheless, the life cycle was basically associated with these kind of patterns of coming of age. For then, it was especially associated with greater levels of attained literacy, although Jewish women also remarkably literate, as far as we can tell from Ashkenazi documents. They may not have been as literate in Hebrew, which would be the language of religion and prayer, but they certainly would have had literacy in Yiddish, which was vernacular, far more likely to be in Yiddish than in the broader non-Jewish society. And this, of course, the pattern that would hold true right up until modern period. Then you have, of course, the last element of life cycle, of course, is the ritual of death, which, as I mentioned in yesterday's lecture, was very highly controlled by the Catholic tradition. I should actually say that it's not like death was actually controlled. Death is actually out of our hands. But the process of burial and so on was largely managed by this high status committee called the Chapter. The weekly cycle is something that Jews would experience, and that relates obviously to the holidays, once every 7 days of this Sabbath. In some ways, the Sabbath today in the 21st century is even more relevant because of its moved from our temporary activities, but basically on the Sabbath, there are 39 forbidden categories of activity, all of which are associated with either creative or manipulative activity, which would include, for example, light a fire or extinguish a fire. It's forbidden to cook food. It's forbidden to carry objects beyond a certain distance in the public thoroughfare without a device called an Arab, not as common in medieval Ashkenaz. And basically, it would represent a complete cessation of all other activities, all business activities, to be sure, and much more of a focus on the family and on the community. The reason why I mentioned it's so much more radical today is because we really operate in a 24/7 environment, which it becomes absolutely unheard of for people to, for example, turn off their phones for 1 day a week, which like a digital fast. Whereas for observatories, of course, you turn off your phones. Of course, you are communicating with the broader world if you love traveling your community and so on. It's a very different approach to the people. Water teaching, you see it in terms of things like electric lights are not turned on and off on the Sabbath, very advanced, like many of you, and so on. The Sabbath would have been, of course, on Saturdays, which was great distinction to the Christian Sabbath on Sundays, which share some features for Sabbath. But that disconnect between these two different things really had implications, which we'll see in the modern pyramids. And of course, there is the yearly cycle with a group of holidays that here they have a lot of agricultural connection, particularly with the seasons in Israel. They were largely adapted to Hebrew time. Well, including, for example, that holiday of sitting in the outdoor booths on the holiday of Sukkot, which usually falls around October, and that can be somewhat uncomfortable in northern Germany at that time. Those things that are involved with. So there's so much more to say about the daily, weekly, and yearly cycles of Judaism, not nearly as relevant to our own narrow study of history, however. So I'm just going to leave with that as kind of of like an overview. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to thank you for your attention now, and I'm going to go back to your studying with me. So thank you all very much for watching. Our task now is to look at a much more difficult topic. We're going to look at things and development a little bit more generic work in trying to define what exactly we use the term anti-Semitism as, which we'll see actually somewhat anachronistically, but primarily because it relates to the topic at hand. And the term that is unfortunately wrong, and let's drill down Ashkenazi period. So the first thing that is that anti-Semitism, although it has its own kind of twisted, bizarre logic, it does not have to make sense. In fact, one of the amazing and many aspects of what is called hatred is that it has demonstrated a remarkable capacity of reinventing itself to meet the specific demands of particular culture. If we had a lot more time to develop this, but I would like to go to Rothschild's famous statement in a remarkable work called Reflexion sur la question choisie, reflection on the question. Si les Juifs n'existaient pas, if you did not exist, anti-Semite would exist. Anti-Semite somehow keep an enemy to focus the understanding of the world. That's why we're going to spend more time discussing this with great detail, but anti-Semitism often seen as too stressful to society, and it's provide a soil on which individuals feel disconnected from the world of how I'll explain their situation. We certainly, of course, see that. But it's not at all uncommon. For example, if you look at this Republic of Tokyo in the year 2004, a Japanese translation of the protocols of the learned elders of China, one of the most notorious anti-Semitic words of the world, rather bizarre discussion of the Jewish conspiracy. That even though there's a tiny population of primarily concentrated in a couple of cities, nevertheless, there's a Japanese software that was not being public with its published edition of the 1970s. So, much more to say about this in general, but let's just focus on a couple of things. First of all, I'm going to use the term anti-Semitism as it is somewhat anachronistic. The term anti-Semitism was actually coined by this man, Wilhelm Mann, in the 19th century in an attempt to find a more polite, or at least acceptable alternative to what I find that would be a much more vulgar in nature. So anti-Semitism, capitalizing on linguistic theory that was developed in language families around this time, and developing the notion of the Semitic family of languages, which includes Hebrew, but also Arabic and so on. But anti-Semites are rarely speaking about Arabs and Asian as we talk. And so saying what anti-Semitic means one is against Semitism. Semitism is the bottom page as this bizarre imaginary world of Jewish conspiracy that dominates the world, and therefore many scholars today, since there is no such thing as Semitism, there is no such embarrassing say that. But because there is no such thing as Semitism, therefore anti-Semitism should not be spelled with which implies that none of you an actual thing which exists. Therefore, it's spelled out with a lowercase s and no hyphen anti-Semitism, giving this phenomenon of quickly. The term anti-Semitism is derived from the overall Jewish conspiracy is decidedly modern, and it would often be inappropriate to use that term retroactively at evil. Certainly, to biblical terms, but for the sake of simplicity, since that term has been the wide usage, I would term in this. Let's try and have during the basic development up to the period that we're considering. Historically, when you look at the earliest texts that we have, written on the outside of non-Jewish society, the regular literature stands out. And much of that early anti-Jewish activity is a type of set of fear of the stranger that reflects a wicked conflict, cultural struggle between values and norms of basically society and how Jews are. A whole bunch of things, like for example, how Jews were accused of being lazy, often because they rested one day a week. You know, mostly excessive. They were considered misanthropic and flattish because they preferred membership in a group only to men in history and books, for example. To be called a Jew unless you went through a conversion ritual, if you were male in particular, in the ancient world. And of course, there was conflict with the Jews. There was two very significant conflicts involved, even if you count rebellion, that resulted ultimately in the destruction of Jewish sovereignty, the land of Israel, and then later in further persecution under the Rothschild. And it's noted, for example, in this famous arch, the Arch of Jesus, that was erected in Rome, memory of the victory of the Roman rebels in the first century, and they have this, depiction of the Jews being forced to carry on the temple spoils to the temple of Jupiter in Rome. By the way, this is what it looks like as actually some great analysis of the temple. The Romans, they perishly painted their statues. This is what it looked like in the fourth century. Now, all of this, although Jews don't necessarily feel good about it, I mean, what's being called off to be displayed in the temple of Jupiter, that definitely is nice experience. But is it really anti-Semitism? Or is it regular cultural conflict that is demonstrated in war, victory, and propaganda? Things like this is a more normal conflict that the Jews were treated well or badly just as much as any other people were bad. They on their own. So basically, it's a normal type of thing. It changes significantly with Christianity because there you have a special dynamic. Christianity, of course, is not a religion to Judaism. Earliest practitioners of Christianity were Jews. Find their basically focusing it on the person of Jesus. And when you get into the second century in particular, and there is more of a sharpening of distinction between some of those early Jewish Christians who still want to see out who sure still observing and things like that, and a much larger non-ethnic Jews adopted the Christian religion. You see kind of a family feud, us versus us, arguing to an us versus them environment, which is well traced out in the Gospels and Church Fathers. You can see here the medieval representations actually from the period of time we were talking about. These are both representations of the articulation of the difference between Christianity and Judaism, especially useful for Catholic priests to explain to literate peasants how Christianity differed and diverged from Judaism. So, easier for people to understand their relationship as typically that the Jews living in the environments in their Christian left. They typically portray the pairs like this one represents the church, always on the left side, the right hand. Sometimes the woman falls in the middle, and he's got his right hand over the church, left hand, your hand over instead of so on the left of the sisters who see church with a crown, scarlet scarf, chalice, your eye, and so on to her lab. Synagogue, clearly attitude of decline, almost falling away from the wall, head down in sadness, her crown is gone, blindfolded to the truth, her staff is broken, kind of like a symbol of her loss of power. And even the Ten Commandments are slipping from the grass, vegetables, and capture the words of God. So the image is trying to say, as it were, that Christianity supersedes, rejected, disfavored, and Christianity. Right, a rather more violent example from a stained glass window in Belfast, 15th century. On the left is the church providing a anthropomorph with the upright staff, the chalice, and a hand is from heaven and follows her with a halo, clear sense of divine favor. And on the other side, our right, you see the synagogue, who is riding a donkey, including a ram's head, in reference to the sacrificial law, perhaps the finding of Isaac, the carnal nature, is argued by his brothers. The crown is knocked off her head. She's blindfolded. It's appear over and over again, literally hundreds of samples of ecclesia churches that we have. Her staff is broken out. Just in case you missed the point, the sword descending from heaven and penetrating the health that she is no longer. So, special kind of madness that is largely the result of a religious between the younger faith and the older faith, and a rejection of it. It's qualitative, quite different than a phobia. This is something that's specific to the relationship. It only really makes sense between Christians and Jews. You could say that, I don't know, let's say because perhaps some kind of iconography with regards to Jews because they don't have the same relationship with Jews. And then the period that we are entering now, all of a sudden, this just goes on and so bizarre pathology discussed about this. Ideas that seem to come out of nowhere, the Jew, really bizarre ideas that every person in the have a remarkable effect on the popular imagination. The up until the first century. So that's kind of like a devolution of anti-Judaic prejudice, we'll call it anti-Semitism, after that term is anachronistic. And let's trace it specifically back to Crusades, where we see a lot of this really beginning. The Crusades were initiated the year 1095 by Pope Urban II. It had to do a lot with the issue of access of Christian pilgrims to the holy sites. At this time, of course, Jerusalem is not under the control of the Jews, have been formally removed from the first century and years earlier, and it's now the Muslims. And the charge was that they are not allowing sufficient access to Christian pilgrims. Urban connects with is Eastern Orthodox Christians, and they had this to march all the way to Jerusalem and to wrest control of it. Now, for our purposes, we are less concerned with what happens in Jerusalem. There are Jews living there, and and defending the city along with their Muslim neighbors, the Christian crusaders. Become a terrible bloodbath, and Jews and Muslims in the battle. But ultimately, the Christians are able to hold Israel and go back and forth for the next couple of centuries. There's actually several groups. What's especially well, the Ashkenazi Jews, which is not present in Jerusalem at this time, is the fact that many people are attracted to the message of Christian cities. Only the more well-disciplined groups associated with the military, but also a bunch of rabble that seize on the idea of attacking the infidel, and they follow some strange friars and sect individuals, on themselves some kind of neo-prophetic role to urge them to follow them all the way to Jerusalem, where they will, seize the holy sites and restore them to the Lord. At a certain point, particularly in the Mind, this idea circulates that, why should we schlep all the way, probably not the term schlep, but why should we take ourselves all the way to Jerusalem to defeat the infidel, unfaithful, in other words, the Muslims? Why should we go all the way there? If we're going to fight infidels, we have infidels right here in the White Land. We should fight them. And so, the horrible year of 96, and then repeated for several times through the next century, there are these awful massacres that occur in towns which fire warmed clearly the dry mountain on the Rhine River, and many other places where there are these horrific massacres led by bands of local individuals, riffraff and people of very limited means who are not necessarily ready to out themselves and follow the truth all the way through. And they simply offer the local English inhabitants the choice of baptism or death. And many chronicles that recorded we have horrific stories of Ashkenazi Jews choosing to martyr themselves, often moderate their family before they jump themselves, rather than submit to baptism. It is, in many ways, a culturally defined moment for Ashkenazi Jews. See this as kind of like a choice with no alternatives. Not necessarily the same kind of approach that we would offer, for example, in Sephardic lands, forcibly converted to the Orthodox of 1391, a couple hundred years later, where Sephardim elect to find a way to accommodate their baptized in this throughout discussion today. But for Ashkenazim, this creates kind of like a cultural marker in time where Jews were faced with this horrific, terrible choice, and many of them chose martyrdom. Of course, many of them also chose baptism, and later one of the unfashioned Russian and others will deal with what about these save their lives by electing to be baptized, and later once the Jews died down, they back to the world. And Rashi and others had to deal for the first time with the question of can you come back to Judaism? What happens to the baptized? They ultimately resolved in favor of yes, being Jewish, and that they are accepted back into it. But there was the greatest that was not faith. It's ridiculous. Ashkenazi cultural history. That's just Ashkenazi. Just in a book of the outside world, I think it's fundamentally dangerous. It's that you have your Christian neighbors other society that you actually bent on their destruction. And to tell you the truth, we're going to next half hour or so, it's hard not to sympathize with their perspective because the next couple of centuries are really going to be quite nasty. The large reason before this, the church was centered in the darkness. Pope Innocent III shown here actually leading the massacre of the Tatars. That was a Christian group that was very heretical by the church. Had very little sympathy with the Jewish minority. And throughout the 13th century, there is a series of ever-increasing restrictions placed on what the most prominent in terms of art history is the demand for the Jews to wear a Jewish badge. Here, this representation of a Jewish man and woman, and they have to look well. It is a round circle on their clothing. It actually varies from place to place, whether it was a round circle, which may have been a reference to the 30 silver pieces that Judas received for betraying Jesus. They have something in reference to, which we discussed yesterday. And it's sometimes the tablets of the cloth, sometimes it's red, sometimes it's yellow. It's not, however, a Star of David. An innovation that comes much later. The Nazi Star of David. But in this fourth level console of 2015, a series of canons that restrict the Jewish that would cover the badge, that was forbidden used for public office, which was not at all unheard of. Or public office and so on. And when Jews are baptized, they are prohibited from returning to the Union, which obviously had very significant consequences, not for the Jewish, but on the Christian side regarding those of the states. So the kings who had previously seen food as a source of profit and had taken the Jews in as said, we discussed yesterday, purpose of the royal chamber, they had less and less authority in the 13th century that the church was starting its framework fairly successfully with a series of programs like this. Now, how we see this idea translating to areas which are incredibly massive and the future of Jewish was charged with it first occurred in the 12th century of what is called ritual murder. Charge that Jews need to reenact the passion of Jesus by, God forbid, crucifying a Christian child. William of Orange, that's the fourth, is understood as a child who was associated with this ritual murder, which of course is Canard, that particular case is thoroughly treated. But let us understand this in a broader perspective. Unfortunately, then and now, we have some despicable adults who prey on children, to hurt children, out to any of us. And those children, once harmed, especially if they are burgled, are later discovered by the local population, and they are justifiably angered, and they want to find a culprit. It is remarkably easy to blame the Jews, say, you did this, and you ask, well, why did you do this? Say, oh, the answer is because they have to reenact the crucifixion of Jesus. That's the article, basically, the charge of ritual murder. From when it spreads to the continent. And here you can see it throughout the idea of how the lands actually penetrates some part of the land as well. The numbers represent centuries in a reliable, specifically charged against mention the charge of ritual murder, which essentially refers to the murder of the child like a crucifixion. That falls into the blood libel, which is sort of like an enhancement of this story that all the Jews need to kill this Christian child. They need to drink blood of the child blood. For reasons which are like as fantastic as you can imagine. It was widely asserted that Jews had a stench that could Jews were hurt. So they stored fertility that Jewish men menstruated and they needed to replenish their iron. Insane decisions, but each one built upon each other with a conspiracy mentality, and it included a powerful thought that was able to communicate throughout Europe. In many cases, they actually had attacks on Jews. When you were no Christian child that was found, it was just the rumor went out that a Christian child was murdered, the body was ever found, never reported a child missing, and the Jews would nevertheless be attacked. A period of time, and as you can see from the numbers here, it goes all the way up to the 20th century. Outside of Europe, who actually had rivals in the 21st century, particularly against Muslims. And again, I feel constrained to point out, completely imaginary, this never happened. But nevertheless, the belief that it did happen is sufficient to cause terrible riots, show trials, and so on, right up until the modern era. And in fact, we have some, perpetrations of this idea right in the first century. This is something right from the beginning of the COVID era. It was like things couldn't get worse. This is a great artist named Sparrow who actually, did this based on the same blood libel of Trent, extremely evocative, incredibly anti-Semitic, and portraying this kind of hatred. Justified. So the blood libel just erases Europe from the 12th century onward and had a lasting hold on popular culture. Let's move to the next element of which is related with that of desecration. This is called in Catholic practice, Orthodox practice as well, is ritual in which a member of the church will confess and will receive penance and absolution, and they are allowed to this ritual involves the consumption of a ritual item of food, typically a small wafer like a round cracker, bread like consumption, and drink some wine, and this has significance obviously. So the argument is that this actual consumption of the wafer and drinking of the wine represents to the doctrine of transubstantiation, actual body of Jesus. And the thought goes, by the way, the architecture in particular, where you have the Eucharist controversy. Eucharist is number 4, is which refers to the cracker. The church really wanted to let people know about this idea of transubstantiation. It's not a not really in Christian history, but I understand that many Christians were not enthusiastic about believing that the actual was the body of Jesus. But nevertheless, certainly reinforced the church's position if there was this notion that the Jews, since they were the haters of Jesus, they also must hate the host. Since the host is the body of Jesus, symbolically for killing, the Jews want to torture the host like they want to torture the blood libel. You have this series of stories linked up on both race that do not involve the abuse of the quality of the host. Unfortunately, the result is very similar. They'll round it up. There will be trial, sometimes just a facade of a trial, and then there will be public things, massacres of that nature. Really horrific. Here is a century representation of the post-desecration of South Germany. See, it's laid out like on the left, there is a Christian ritual who comes to the church. See the repetition looking over his shoulder, as he sweeps up the host and puts them into the bag, second panel, they're able to do well there, and it offers the host in exchange for money. The Jews do this back to their synagogue in the third panel. The fourth panel, you can see they are stabbing the host in the background. The artist is obviously unaware of the photography that he's trying to represent the commandments on the tablets in the background there. But basically, Jews are stabbing them. And miraculously, it is the idea of emphasizing the miraculous overcommunications of the host, the way of advancing the Eucharistic religion. Then what happens is people get suspicious. There's some sort of officials, some type of police comes to the door, gather up the host very quickly, and in the second panel, they throw the host into the oven. Again, miraculously, image of a terrific child, food in the flames, and doves flying out of the furnace, who are then captured by waiting angels, lots of miracles associated with those. Third panel, the officials break in and they arrest the Jews. They behead them. On the other panel here, the map that is also top is associated with the as well. They torture some of the Jews here in this panel. Others are set aflame. In the third panel, the Christian was controlling the host. This is a common theme. And the final panel, the synagogue is rededicated to church. And with the exception of the burning of Jews there and the confiscation of Jewish property, nothing else was true. Unfortunately, the violence was some characteristic of the area. Here you can see in this map the progress of the desecration notion, which makes us go from France in particular and eastward throughout Central Europe and Poland. Also makes it south to Portugal and Spain. Very, very popular idea for those who conspiracy put. Now, it's also important to know that what was the actual church position on this? Quite fascinating, particularly with the bloodline. Higher levels of the church, and popes for most of these periods, were very much against the notion of perpetrating this bloodline and murder charge. They stopped going to it. When there was rumors of the blood libel, frequently sent urgent messages to these authorities asking for assistance, and that assistance was forthcoming. The church frequently printed bulls, which were kind of like instructing the population that it's not true. Jews do not drink Christian blood. Please do not get arrested. But kill them. This was in keeping with doctrines called the doctrine of witness, which will the indiscriminate murder. It's that the church was unable to control the laity. There was insufficient popular activity, sometimes driven by illiterate lower clergy who would be in any way unable to read the books like prescribed books, and they were struggling with the local population charging this act of violence. The church may have been somewhat more ambiguous with regards to post-desecration charge, because that, of course, was more or less aligned to some degree with Catholic thought. Of course, most of these are the post-desecration charge. That, but it is interesting to note that with virtually exceptions, the higher level of the church strove largely unsuccessfully to restrain this violent, but nevertheless, by a popular imagination. So both of these developments, the ritual slash rival, and then after it, a post-desecration charge, resulted in an act 13th century. And much less comfortable environment as this kind of race through a theory by looking at one last element proved to be instrumental in forcing Jews to abandon much of Ashkenaz and move their way towards Eastern. That was black which you can see from this map makes its way from northern the Mediterranean up into Central Europe. And it results in phenomenal demographic devastation. 30% of Asian goods up in trade with Europe and will cause tremendous havoc. But there's no people completely unaware as to why this was happening. Now, it is a widespread myth that Jews were somehow less spared. They choose that we have no data to support their diet, but it's hard to imagine that that's complicated. Some argue some rather fanciful theories, like, for example, that Jews are innocent of dogs of much of nationalities. There's discussion of how much of the just dog, even a dog that barks a lot, it can potentially happiness to other people, and therefore be subject to liable for damages with another person, another person in an appropriate way. So, historically, culturally, Jews tend to over other animals and their cats. So, the theory is cats inside of Jews and cats, the cats choose to eat rats and mice. So mice will be vector that carry the bacillus responsible for the plague. So that's not going to get it's an interesting idea, but we have no data to support it. Another somewhat more convincing argument is that we're somewhat co-parent. We have to realize that medieval Europe was definitely not a clean place. People rarely bathed. Largely Jews at the very least would customarily take once a week for this matter. So not exactly by modern standards. So it's not that much. And the washing for the event, that's a ritual requirement that you will have to engage in. Without washing with cold water, without soap, it is hard to imagine that there's it's likely to wash the plate. On the contrary, there are good arguments that would have been very likely to contract the bond plate that neighbors, purely because of what's called the urban charge, perhaps correctly, and living in higher concentration in urban settings or patterns of settlement, rather than far apart from each other, open fields in farmsteads, more likely to contact with other people and actually contagion as they simply have more contract with the end of the day. So that exactly that urban charge would suggest that people have to suffer more from the studies of mental activities. We do have some memoirs of doctors, Jewish doctors, active in the plague. They do not know this anyway. Sorry for that bit of a tangent. The plague has not surprisingly advanced more anti-Semitic theories. It's one of the primary reasons that must be that Jews, some of the more bizarre ideas were the notion that Jews were in league with the devil, and they had received the help of the lepers that somehow allowed them to conspire together to poison waters of Europe. This image here, there is a representation of and he's like urban, like the artist's impression of and the Eastern Guard is the victim of a ritual murder, lost there, and wounded blood libel, and say, as the legend goes, some of the discarded flesh lepers, which apparently in other bags about the drop into the well, Jews were able to pop some of a secret recipe that would create the plague. Walking into the well and he sort of spinning out of the well is that urinates back into the waters and places. So, the rest of the story you can probably picture yourself. People get very upset. People blame the Jews, and then you kind of ask the rest of Jews and spontaneous burnings of Jews, as we have in several Ashkenazi regions, and you make them collective. So taken together, this rather nasty group of growing anti-Semitism creates an environment in which Jews are wanted and don't want to be there that much either. In many cases, it's been a departure from Ashkenaz, accelerated by expulsions. So you see in this map, there's a whole range of them. Of course, the expulsion centuries, but group expulsions from places like France were primarily economic in nature. It's associated with blood libels and discrimination. But nevertheless, very much connected with, you know, this over debt load and things like that. Happening in England. Sometimes the expulsions are a result of misanthropy, in that the Jews are charged with various human hating activity, with misanthropy or misanthropy. People see that expressed in what most destination things are entirely fabricated, of no basis in reality whatsoever, and nevertheless powerful. And then finally, you have expulsions which are related to panic. But taken together, together various cultural popular prior to make Ashkenaz far less attractive location. Uh, as they move to regions like Poland and Lithuania, the southern Ukraine, there they not only are they free, at least for the time being, merchants, but they're also welcome, much like they were earlier as Vegas as service workers. They're welcome as administrators and middlemen in a Latin-based economy. We'll discuss in sectors we get to specifically Eastern European situation, impact on the local population. But for the time being, again, I'm blaming for sort of anti-Semitism in Western Europe. Thank you very much for sticking with me through this.
It's just not gonna happen. I wouldn't play anyone but bro. You see, the gym you're actually built. Wait, flex.
begin right away by going to our topic, which is, of course, the Khmelnytsky uprising and Ashkenazi Judaism, part 5 of the lecture series regarding Ashkenaz. Yeah, you can all see my screen all right. I want to begin with a short historical trigger opener, as we're going to be speaking about some an aspect of history which is, especially in the present moment, somewhat controversial. It's actually been the source of a certain amount of grief for me personally, as I'm explaining. Let me begin by taking you to a little bit of a historiographic discussion, and then we'll focus in on the 17th century. So, introducing you here to 3 very important historical figures. On the left, you have Leopold who is one of the most important 18th century and the 19th century historians, whose approach to history was really very straightforward. A lot of people can appreciate it. It says that historians should really concentrate on, in this famous phrase, says, against the debate about what actually happened. I just try and drill down on getting just the facts, as they would say in common parlance. So that's, a little bit more complicated than people would think, and this one would explain as well. Then in the middle of your screen, you have Rabbi, who was more for his discussion of ancient Israel and biblical studies in particular. And I think one of the most contributions that he brings to our discussion and to historical scholarship in general is the notion that historical works are more about the period in which they are written than the period in which they purport to describe. Very important concept in that, we have to understand that historians are people too, and historians work with a certain set of assumptions of a way of looking at the world, and when they look at their data, they are participant observers in the overall arc of history, and so they interpret them historical data with the light of their appreciation of the human condition as a whole. And as we shall see, this is extremely relevant for today's topic. Now, on the right, you have the encyclopedic Jewish historian, fellow Meyer Baron of Columbia University, actually a native of Ukraine originally, spoke about the present moment, in particular, for 20th century Jewish historians, and he criticized what had been known as what he termed as the lachrymose conception of Jewish history. Lachrymose meaning tears. Now, there's definitely a lot to cry about Jewish history. Most of Aaron's great work was written, for example, after the Holocaust. We will discuss in his lectures. And this is an incredible, colossal Jewish tragedy and world tragedy over which there's a tremendous amount of space for lament. However, Dr. Baron really emphasized that we should not reduce Jewish history to a cycle of books and pogroms and books, meaning this kind of model that Jews are extremely intellectually active, all of these fantastic literary works that generate tremendous contribution for global culture, and then they are unfairly attacked in these horrible acts of violence, and then nevertheless they come back and they create more works of constant literary development. So this kind of cycle of intellectual activity under persecution, intellectual activity, and so on. There is merit to that understanding of Jewish history, but it is overly reductionist, and it evades most of the sophistication that we really need to bring to bear to understand the much more complex dynamic of social factors, economic factors, religious factors, political factors that shape Jewish history as a whole. Now, if we take these two things together, if we try to understand was es eigentlich gewesen war in the 17th century, what actually happened in the Khmelnytsky rebellion, specifically with regards to the Ashkenazi Jews that are our subject of study for this series. If we understand that whatever we say today, whatever we research today, is like Wellhausen would argue, trapped within our current historical moment, then what would fellow barons say? What we opine would say, if we were to look at our present moment and how do we put that within what had become the dominant mode of Jewish scholarship, especially in the immediate post-Holocaust period, as we, are still recovering orphans of the Beatles, we're still recovering as orphans of that great tragedy. And in particular, we're talking about 2022, our current moment, of course, the most dramatic elements that are affecting our lives right now is the horrific conflict in Ukraine, in which Ukraine was attacked unprovoked by Russia, and the people of Ukraine are suffering tremendously with bombardment of civilian areas, digging slit trenches, Mariupol, places like that, to be able to bury their dead. An estimated 10 million people displaced as a result of this war, and we see no immediate end in sight, with several, by the way, of those displaced as refugees in neighboring countries. In many ways, this is a reflection of the 17th century conflict that we're going to study, although the players are quite different. And in the middle of all of this, you have a heroic president, Zelensky, who right from the very beginning of the conflict, elected to remain in the capital despite the multiple assassination attempts that were launched against him and the China's dangers. To himself, his family chose to remain, and in many ways energized the entire world to take action to defend the civilians of Ukraine, and he continues to be able to defend the present time. Zelensky, of course, is Jewish, and this is somewhat ironic when one tries to place this war within the latter-most conception of Jewish history, which tends to view our 17th century perspectives of Ukrainians and Jews within the model of Hicks and pogroms, with emphasis really on the latter, pogroms, because the 17th century Khmelnytsky emphasized as one which there was phenomenal violence visited on the Jewish minority in Ukraine, is a period in which Jews look back with tremendous sadness and anger as they reflect on the horrific descriptions of those pogroms, terrible murders that occurred at that time at the hands of the Cossack and Cossacks, who we will describe shortly. But if we are to try to understand this in a more sophisticated manner, we'll see that it's considerably more complicated than the Latin-most model would offer. And that's really what I'm going to drill into today. Looking at this picture, I also reflect interesting, I think, that Zelensky, by the way, here was holding his formal emergency application to join the European Union, which is, of course, a major contentious issue within the conflict itself. Vladimir Putin of Russia wants to keep Ukraine neutral outside of the Western orbit, and Zelensky and many other Ukrainians see themselves as fundamentally European rather than this Russian orbit specifically, or post-Soviet orbit. Look at the individual standing to his right, Stefanchuk, who looks to me like my image of a Kozak that I think a lot of people, Jews, would think of as that. He stands a full head taller than the Jewish President Zelensky, and he's quite a bit larger, and so that's kind of like my reaction to the history of the Cossack Gang. Nevertheless, in this presumably deeply anti-Semitic country, looking at it from the Latin-Muslim position, Zelensky could be elected with a 72% landslide in the recent elections, regardless of his Jewish origins. They can have to get a prime minister, Jewish and so on. I mean, how does this fit together? That's going to be part of our discussion today. So here is introductions. Let's go straight to the history. In the context of this conflict, because I'm deeply, involved on a scholarly level with the history of Ukraine. My first area of research was the Jews of Ukraine during the revolutionary period. I published a book on that topic, my dissertation. I've written other things. I've traveled there many times. Research. I felt that before Ukraine, so I published a few videos on my website. And I got very well received. Lots of people enjoyed learning about the history of the Jews of Ukraine, which was my small contribution to the overall effort to restore normalcy to that region of the world. But I was surprised by two types of hate that I received that were really quite intense. One was the remarkable number of Russian bots. I use that sense of bots in the sense of their probably just automatic, negative comments because they say something positive about Ukraine. And bots also in the term of being purchased because we saw a lot of people who were completely sold the ridiculous amount of Russian propaganda that somehow colors their understanding of this conflict. But the other group that really benefited was I received a lot of negative comments from Jews who were deeply disturbed with the concept that there might be something demon, even partially, of the Ukrainian people. And they held on to what I would characterize really racist view, understanding in an essentialist manner that all Jews are always good and they never do anything wrong. And the Ukrainians are the opposite. It was very sorry to hear that. I received some personal emails from people with whom I've had a relationship for a very long time. And when I suggested that their views were actually racist, then I got such tremendous flack, and I think the friendships are irreparable. But what we're going to look at today is a much more sophisticated period in which we will have to challenge that very rigid, self-affirming notion, both for Jews and for Ukrainians, and by the way, also for so on. The history is far more complicated. If you are concerned about this, and you are not prepared to have some of your perception challenged, I suggest that you stop watching this video right now. If you're on YouTube, type into the search bar cooking videos or kitchen videos. I'm sure you'll find things that are far more appealing, but if you're willing to continue with me as we look at this from a more sophisticated historical perspective, so let us go straight to this. Sorry for that rather longish introduction. So as we discussed in the previous lectures in this series, the Ashkenazi population is based primarily in the Rhineland, and they're settled there from about the 9th century onward. And as we move through the next 1 centuries, there's a rather large swelling of anti-Semitic pressures that drive them to the east. These pressures are expressed in terms of economic competition, with money lending falling under a challenge. There are religious pressures, or anti-Semitic pressures that have roots in the religious conflict. You see the rise of blood libel that causes so much violence, the post-desecration charges, and so on. And there are a number of expulsions as well. France expelled Jews several times in the 14th century, as we discussed. So there's anti-Semitic pressures which are driving Jews out of the Rhineland. And at the same time, there's kind of an invitation, literal invitation, I should say, an economic opportunity vacuum that opens up in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth that draws many Jews into new settlements there. They're still living under the corporate structure that we described for the Rhineland, to set up simpler parties with charters and privileges and so on, as we discussed. But it is going to take on a somewhat different character economically, as we shall see. is the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth at its greatest extent. This was a political union, really a dynastic union of the Lithuanians and the Poles that lasted for several hundred years. And as you can see, with the modern factories that are laid on this Commonwealth, there's massive productivity stretching from the Baltic Sea almost all the way down to the Black Sea, encompassing the modern European boundaries. Where Jews settled was in Poland and Lithuania and in parts of Belarus. And for our purposes, quite a few settled in this region of Ukraine, known as Right Bank Ukraine. The term Right Bank refers to the River, which more or less bisects Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory. And since it flows to the south, when you're watching it flow, you stand on the right-hand bank. That's why it's primarily west. How many Jews were living here on the eve of the rebellion, which was in 1648? The most solid demographic analysis based on the sources that we have, some of which are actually quite accurate, tax records and things like that, is about 40,000 Jews living in the region. Most important pioneering research that I'm going to be relying on for much of this presentation is Rothschild of University. He's a senior scholar who is well respected in South Africa, and you may recall his name from our discussion. The Hazar hypothesis will be back in the first lecture of the series. Here is another map that comes from Dr. Stanford's work, and you can see much more clearly the specific locations where many inhabited Right Bank Ukraine. So what exactly is going on with the Jews there, and what was the cause of the uprising? Let us understand that the Jews actually continued their Right Bank Ukraine in a very positive manner, primarily through an institution which they call the Council of Lands, sometimes called the Council of Floor Lands, which essentially was, we recall our discussion a little while ago, the US structure. It was a remarkable federation of local Jewish municipalities that aimed to regulate Jewish life throughout the entirety of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And it was driven by modern standards, but by early modern and certainly by medieval standards, it was literally covered. That now the Jews, who was a non-territorial minority, meaning they did not inhabit a single contiguous territory where they were the dominant population. Always a minority wherever they lived. Nevertheless, they were able to regulate their own affairs through Talmudic law and interpreted by rabbis in consonance with Talmudic law throughout the entirety of the state. Most of the activity of the Council of Lands was primarily with regards to economic activity, for example, things like copyright, trying to impose social legislation that would have beneficial economic implications. Like, for example, the Council of Lands had a lot of sumptuary legislation, which basically talks about the limits on how much Jews may spend on their social activities. If you have literally have a wedding, you can only invite so many guests, you can only serve so many kinds of food. The idea being that Jews are a gregarious people, and there is a natural kind of even desire to outdo one another, become a bigger party, a bigger than someone else that would have various people's finances. So they were trying to tamp that down with sumptuary legislation. This is something, by the way, that happens in the present day as well. And also, of course, enforcing aspects of social activities, like if a husband were, for example, to be estranged from his wife but refused to give her a gift, bill of divorce, which is tremendous consequences. The wife cannot remarry under such circumstances. The husband also cannot remarry, but there are things that make it's not for our discussion today, but make it a little bit more easy for him to nevertheless continue with his life. If you move from one town to another, then the Council of Lands would be able to track him and to report to the family of the council that he should suffer ostracism and so on for what he failed to do or did in some other town. So the Council of Lands was actually remarkable, almost a state within a state for his minority. Many historians, like Shimon in particular, looked at it as really a high point, as an ideal of Jewish self-government in the period. So in many ways, Jews had a remarkably safe and comfortable existence in the regions of the Commonwealth, including Ukraine, so much so that they used to refer to the land of Poland, Yiddish Poland, as a place where they would rest, which is actually what the word means in Hebrew. Means here we will rest. But that finally, after the persecutions that they had endured in Western Europe, many Jews felt that Poland was this paradise for them. Poland enlarged the entire region, including the Ukrainian area that was dominated by the Poles. And so, for a certain period of time, actually enjoyed their existence in Poland tremendously. The Khmelnytsky rebellion would be a dramatic turnaround for them, a period of phenomenal persecution and upheaval and disruption that would color the memory of Poland for centuries to come. Let's look at the economic status of Jews in the Council, in the Polish Commonwealth, which extremely important for understanding the basis of uprising. Here is a remarkable early 20th century representation of a typical Ukrainian which was an institution that was actually dominated by Jews for a very pragmatic economic reason. Let us recall that in Ukraine, most of its history, really up until the 20th century, the vast majority of the population were agrarian, living in the very rich farmlands, the black soil genocide of the region. But Jews tended to live in the small villages where they tended to provide a whole variety of commercial services. To a certain degree, small item. They definitely were not really at the scope that we saw earlier period in Ashkenaz, lots of commerce, lots of small trade, works and simple things like that. But one of the areas in which there was a certain popular demand was the distillation and sale of alcohol. So let us understand what's going on in Ukraine in particular. The region was multi-ethnic. The vast majority of the population were based basically Ukrainian farmers. Ukrainians are a Slavic people. Religiously, they are predominantly Orthodox in rite, although to the west of Ukraine, a Uniate church was formed in which they kept the Orthodox rite, but they owed allegiance to open Rome, a Catholic hierarchy. This particularly in the region of Lichtenberg, East Galicia in particular, towns of Lviv, for example, are right in the heart of that Eastern Catholic region, whereas most Ukrainians were actually Orthodox. This will actually play into our discussion here. They were, however, basically landed serfs, and they were literally owned in that capacity by Polish landlords, largely lived far away to north in Poland in particular. The Polish landlords would own these huge tracts of land called Latifundia, and they would be the ones who would derive most of the profit from these lands. You know, the typical aspect for the Poles was how do they manage massive latifundia, upon which many Ukrainians are essentially working the land. That's where the Jews come in. So the Jews are migrating to this movement, and they are receiving charters from Polish noblemen and Polish kings to be involved in various activities. The earliest activities involved their role as minters, meaning they're actually literally making money, like making coins. So the earliest coins that we have from Poland are actually written in characters from King Mexico, things like that. Rather remarkable, because the Jews brought with them a lot of economic expertise that they had developed in Western Europe. Jews were overwhelmingly illiterate, they were numerate, they tended to live in villages and towns, so they were engaged much more in kind of like information work and things that involve the mind as opposed to the back. Very few of them were involved in actually dealing with agriculture, and much more involved in more urban types of economic activity. One of those was the distillation and sale of alcohol, which was frequently given to Jewish communities as an exclusive right called propinatia. So this is something that the Polish noblemen would grant to Jews and give them the exclusive right to do so, the monopoly to do so, because then the Polish government could tax that activity much more effectively and demand the production of moonshine, of samahon, things like that, rather directly through Jewish auspices, which were frequently conducted in these taverns, inns, as you see in this particular picture here, where you have very typical types of activity. There's a Jew standing behind the bar who is pouring a drink of vodka, and you have another Jew involved in music, also very classic Jewish occupation. And then you have well-dressed Ukrainians who are coming to enjoy the environment of the tavern. Now, this becomes especially problematic for the reasons that I'm going to describe right now. I described how the Ukrainians were living primarily on these big latifundia. There is, of course, a much smaller Ukrainian urban class that is literate, and that is numerate, and so on. It's a professional class, but it is really a small slice of the population. Overwhelmingly, they are very agriculturalists. Jews are brought in only to engage in propinatia, as shown in this image, or as klezmer musicians, but they are brought in to be middlemen. They're brought in by the Poles to manage these large estates and to collect the income, which is then taxed by the noblemen. This was done through a system called the Almenda. The practitioners were called arrendators, and it was really basically something which is called the Western Europe tax farm, and it goes basically like this. You'll recall how we discussed this sort of feudal aspect of the structure of social study structure in general, that people would move into their caste-like classes, like peasants as a whole, noblemen as a whole, and Jews had their own little box as well, rather than being addressed as individuals, they were dealt with as a community. So the noblemen who literally owned the entire town, not only the fields, in a technical sense, the serfs who worked them, but also the buildings, the flour mill, the church, all kinds of properties actually owned by the nobleman. And the nobleman will essentially say to the Jews, listen, I don't want to live way out in right back Ukraine. I want to live here in Warsaw, where I have a lot of my other Polish noble friends. And so I'm hiring you to act as my arrendators, my tax farmers. And I expect you to collect from these properties X amount of money. Let's say 10,000 zloty. I expect you to collect over the next 10,000 zloty from my latifundia. And this would be something that could be delivered as a demand to the entire community. They would have a representative of the negotiating with the nobleman, the Boris, and the nobleman would say, hey, I want 10,000 zloty from the territory, collect it any way you want, if necessary, and we'll back you up with my armed forces. But that's what you have to do. So the Jews would say, all right, fine, we'll negotiate that amount, 10,000. They would go back, and then they would have to find the way to collect 10,000 from the Ukrainian peasants. Obviously, a large portion of that would be in terms of agricultural output, in terms of grain. But they collected in all kinds of other ways. For example, by imposing tolls on transit, crossing bridges, on highways. They could impose taxes on hunting in particular regions, taxes on, collecting orchards, taxes on using the noblemen's flour mill, whatever creative ways they could tax the population was essentially something that the noblemen would encourage, so long as it was something that could be borne by the population as a whole. In some really notorious cases, which receive a lot of emphasis in the Ukrainian called the Jews apparently even owned the keys to the churches. There's some debate about certainly the extent of this practice, but nevertheless the perception of it was very well known. A Ukrainian wanted to baptize a child, celebrate a wedding, whatever they might need the church for, they would have to pay a tax to the Jewish Arendato in order to release the key to the church. I can imagine that this must have been a very difficult system under for all parties. For the Poles are, according to many accounts, increasingly conspicuous consumption style, where they're enjoying many Western fashions and trying to keep up with what is the latest style in Paris. They're going to be demanding ever more taxes every year. This is just, I think, a reality of life that you can charge for it, you will. The Ukrainians have to deal with a greater debt load, and the Jews, who are the tax collectors, essentially, have the difficult situation of trying to exact that amount from the local population, then transmit it to the government. By the way, I should mention one fact about tax farming. Jews have to be paid as well for their services, and the way they are paid is whatever above and beyond their collected taxes, that's what they themselves. So the community tends to involve a large number of people who are engaged in various forms of tax farming. The community is supposed to transmit 10,000 zloty, and they will strive to collect 12,000 zloty. 2,000 of that will be reserved for the community as a whole. The agenda, in other words, was an exploitative economic system that was directed by the whims of the noblemen in Poland, but the Jews were the front-facing aspect of the entire enterprise, and a very difficult one it must have been. Shimon Dodo described this as being caught between hammer and anvil, which I think is a very apt metaphor. The hammer being, of course, the Polish demand, the anvil being the Ukrainian peasantry, and the Jews are sitting in this very difficult situation. Now, what ends up happening is there will be a massive peasant revolt in the middle of the 17th century. And that peasant revolt will be directed against three main targets. The rebellion was led by a man named Let's see here that his followers were the so-called Cossacks, or Cossacks. Who were these Cossacks? Cossacks were Ukrainian population were basically Ukrainian peasants who had, for one reason or another, abandoned their traditional lands and had migrated to places where they were out of the Polish platform. Since they, as serfs, were technically owned by the noblemen, and their refusal to labor under the system was a type of rebellion. They were essentially a type of outlaws, and they engaged in a variety of frequenting and mandatory activities. Some of them were directed at the Turks nearby, who were engaged in child trafficking. Slavery was still a well-known enterprise in the 17th century, and the kidnapping of children and their sale in the market was something that was obviously hated by all, and was a were involved in sometimes attacking these Turkish settlements on the Black Sea coastline. But they're also involved in attacks on the Polish nobility. Let's understand that the three principal enemies of the Cossack were the Polish noblemen, who were demanding so much of the peasantry. The Jews were their local representatives, middlemen, and also the Catholics, specifically, and in particular, those Ukrainians in the Western region who had adopted this new Uniate Church affiliation. To some degree under Polish pressure, who were looked at the conversion of some of these Orthodox Ukrainians as a way of keeping them away from that cultural orientation, which was antagonistic to their way of thinking of dominating their population. And so what happened is this individual, Bogdan was one of the minor Ukrainian noblemen who gathered around him a large number of followers from regions like the Zaporizhzhia Siege, which was one of the major locations where Cossacks were living, and he led them on a massive series of attacks against waves Polish noblemen. The attacks, of course, had to make their way through the right bank of Ukraine up towards Poland in order to achieve their objective, and they actually ultimately achieved their objective, created their own state at the time. But of course, on the way, they were to tremendous havoc against Jewish communities. This became what was known as the Gezerat Ta'amat, the decree of 1648-49, which was an absolute horrific period of awful wrongs, which are reported in a series of chronicles from the era, including most famously Nathan of Hanover's Fist of Despair, Yeved, which was a terrible, highly evocative description of these pogroms, these attacks on Jewish populations, which are described in such emotive and powerful language. And they, this was a period of tremendous Ukrainian violence directed against the Jewish population. But surprisingly, most people who have a passing familiarity with Ukrainian history will look to this period as one of great devastation and of great anti-Semitic activity. But if you actually read Nathan of Hanover, you'll see that he describes much of the uprising as a reaction to the economic conditions under which Ukrainians were living. In other words, he hardly soft pedals the anti-Semitic attacks on Jews. In fact, his description, the details, the descriptions of the violence are really heartwarming. But he also, applies blame to the Jews who were engaged in exploitative economic practices, which the Nathan of Hanover argues was a major cause of Ukrainian descent. Let's recall that Jews are living in Ukraine by this time, certainly since the 13th and 14th century, so they've been there largely living in peace for 200-300 years before this uprising occurred. There will be more of these uprisings in the future, including the 1768 Haideman uprising, which was similar in nature and massacres in Iran, where one of Rothschild related Jews to be buried because he wants those Jews killed in similar uprisings. you look at it from the perspective of the chroniclers, although they clearly have an interest in describing the with an amount of emotive value, they're similarly still discussing the economic roots of this particular uprising. Now, what about how many Jews died in this uprising led by Rothschild? If you recall some of our own depiction of the lachrymose view of Jewish history, particularly when you're viewing Jewish history from a post-Holocaust perspective, one tends to see an inflation of numbers beyond what is logically possible for Ukraine. The number of 100,000 dead is frequently used by not only 17th, 18th century commentators, but even by 19th and 20th century historians. And it's largely based on sloppy scholarship. First of all, the 17th century commentators had no way of actually calculating the demographic numbers. They simply didn't have the tools at their disposal to figure out how many people were even living there to begin with. And later on, this 100,000 number, ballooned to sometimes 250 and even 500,000 dead. Now, none of this is possible because, as Dr. Stamfer has clearly demonstrated, there are only 40,000 Jews living in right-wing Ukraine by 1648. How is it possible that you could have multiple times that number killed in this terrible uprising? Furthermore, as Dr. Stamfer demonstrates, after 1648-49, when the situation begins to calm down again, the Jewish communities begin to bounce back fairly quickly. Tax returns, tax receipts indicate that the population has begun to stabilize within a very short period of time. So, taking these numbers all together and working town by town with the best data we have, Dr. Stamfer emphasizes that even if we look at 50% of the Jews who were killed, which he thinks is kind of an outside number, 50% of a population is a huge loss. It's far worse than the Black Death, for example, in most areas, and it's hard to imagine half of a population being wiped out in this manner. But nevertheless, that's still only about 18 or 20,000 dead. Now, how can I even say 18 or 20,000 dead? That's a horrific number. I'm only saying it though to contrast with the hyperbolic numbers of 100,000, 250, or 500,000 that really make no sense. This is, in other words, a period of tremendous anti-Semitic violence, largely of an economic character, but it does not reach the same levels that we have later, and it cannot be compared in any way to the Holocaust in terms of its genocidal intent. So, if you recall my words, this is a period in which, definitely took Ukrainian anti-Semitism in the eye. This is a period of tremendous violence against Jews. But we also have to understand some of the economic background of that violence, and that's difficult for historians of this period. Let us go to the aftermath, because in many ways, the issue of the Khmelnytsky uprising continues to reverberate in Jewish history. This is a pinpoint note from contemporary Ukraine, and as you can see, it features what Khmelnytsky and this should not be surprising for anyone who has even a passing familiar with contemporary Ukrainian culture. But Khmelnytsky is widely regarded as a major Ukrainian hero. This is because, on a surface level, he was able to wrest Ukraine from Polish control, and for a time actually create an independent state of Ukraine in the middle of the 17th century. The Cossack state was, of course, supported by these freebooting cowboy-like individuals called the Kosaken. So Cossacks as a whole are kind of like a major heroic image in the Ukrainian land. Jews, of course, look at Zelensky with fear, trepidation, and repulsion. I remember my first trip to Ukraine, and I first met someone who was dressed in contemporary Ukraine, who was dressed in contemporary costume, original walrus mustache, I felt real fear. I said, "Oh my gosh, a Cossack!" And I went to Ukraine. I said, "A Cossack," and I said, "Oh, that's our little man. That's our people." There is a clash of perspectives on this 18th century, largely because both Jews and Ukrainians look at this same event from very, very different perspectives. It's not uniform. But before I explain that, let me also illustrate this by showing you one of the most famous monuments of Kiev today is a statue of Khmelnytsky, and he is famously painting off his just one shoulder, famously painting off. One of the reasons for this, because after a short while of independence, Khmelnytsky decided to orient the Cossack state to Moscow, rather than creating a peace treaty with Poland and recreating something like the independence within a Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, or even a peace treaty with an independent Ukraine, he chose to sort of shift the balance of power towards Moscow. Ultimately, that would to raise the independence of the Ukrainians to a traumatic degree in which they would be absorbed to the Russian Empire, the Tsarist Empire. But here is an earlier version of that statue, a bronze model, which had a couple of details that were not in, they were felt to be in poor taste. But among the figures at the bottom of the statue are some boots and others. Schools were literally by Khmelnytsky's schools. He felt that was just a little bit too graphic for image. See also, for example, in the Ukrainian national anthem, here it is. It's got this interesting Ukraine. Ukraine is not yet dead, which may sound jarring to Western ear. The translation here is "Nay, thou art not yet Ukraine." A little bit of a poetic translation. But literally, Ukraine is not dead yet. But the Poles have a similar kind of refrain, and even Jews in Hatikva had our hope is not yet lost. So that's not an uncommon trope for national uprising. But look at the very end of the national anthem, which refers to Ukrainian as Galatia. How to translate it? Okay, it literally is translated as brothers, the Cossack people. They translate here poetically as ourselves, proud Cossacks are. The literal translations, they were all Cossack brothers. I don't know how many Jews actually feel like Cossack brothers. That seems so foreign to them, but they're not alone. Here are the original lyrics of the inspired national anthem. And if you look at the last stanza that I showed you here, there's actually another stanza that I didn't squeeze on. There's this lament. Oi, Bogdan, oh, Bogdan, a great hetman. What for did you give rain to the wretched Moscows? Why did you keep us in Moscow? Why did you forfeit our sovereignty for the Russians? There is a strong thread among many intellectuals in the 18th, 19th century later. With some very, very great words from their great poet, Shevchenko, regarding this decision of Khmelnytsky to put in Moscow. So it's a complex story, together from the perspective of humans, from the perspective of and from the global perspective as we meditate upon this 17th century in the 21st. Thank you very much for your influence. Have a good day. As we were discussing, about the Jews of the 18th century that had multiple repercussions to the present. The messianic Shabbatai here background. Also, just a standpoint of that has significant ways, same time. Visit Shabbat. See there are sort of changes are those words that as hard to make quite often iconography of the so this was actually produced the and we have examples of because just that the Messiah and that he had gathered a large following and all of you watched interest. Let's see. First, intellectual development. That occurred prior to that. There's is connected Greek expression to subsequent Portuguese 14 all aspects of Europe. Certainly, the numbers of and elsewhere in Europe. That something this devastating would not happen. It steps up the Messiah, meaning you can hear that Messiah approaching. That we're talking about a custom event. One of the focal points of this energy was that the city of stuff opened up by Israel at the time, and the institutes of favorable tax policies that attracted tax and that was cite significant attraction to a lot of Iberian Peninsula. Pharaoh settled and stuff. It was also kind of like a specific as many religious individuals identified many so again, the central as being central where with migration. It's not a lot of boarding up. Also attractive. Standing um, was it uh, it's the top right. That's mother-in-law and also the emotional attributes of the that in synagogue, you know, there, it ended there. There were earthquakes, time, all epidemic, made waste while always maintaining a spiritual sense. Listen, every great God was really good. Spiritually, there's many different activities that we have to greatest was ultimately Joseph Caro, who went to Tzfat towards the end of his life. Rabbi Yosef Caro was principal as an author of the short novel. Someone who so what's going on here? One of the major is the research of the Pharaoh individual sort of a scientific systemization, like Kabbalistic doctrine, of course, very hidden art, very in elusive, which associated with global traditions, really follow both art and so they can walk you through each tradition. I don't mean that's explaining all this. In general, particular use of them, which was we are now talking about shoot is a reality for actually that was very important to me. And this initial introduction to Torah, a part of the pomegranate was really popular. Entities reputation like the things that describe Simone a chart of what the language speak and for all these yeah explain it and actually question Allah deals with and the Ramak explains is that um, infinite being existence. How is it possible if God, this is the entire no limits, that acknowledge that God himself process of is over the universe. I'm not a rabbi, but space itself that school. That the spirit. The oil or it's like essence with uh, sort of that big weddings or something where they have like flowing out of faucet. Also, drink if you like. That's oil. Next thing is the water. Sort of all. The unable dangerous brings back you can use some people to reflect the sun. Even that's strong. The first year, that's the light of the sun. Using that, because all represent function, which goes through the period it's absorbed some radiant energy. And finally, in the 10th year, I explained these to you, I gave like the remarks of these cells travel to studying the remark. And less here for the past Ariza also only lived a lifetime where get his great student and Ariza all on how not this these lights that the oil, the hot oil, has an overpowered events. Each of those cases is shadowed. So as it were in the Ariza section, and excluded the extra oil and extra how it's the next stage. Well, and this is all the way down to finally get 10th heat of the oil is sufficient. So, with material vessels that existence construction of the vessels. That's the air fundamental destruction by separating out those real elements that are present in this universe, creating the trapped parts of that represent the radiance of God that are buried within the supporting aspects of it. He's also published the is that these are versions of Jesus are the past usual activity of particle sparks, elevating them from their material. As the sparks as it were fly upward, we get closer to the Messiah can truly reveal and the entire different the model of what as not presented as much as we got description of the theological application, but these all added a word to it, imperative. Get out there and start doing. So these stuff's developed far more there. Remarkable, for example, big movements that we will discuss about tomorrow on gauge data and witness. You can't just sit around. You've got to get out there, be active in the real. This of ideas were as related to the 1800s, the same with the other publications that to make their way through the Mediterranean basin into the reservoir. Is of increasing popularity of the thought of the up, particularly through the work of scholars like Rabbi Horowitz and his like energized by this. The are shoots and of course directly related to sound. What's the basic story? So, here during fiction horseback was an individual of young man who was very highly regarded. He was in different marriage with people and showed great talent of players and really voices and very charismatic. All of those kind of attributes. And also quite learned, quite depth, linguistic study. Ultimately got the ideas. Yes, yes, that and for a long time, without his library as a that actually did the knowledge of circulated shotguns. let's look at a little bit of context. The political context should be broadly familiar with us. How the power and class measure what people have this has been tremendous for the people that doctors now are 50% of the population was destroyed by attacks in that period. The overall number, he estimates, is much smaller than the overall latest estimates, maybe 18,000 to 2,000 people, which has nowhere near the scale of the talking. Nevertheless, half of the population is a large number of displaced populations that are dispersed in Europe. The famous virus we mentioned a couple of weeks ago, what describes how her family, but many others, were made to be refugees from the subcontinent of the 19th century. And sometimes we may have to in 2 decades this tremendous have element, which is something that you standard of faith about this. Jews have been publishing from the very early. In fact, there are some possibility that the South the type key element of that expensive. But although that particular trend was not developed, know that by the late 15th century, we all published many titles, including the and the 16th century. Venice, in particular, publishing just much good. It was great, right? But all of a sudden, all of these works, which had previously only existed in magazines, or this was expensive by professionals' lives, and then they were fragile citizens. If they were seen as happened several times, they need to be burned to replace that with education. For the stuff, the rights of the bottom. How long are we talking about? For example, for a year, I think all the matter actually right in the school. And you can go to a community store and buy the information for $15. Some money for it. And we love the idea of how much more. Over the next few centuries, we have new sorts of books. Not the book, right before the school. And it works like we hear this. We really do it. Ideas circulate. Accelerate their out. This also has an impact on the democratization of what's innovation at a much lower cost. It's accessible both in terms of the nature of the message of people, but also we're typically much more literate historically, but generally not as literate as the book. Literate in accurate, but less so in the language of the state, less so in religious knowledge, very exceptional. Make out more the way of work, in fact, in Ashkenazi synagogues, very have one educated woman sitting in the women's section of synagogue, reading, story reading, or if it was something like that, repeating it, the less educated women would be more interested in whatsoever. So the printing also opened up the possibility of making it afford to teach this stuff to our daughters and great for high school students based on the both. So what exactly how the story is show types of one is murder. See, the first round and then he begins with this yes, actually unstable elements, whereas after they were expressive episodes, and it's very highly regarded period of wandering. And while he was also quite an educated young man, studying all over and also with Kabbalistic ideas, he ultimately runs into an individual known as Nathan of Gaza. Nathan of Gaza recognizes the potential inherent in Shabbatai's feet, not only his but also a major publicist who ultimately friend and and basically this idea gains tremendous popularity in certainly applying to the basics of this fact the uprising also to the influence all up so certain Jews have this 100 years. See, maybe it's time already. Century. With, with a rapid change in all over the on society and people, so drink together, sometimes significant following their respective groups. And eventually, Dawn's writing of Gaza, all the Lord himself, Messiah, Daryl of this to some place that's labeled Shabbatites. The many also is many books source the first is has actually represent all the order that messiness of it is why losing it and it was one of the good question about the qualification pathways. You have path which is usually summer destruction of the temple. So, thought that would be transformed into gladness and feasting. I love is naturally following this was great. Although it was a very bad thing, possibly in time. Other anti-Roman activities were considerably with insistence on entry into the synagogue on Sabbath was denied access to break down the of the Sabbath, clear of the Sabbath. Once present in the synagogue is just open, with women in all the egalitarian women as a great source exactly much of the way they adopted by more 20. Um, Speaking of very several times, it's quite to that made later or some kind of shepherd there was something about about of course